Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Engineering and Operations Committee meeting for Thursday, September 25th, 2025. I am Chair Ray, and the meeting is called to order. Roxana, will you please call roll?
Chair Ray.
Present.
Vice Chair Fong Sakai.
So sorry, I'm present.
Vice Chair Heidemann.
Here.
Director Abdullahi. Supervisor Aguirre. Director Arant. Director Ayala. Here. Director Buckowitz. Director Coates Hedberg. Director Flessy. Here. Director Freehoff.
Here.
Director Leahy.
Here.
Director Roback. Director Waugh. Chair, we do not have a quorum of the committee.
Director Arant is
Yeah,
somewhere.
Director Arant just stepped out. We can. Do you want? We can appoint someone in his absence. Let's do.
Who's here?
Director Costa.
Oh,
Just
come out.
yeah. Yep. Do it.
Okay. Director Miller, I'd like to appoint you in Director Arant's absence. Is that okay? Thank you. Okay. All right. As we discuss the items on the agenda, I will be calling on directors who push their speaker buttons. Please limit your comments to matters not already addressed and state your points when you have a chance to speak so we can move through our agenda quickly. And are there any additions to the agenda, Roxana?
I see none.
Okay. And at this time, I'd like to ask if there are any public speakers.
If there are public speakers in the Zoom waiting room, please raise your hand through the Zoom app or press *9 if you are listening by phone. I see none.
Thank you. So we'll move on to the chair's report. With fire season underway, we want to bring attention to the Water Agency Emergency Collaborative, or WAKE. This was established in 1992, and WAKE operates with a dual focus, providing mutual aid and strengthening regional water emergency preparedness. At its core, WAKE is a mutual aid agreement that allows for the swift exchange of water specific resources among its members with the county during a regional emergency, such as an earthquake, or upon a member agency's request. The Water Authority, as chair of WAKE, activates the Emergency Operations Center. This is done to proactively manage and the resources and requests as needed and send a liaison to the County Emergency Operations Center. Equally important, WAKE functions as a planning group. The collaborative collectively plans and trains for various emergencies. All 22 member agencies are encouraged to send representatives to our joint planning meetings. The next meeting is scheduled for December 3rd, 2025. Currently, the group is developing a series of training events that will culminate in a tabletop exercise focused on the challenges of a boil water scenario. For more information, please call Ava Pleiser in Operations and Maintenance. Are there any director's comments? Okay, I don't see any. And we have no consent calendar items today, so we'll move on to action discussion presentations. First up, we have contracts with the Structural Preservation Systems, LLC, and In Situ Form Technologies, LLC, DBA, fiber wrap construction for, boy, that's a mouthful, for on-call fiber reinforced polymer repair services. And Jason Gornall will provide a presentation.
Good morning. Thank you, Chair Ray. Members of the committee, my name is Jason Gornall, Engineering Manager in the Engineering Department. I'm here today to recommend award of 2 on-call carbon fiber reinforced polymer, or CFRP, lining repair services. This item can be found on page 6 of your board packet. Oh, I got you. Thank you. Today's presentation will start with a bit of background related to typical pre-stressed concrete cylinder pipe, or PCCP, repair timelines and our current risks. We'll then discuss the efficiency associated with on-call CFRP repair contracts and touch on the RFP process that brought us here today. Finally, we'll conclude with staff's recommendation. By far, the most common method we employ to rehabilitate PCCP is steel relining, similar to the Pipeline 5 relining San Luis Rey Canyon project that the board approved in May of last year. While steel relining is an efficient and long-term pipe renewal solution, the amount of time required to budget, design, and construct the project can exceed the remaining service life of a particular pipe stick. As illustrated on this slide, a typical steel relining project can take 2 to 3 years to complete. With that 2 to 3 year implementation timeline in mind, let's take a look at an example of how quickly we've experienced PCCP failure in the past. In 2022, we were fortunate to interpret monitoring data shown on the left side of the screen of an imminent failure on Pipeline 4, less than 100 feet away from a private residence. We performed an urgent repair within 4 months of detecting this impending failure. In this case, there was insufficient time to budget, design, and construct a steel relining project. Also in this case, the pipeline was quickly shut down under an urgent condition, impacting Water Authority and member agency staff and operations. Currently, there are 16 locations causing increased concern of pipeline failure. The basis for this concern is directly related to the pipe's condition as evaluated by risk curves developed to assess the number of wire breaks that we could accommodate without compromising the structural integrity of the pipe. The figure on the right highlights the locations of these system risk areas. There are a number of locations on the crossover pipeline, as well as a number on pipelines 4 and 5. While it is common for the Water Authority to shut down Pipeline 5 in the winter months for relining projects, Pipeline 4 and the crossover generally can't be shut down for more than 10 days. This is because of this operational constraint. CFRP strengthening is an attractive candidate to temporarily stabilize the pipeline until a more permanent solution can be developed. Now, this isn't the first time you've heard me mention these areas of concern or the benefits of utilizing CFRP repair in the near term. In fact, I've presented on this topic twice before, as shown on the screen. First, in August of 2024, to recommend the award of a contract for an as-needed CFRP design consultant. Then again in October of 24 with a recommendation to revise our administrative code to allow for on-call construction type contracts. This journey to enhance our ability to effectively respond to urgent needs of our system takes its next step today with a recommendation to award 2 on-call CFRP repair contracts. With this last piece of the puzzle in place, the Water Authority will be able to design and repair pipelines in 2 to 3 months compared to 2 to 3 years, ultimately lowering the risk of catastrophic pipeline failure and maintaining our mission to reliably deliver safe water to the region. As this is a new contract type, I thought I would take a minute to describe the functional processes of how it's designed to work. First, as I mentioned earlier, our asset management team is constantly searching for indications of pipeline distress using a variety of tools and data. Once a repair need has been identified, we'll collaborate with our as-needed CFRP design consultant to prepare a bid package. Under this recommended contract, we will contact both contract holders and request a bid based on the contract documents provided to them. After receiving the bid proposals, staff will perform a bid evaluation to ensure all necessary documentation is present and compliant. Assuming all necessary documents are in order, ranking of the bids will be by installation schedule first and then by price, meaning if one contractor can perform the work within the designated pipeline shutdown window and the other cannot, the bid will be awarded to that contractor. If both installation schedules are the same, the lower price will be selected. Following completion of the repair work, staff will return to the board to recommend filing of the notice of completion. Being prepared for these instances reduces costs and impacts to the Water Authority, member agencies, and ratepayers. With contracts in place, we're able to negotiate and agree to terms ahead of time. This also reduces the overall timeline by months to get the repair completed. Additionally, with repairs developed more proactively, our operations staff have the opportunity to coordinate shutdown timing and duration with affected member agencies, thus reducing operational impacts to both the Water Authority and our member agency staff. Staff advertised a request for proposal on July 11th and conducted a pre-proposal meeting on July 17th. The Water Authority received 2 proposals on August 13th from Structural Preservation Systems and In Situ Form Technologies, doing business as Fiber Wrap Construction. Staff performed a review of the proposals and found that they met the contract requirements, including minimum manufacturing and installation experience. There was no pricing required with these proposals, as the cost to perform the work will be submitted with future task order requests. Therefore, staff's recommendation is to award contracts to Structural Preservation Systems in the amount of $5 million and In Situ Form Technologies, doing business as Fiber Wrap Construction, in the amount of $5 million to provide on-call carbon fiber reinforced polymer repair services for a period of 3 years with the option to extend 2 additional years. And that concludes my presentation.
Okay, Director Freehoff.
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to approve the staff recommendation.
Thank you. Director Miller.
Thank you, Amy. I would second the motion, but I also have a couple of questions. On this contract, we don't spend any money unless we put them to work, correct? This is not a retainer, it is a at-will type of contract.
That's correct, Director Miller, yes.
And these are the only 2 respondents. Are there other contractors out there in this trade? I know it's quite specialized.
It is quite specialized. These are the only 2 that we know of that are qualified to do this work.
Is there in the industry, is there any known failure of carbon fiber liner?
Yes. In fact, the Water Authority has experienced carbon fiber failure in the past. The technology is relatively new, meaning, within the last 20 to 30 years. It has evolved quite a lot in that time, which is part of the reason why we consider this a temporary solution.
Right. I got that. That's fine. Again, I'll second the motion. I appreciate the report.
Thank you. Director Flessy.
Thank you. Thank you for the report. I just want to give a little context. Although $5 million for each contractor seems like a large amount, however, we are talking about very big infrastructure. And so, about what do you think in an estimate about how much $5 million in linear feet will get us in liner?
Our last repair, which was completed this year on Pipeline 4, the construction costs were approximately $1.7 million. For how much? 120 feet.
Great. Thank you. That kind of gives us a perspective of how long this.
Vice Chair Heidemann.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think this type of contract is important for the work you do. But my only question is, how do we protect ourselves from pricing? So in other words, you said we put together a bid package almost like we're sub-bidding the project or the tax. So do we provide an engineer's estimate to get an idea of what we would expect that cost to come in at?
We will have an estimate prepared by our CFRP design consultant who specializes in this type of work. To ensure that we get competitive pricing, we will issue, part of the recommendation is to issue 2 contracts so that we can get the 2 bidding against each other.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Vice Chair Fong Sakai.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I really appreciate this presentation. And, San Diego County Water Authority has really been at the forefront of making sure that we have the best in creating ways of monitoring our system. So I applaud you guys for being forward-thinking and planning before we have emergency circumstances. I do like that we have two companies on board so that when we're ready to do a project, that we can have both of them submit proposals, and then hopefully we can get the best price possible and that there's no collusion between the two of them. And if it's possible, I would certainly like to see this type of contracting done in the future also, so that we get the best value for our money. I do have a question regarding the monitoring system. So right now we have that monitoring system where we can track when the cables break, so we know where areas could be susceptible to failure. We're going to be able to continue using that system with the new carbon fiber repairs?
Yes, the system you're referring to is our acoustic fiber optic system, or AFO, which listens for wire breaks in the pre-stressing wires of the pipe. Yes, that system will continue to monitor the pipeline even through the carbon fiber repair.
Okay. I think that system, which I understand Water Authority staff came up with, has really been a great success. And I have heard that there's many agencies for whom they think that we're just a bomb when it comes to doing monitoring. So thank you.
Directors Miller and Heidemann, did you guys want to comment again? Okay, that's okay. That's okay. So, Director Miller, thank you for your motion. However, since Director Arant returned to the room, we need to have a motion from an actual member of the committee. Okay. I'm going to go with Director Flessy. Okay, so we have a motion from Director Freehoff and a second from Director Flessy. Roxana, can you take the roll? Or can I do the all in favor thing?
Yeah, we can.
Okay. All in favor? Aye. Aye. Opposed? Any abstentions? No? Okay. Motion passes. Okay. The second item on the agenda is the San Vicente Energy Storage Facility update, and Brent Fontaine is going to provide a presentation for us.
Good morning, Chair Ray, members of the committee. I'm Brent Fontaine, Engineering Manager in the Engineering Department. The purpose of today's presentation is twofold. One, to share information on the state's energy supply policies and future direction, and demonstrate why we all need more energy storage. Second, we'll review how the proposed San Vicente Energy Storage Facility can be part of the state's energy framework. These items can be found starting on page 8 of your board packet. California's energy market has drastically transformed over the past decade, developing a need for energy storage. We'll begin this morning by reviewing a snapshot of California's energy landscape and how energy storage is critical to meeting our state's renewable energy goals. Then I'll outline how the proposed San Vicente Energy Storage Facility fits into that picture, and including what we've done over the past 10 years to prepare for an upcoming opportunity to make this project financially viable. We'll conclude with a recommendation for amendment with TWH Associates, one of our technical consultants supporting the FERC licensing for this project. To start off, let's take a look at the state's energy supply for 2024. The chart on the right shows the different types of supply. We have renewables, which include solar, wind, and small hydro, nuclear, large hydro, thermal, and imports from outside the state. Take note that 33% of our energy supply was thermal energy. This is mainly natural gas in our region, which is not renewable. We had 38% that was renewable, and then 55% is zero carbon, and that's the sum of the renewables, the nuclear, and the large hydro. Senate Bill 100, which passed in 2018, requires that by 2045, all retail electricity sold in the state will be met with renewable and zero carbon resources. It also requires that by 2030, at least 60% of California's electricity is renewable. Comparing these requirements to 2024, we fell short. So what does the state need to do to get us there in the next 5 years to hit the 2030 goal and the next 20 years to hit the 2045 goal? To answer that question, let's take a look at a few typical days in California. This graph depicts energy supply by the hour on February 13th. So we're going to start with the spring, then we're going to look at a May day, and then look at a summer day. Along the horizontal axis is time. So you have midnight at the far left, and then midnight at the end of the day at the far right. Along the vertical axis is megawatts. And so on this day, California's supply maxed out at about 1:30 in the afternoon at just around 30,000 megawatts. To give you some perspective, I brought a giant light bulb that came out of a parking lot standard, so you can kind of see how big this can be. This is only 250 watts. So 1 megawatt would be 4,000 of these light bulbs, which is enough energy to power around 750 to 1,000 homes. So on this day in February, we maxed out supply at 120 million of these light bulbs to give you an idea of the magnitude of energy that the state is consuming. Back to the graph, we also have the sunrise and sunset denoted by the icons there in yellow. These colors, those not only denotes the sunset, but you can also see the green band gets a little bit thicker between the two, and the green band represents our renewable energy supply. The orange right below that, orange salmon color, is thermal energy, that's natural gas. Blue is large hydro, pink is nuclear, and then the brown is the imported water from outside the state. Not imported water, imported energy, and purple is batteries. Notice that the purple line dips below zero. This represents when batteries are charging, which then they come online later in the day to help support our evening peak. So if we need to be 100% clean by 2045, we need to eliminate that orange band. So you might think we can do that by building more renewables. Hold that thought as we fast forward from February to May to take a look at a typical spring day. So this is the same graph, but a different day. It was Tuesday, May 13th. It was sunny, but not too warm, so we didn't have a large demand from everyone trying to keep their homes cool with air conditioning. Now, solar is producing significantly more. You can see both batteries and imports dipping below zero, again representing charging up storage, which then comes online as the sun starts to set. On this day, our state solar supply exceeded demand midday, so rather than importing power, we were actually exporting. So this looks much closer to a 60% renewable and 100% clean. However, the sun still sets at night, so our renewable energy production again decreases. But on this day, batteries are supporting that evening demand and lessening the use of natural gas. So let's fast forward one more time to last week. So here we are last Sunday, September 14th. It was sunny, but unlike in May, we're now seeing warmer temperatures and shorter days. Similar to May, we have a significant solar production exceeding demand from around 7 a.m. to 4 p.m. with batteries charging up storage. However, even with battery support during the evening ramp up, we're still using natural gas to meet our state's demands. So what can we do to eliminate that orange band altogether? We've already talked about building more renewables, but without pairing it with storage, that extra daytime energy either gets curtailed or exported to other states. To give you an idea of how much excess renewable energy generation there is on the grid, the graph on the left shows the amount of energy curtailment by month over the past decade. You can see the amount of curtailment has grown over the years, and without multiple innovative solutions, it's only going to get worse. The graph on the right shows our percent of in-state clean generation. That continues to grow as we're reaching towards that 100% goal by 2045. There are multiple ways to mitigate that excess generation on the grid. These include time of use rates, sharing energy across the West, so that's the importing and exporting, the brown line that we saw in the previous graphs, as well as energy storage. Pump storage is one of the oldest types of energy storage. As a result, it's a proven technology that has gained multiple uses over the past century. Using turbines, the storage facility can replicate the mechanical energy needed to maintain frequency on the grid. You may have heard that electricity here in the U.S. runs at 60 hertz. This typically comes from spinning gas or coal or other natural or other turbines that will need to be replaced with something clean like pump storage. The picture here is a unique pump storage facility built in 1973. Its upper reservoir was constructed, but as you might guess, its lower reservoir is Lake Michigan. It was designed to handle the disparity between energy supply and demand, like the renewable energy issue we have here in California. However, in place of renewables like wind and solar, it was designed to level the loads of nearby nuclear plants. Same concept, different energy source, but still zero carbon. So pump storage works by using the excess energy supply midday to pump the water uphill, like batteries charging on those energy supply graphs we saw from May and September. When the sun starts to set, the water's then ran downhill through hydroelectric turbines to put energy back on the grid and displace the current use of natural gas, that orange band in the middle on those graphs. For the proposed San Vicente project, we anticipate being able to generate up to 500 megawatts of energy. That's the use of approximately 425,000 homes here in San Diego, providing clean energy when it's not available in the evenings. So that 500 megawatts represents about 10% of SDG&E's max load that they saw last September when we had that heat wave, to give you some perspective about what the impact this project could do for our region. The San Vicente project is a partnership with the City of San Diego that envisions a new facility built at the city's existing San Vicente Reservoir. It would require construction of a new upper reservoir, some access roads, underground pump house, water conveyance tunnels, and some ancillary facilities. Over the past 3 years, we've been working with our private partners, BHE Renewables and Kiewit Development Company, to study the project, looking at some engineering aspects, the environmental, as well as federal hydropower licensing. While we've been working with BHE Kiewit over the past 3 years, this project has been under study for over a decade. Starting in 2015, the City and the Water Authority began feasibility on the project. While we focused on confirming technical viability, we did not have a specified off-taker. Through 2021, we performed limited studies using the funding from the Water Authority and the City. During this time period, the need for renewables and storage began to develop. If you recall, we talked about Senate Bill 100 being passed in 2018. That's the 60% renewable by 2030 and 100% clean by 2045 goals. At that point, the state had a vested interest in energy storage development and recognized this project as a means to support those renewable energy goals. In July of 2021, the state showed that support by allocating $18 million to fund our project activities. This influx of funds allowed us to start the work necessary to complete the environmental and licensing processes to see if this project can be built. But at that point, we still did not have an off-taker for the project. Well, we have a potential opportunity that came to us last year. Just like in 2021, when the state saw the need to support this project by providing funds, in 2023, Assembly Bill 1373 was passed to support the development of long lead time energy resources to get the state to the clean energy goals of Senate Bill 100. AB 1373 set up a procurement path for emerging technologies, including offshore wind, geothermal, and long-duration energy storage. The state recognized that we can't solve our clean energy issue through market-based procurements. They needed to drive the development of clean energy supplies and provide reliable power through diversified energy resources. These resources will be procured by the Department of Water Resources, then approved by the CPUC. Over the past year, the mechanics of AB 1373 have started to play out. The first step of the bill directed the CPUC to identify needs for long lead time resources like pump storage to meet the state's renewable energy goals. These needs were identified last September, then conveyed over to DWR in February, and included a need for 1 gigawatt of 12-plus hour long-duration energy storage, and that's the bucket that the San Vicente project fits into. Starting next year, DWR will begin this competitive procurement process, culminating in soliciting proposals at the end of 2026. They'll be evaluated, then sent over to the CPUC to consider contracts for long lead time energy resources in mid-2027. This competitive procurement is the best commercialization opportunity this project has seen since inception. With this newly developed potential for an off-taker, we're working towards being ready should this project be selected by DWR and the CPUC. Over the next 4 years, we'll be advancing environmental studies in the CEQA process and completing the federal licensing process. We'll also be developing a DWR procurement proposal with our private partners. Throughout this time, we will continue to evaluate the benefits of the project against the financial and risk profiles of our collective agencies. Today, staff is recommending an amendment with TWH to support the FERC license process. TWH Associates has supported this project for multiple years, including agreement negotiations, engineering reports, and technical reviews. Their extensive experience with FERC hydropower licensing has been key to advancing the project. The recommended amendment will be funded by the state's $18 million allocation. Most of this funding has been dedicated to engineering studies, geotechnical investigations, and environmental surveys, studies, and analyses. Through fiscal 2025, we spent $14 million of the 18, leaving $4 million remaining to cover the remaining work. We also have $1.9 million remaining of the Water Authority CIP budget that covers our staff, labor, and fees for fiscals 26-27. So using the budget from the state, today we recommend the board accept the original contract and prior amendments with TWH and approve Amendment 6, extending the contract by 48 months and increasing the value to just over $340,000. This concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Brent. Director Freehoff.
Great, thank you. Appreciate staff's work on this. I think you guys have done a great job. This is a big project. And so I do have a question on the procurement process and the schedule. I did a little bit of research myself. I hope, it's like, a little and you get yourself in trouble. But it looked like we had to have this project, if we take advantage of the second procurement stage, if you want to call it that, it looks like we would have to have the project done and in operation. So the dam built, the project done in 10 to 12 years. Is that like by 2035, 2037?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And we think we can accomplish the permitting, potential lawsuits, building a dam, getting all that done, that we can at least prove that to the state that we can do that?
We can't necessarily predict what lawsuits may come, but
Yeah.
normal CIP development, yes. We're comfortable
Okay.
with that timeline.
Okay, all right. Again, I really appreciate staff's work on this, and I do support development of green energy locally, statewide, the world. I mean, we're going to have to combat climate change. But I think about the Water Authority's core mission and what our purpose is, which is to provide a safe and reliable water supply. And so I have just concerns on continuing to spend staff time and resources on this project. And I know there's some that are going to disagree with me, but I just don't know that I can support the staff recommendation. I think there's still a lot of risk associated with, I know the procurement sounds great, but I just think there's a lot of risk associated with that. There's so many uncertainties that, maybe 10 years ago when we were involved in big projects, this made sense. But under our current financial situation and the drop in sales and the whole affordability issue, I just don't see us wanting to spend staff time on this. So with that, I think that I am, not going to be able to support the staff recommendation because, again, I think we need to focus on our core mission, and that is to make sure we have reliable, affordable water right now for our current ratepayers, and that we should really be focusing on looking at that balanced supply and demand. I think all our focus should be on balancing supplies and demands to make our water affordable for our customers. So thank you for your time. And again, thank you for your effort on this. Thanks.
Thank you, Director Freehoff. Director Arant.
Great presentation, and this has been a long-term effort on the part of the Water Authority. And right now we're posed where we have state money, and the reason we have a grant from the state is because the state of California realizes that these types of projects will be critical for meeting the long-term green energy needs of the state. And so we're poised at this position to where we still have $4 million of the grant to spend, and we have money left in our CIP budget to keep moving this forward. I appreciate the comments from Ms. Freehoff that our mission is to reliably serve water to the region. Last time I checked, energy is a big part of that. And this project will be key to providing a long-term stable supply of energy to the region as we shift more and more to green energy sources. We've all heard about the issues that have sprung up around battery storage. We've had a number of battery storage fires, and in fact, there's a moratorium within the county about establishing new battery storage. So if we don't have the battery storage, and if there's not pump storage projects like this to come along, then we're going to have instability in the grid. Now, this is not an energy production project per se. It is a project to provide ancillary services that support grid reliability, ramping up and ramping down, and that's the issue you have with solar. As far as the financial impacts on the Water Authority, we have to remember that the Water Authority will not build this project. The Water Authority will take it to the point where it's a viable project, and there will need to be an investor who builds the project on the basis that there is a profit margin for them. And the fact that the state now has, we have legislation that says that the state of California will do the procurement and make sure that the services it provides are paid for. The actual reality is that there will be a financial benefit to both the city of San Diego and the Water Authority if this project comes to fruition. So I will certainly support, and I will move staff recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Arant. Director Leahy.
Thank you. And I probably missed this in past presentations, but my understanding prior to today's presentation and the slides on, I'm looking at slide 26, was that all spending to date had been paid for by the state grant and that the Water Authority hadn't contributed any funds to this project. So, you know, again, we're looking at constant scrutiny about water rates, and you know, I look at the $11-12 million proposed to spend just to get this project, I think, through the permitting phase. Is that the $11.9 million? Is that?
So we've spent $10 million to date.
And it's going to take another $2 million,
Another
1.9.
that's just to get us for the next 2 years. You may recall during the budget process this summer, we had proposed more to get us through permitting through fiscal 29, but we backed it back to just fiscal 26 and 27 to give the board the opportunity to have that input again at the next budget cycle.
Okay. And so do we know, so this is just to get us through the next 2 fiscal years, do we know what this is going to cost the Water Authority to get us to actually have a developer on and build it? And then do we have a cost share in constructing the facility if that comes? Are we going to be reimbursed this $12+ million when that comes?
So we anticipate about another $2 million beyond this one if the board chooses to continue this project through the next budget cycle. But we do anticipate getting reimbursement if this project gets wings and moves forward from a developer. Okay. And then we wouldn't have any cost share in the construction. That would all be borne by the developer.
Okay. I do have concerns, and just given the track record of our other pump storage facility, and knowing that even, I think if, and correct me if I'm wrong on the numbers, but I believe the Hodges pump storage cost us $3 million to operate, and we were getting about $3 million a year in revenue. Yes? Okay. So we were basically breaking even on that project. So I guess I'm trying to understand where the revenue difference would be coming from, that, where it would be different from that project to this project. It just seems like a lot of time and energy that we're putting into something that, just given the past, I know there's only one, but the track record was a net zero to the agency.
Yeah, so this project is very different than Lake Hodges. So we would not own and operate this facility. The developer would own and operate this facility. The revenue generated from this facility is associated with allowing the use of our water and the city's land, so by the developer. So we would in turn receive revenue based on that. So we won't have any operating costs or anything associated with this facility. And if this project is selected through the DWR procurement, all the funding would come through the developer. There would be no additional funds required by the Water Authority, and we would be reimbursed for all the funds that we've spent to date.
Sorry, more question. The reimbursement, does that come as a lump sum up front, or is it over the span of the project, given that there's net revenues?
It is anticipated that the funds that we have spent to date from the Water Authority's budget would be a lump sum reimbursement at the time of the agreement with the developer.
Okay, and then one last question, and it might not be able to be answered by Water Authority staff. Have we confirmed that the City of San Diego is on board with this project, and they are, staff and the council are supportive of this project moving forward? And are they contributing any funds to the permitting?
So originally, we were splitting half and half when the water authority, when it was under the water authority's budget, we have a cost share agreement with the city of San Diego. When we received the $18 million, that has covered the majority of the costs on the technical document development. The city, we are working hand in hand with the city as our partner, and so they are supportive of moving this forward. We continue to have them review the technical documents that have been prepared in anticipation of proceeding with the CEQA and the FERC licensing process.
Okay, thank you.
Can I just add just a little bit to your comment, Director Leahy, about the break-even component of Hodges? I think it goes without saying, and I think we've had this discussion in this boardroom about the less than favorable contract that we had with SDG&E. That contract is no longer in existence. If Hodges was to come back online, we would renegotiate something, of course, a little bit different. So just wanted to add that to the conversation.
Director Flessy.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. I'm new to the board, so you've probably addressed this previously, but I'm just curious to see how susceptible to drought this project would be.
So the current engineering design, our prelim design, we anticipate placing our lower inlet outlet structure right at the top of our ESP volumes between the city and the water authority, so that way we'll have water always to use unless we get into an emergency event where we have a supply disruption of some type.
Great.
Let me add a little bit to that as well. So all of the water coming in essentially to the San Vicente Reservoir is the water authority's QSA supplies. So in terms of being drought tolerant, that water's coming in 277,000 acre feet. We're not relying on inflow from a watershed, for instance. So I'd say it's pretty reliable in terms of drought resiliency.
Director Scalzetti.
Not on the committee, but previously on the committee, so thank you for letting me speak. And thank you for your presentation. When you were first talking about this project here today, you were referencing we, like we as this California or we as this board. So I wanted to make sure that we're talking about we on this board, or?
When I was referencing the energy supply, it's we as California.
Okay. And that's really interesting because we as California didn't put any money in Prop 4 for this project at all, and it gives me grave concerns about where this is going and whose back is this going to be on. This project is in my backyard, and I get a lot of questions from it, and people want to know, who's this going to benefit? Well, I try to explain to them this is a private, partnership, and they realize that if you're a developer taking on all the risk, it might not benefit our region or our state. It might sell this energy to a different state. So we don't really know that it's really going to benefit us at all. So I have grave concerns about this project. I get a lot of concerns about it, about the energy or the emergency storage, about the way that we raised the dams, and the neighbors of mine that bought into that and paid for it. We all paid a lot of money to have emergency storage. And you talked about drought tolerant. Well, if there's an emergency, I don't know that we're going to have 277,000 acre feet going in there. It could be none. We're not relying on watersheds, so we're in this predicament again. So I'm not sold on this one bit. A lot of times I just get back, hey, you need to really work on our water rates before you start doing other projects. Work on our infrastructure, our aqueducts, our dams, our things that matter to us region, and not just go off in some wild kind of new idea of trying to make some money somewhere else. So I'm getting a lot of pressure about water rates. This is what we should be doing on this board. We're worrying about our infrastructure and our water rates and not energy storage. That's not in our lane. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Arant again.
Yes, thank you for your comments. And just to clarify, This is not necessarily an energy generation project, which I commented earlier. The energy that's generated by this project will go back into the grid that serves your customers and my customers and everybody else's customers. The essence of this project is that it will support the grid reliability during the ramp up and ramp down periods when you transition from solar to non-solar. What this project provides is spinning reserve, and spinning reserve is critical for voltage support. And if you don't have voltage support, what will happen is your customers and others will suffer potential brownouts and lack of voltage support, which has an impact on machinery and pump energy and so forth. So if this project is viable and a developer does come forward to invest in this project, probably $1 billion, $1.5 billion, part of that will be profitability. And part of the profitability will be the fact that there will be a commitment in the contract to share some of the profit with the Water Authority and our friends from the city of San Diego. So just to clarify some of your points.
One of the concerns is if the state doesn't have the confidence in putting some money towards the future of this project, why are we doing it?
Well, they sent us $18 million for the future of this project.
They did, but in Prop 4 they just passed, there's no money in it for it.
Oh, I don't know about that. All I know is that we got an $18 million grant to move this project along, which is significant, especially in today's environment.
I would just add that it's just the first allocation of Prop 4. There'll be future rounds.
And just to clarify on the state procurement that Brent spoke about, the AB 1373, is intended that it will be a competitive solicitation. If this project is selected, then the state is implementing this project, and it will be included in the electric rate base for all California residents. It's not just San Diego, and that is the approach for the entire state procurement process for the wind, the geothermal, all of those long duration type projects. The state recognized that these were long lead time resources that needed the investment from the state. So it remains to play out through that procurement process.
Director Arant, do you have anything more
Yeah, I
to
made
say?
a motion.
Okay. I'm sorry, who said that?
Director Myers, yes, the queue is full, and
we're getting there.
It's promoting members of the committee first.
No. Yes, Director Arant, I have your motion from before. Thank you. There's just a lot of speakers. So, Vice Chair Heidemann.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I want to thank Brent. Very good presentation. Sometimes you guys get caught in the crosshairs, and we get all excited about projects when we get $18 million and we send you off running, doing a bunch of work. And then as we start to process the risk involved, this is what I think this conversation is revealing. But, from my point of view, there are off-ramps, right? We're spending the grant proceeds. Now, if it's a bandwidth issue and staff is being torn from doing other important work, I'd like to know that. I haven't heard that yet, but at this point, I would be supportive of moving the project along. At least we get to a point where we've expended the $18 million and we have some really difficult decisions to make. So I will second Director Arant's motion.
Thank you, Director Hyde. And Director Freehoff again.
I would like Director Myers speak ahead of me. He's been waiting. Is that not correct? I can go ahead and talk. Okay. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
because I've already spoken once, so I wanted others.
You're a member of the committee. That's why committee members are always elevated before others.
Okay. All right, I'll speak again. The one thing I forgot to mention in my comments and my concern is, we were talking about Proposition 4, and, that takes, and again, staff sort of has their marching orders, but again, we're using political capital. I think, we use political capital to try to initially get this funding. We're working on it to get Prop 4 funding. I think we should be using our political capital to get funding for our aging infrastructure, for dam safety, for water projects, and not necessarily for this pump storage project, which is outside our core mission. So I forgot to mention that in my comments, that not only are we spending money on staff time on this, but I think we're using political capital that could be used on other projects more. So thank you.
Yeah, and please rest assured that we are part of the coalition that really pushed for the dam funding to be included in Prop 4, which was initially, at threat to be not included.
Right, appreciate that. Thank you.
Director Leahy.
Thank you. I did have one more comment, I guess. So a lot of times when the state is anticipating a high demand, energy demand period, we as water utilities get emails from the state and from the power companies asking us to shut off our infrastructure. Our infrastructure that treats water, treats wastewater, and which is just completely mind-boggling to me. But I think that I would want to know if that situation comes up and we have this project built, is the pumping going to be, are we going to be asked to shut that project off? Well, but I mean, no. Let's be real, it happens and logic doesn't always prevail in the state. So I'd want to make sure, and I would support this moving forward with the understanding that I'd want to make sure that in whatever agreement we are being reimbursed up front and not over the life of the project, but then also some sort of a guarantee that we're not going to be asked to shut anything off and shut off our infrastructure if and when we're in a high demand period from the state.
So the project's anticipated to operate just like the batteries. So it would be pumping when we have excess supply in midday, and then it would be generating when we need that extra power as the solar starts to shut off.
Director Leahy, if I may add, in 2023, when we had in September that extensive heat wave where we were all asked to turn off our facilities, it was the last time we were able to run Hodges Hydro, and that provided 40 megawatts of power and was able to stabilize SDG&E's grid where we did not have brownouts.
I think that maybe I misspoke. I think where I'm going is I don't want to see that they're asking our region to shut off our systems when we're also assisting in providing this power to the region, if that makes sense. So we're working and partnering in this type of a project, and yet on the flip side, we're being asked to turn off our own facilities to save the grid. So those are the types of considerations that I would ask that, and if we can advocate for with the state, that they shouldn't be asking for us to turn off our critical infrastructure when we're in those high demand periods, and that there should be some sort of consideration given that we're partnering in these types of projects.
Yeah, and just to that, Director Leahy, they're looking at the whole system as a whole, and so it's really managing the grid and to make sure it's stable. We can't guarantee that they wouldn't ask us to reduce our load based on what's going on across the state and the region. So we hear your comment and we appreciate it. So we'll keep that in mind as we move forward. Thank you.
Okay, I'm sorry, Director Myers. Director Arrant wants to speak again.
Yeah. It's a good thing to be on the committee. So we have a certain case of myopia overtaking this board. So I'm going to speak on this because I understand this project. I was formerly the chair of the Aqua Energy Committee. I understand some of this stuff. You talk about political capital. I don't know how much capital we're going to burn up if we spent $14 million of state grant funding, left $4 million on the table, and didn't come through with a project the state thinks is really important. And exactly to my soon-to-be replacement's point, she needs a little education on this, I think. So the very fact that we experienced those requests to shut off was because in the evening hours, when the sun goes down, amazingly, there's no solar energy. And because the state has reduced its gas-fired fleet, we don't have enough spinning reserve. And so that's when they ask us to shut off. During the day, we have so much solar energy that they export it to Arizona and Nevada and pay them to take it. So the daytime is not the problem. It's the nighttime when we shift from no solar and there's not enough battery storage to cover that spread. That's when these projects, and it's amazing what's seeped back into the discussion about energy is nuclear power. Isn't that interesting? Because the state understands that in order to achieve their green power objectives, 100% by 2045, they need projects like nuclear power plants and pump storage projects. Thank you. And that's the last I'll say.
Finally, Director Myers.
Well, thank you. I'm obviously not a member of this committee. And thank you for the opportunity to speak. I do have a couple of questions, so bear with me for a moment. We don't have a partner yet, correct?
So we currently do have a relationship with BHE and Kiewit.
But they're not a partner. We don't have any kind of commitments of any kind. Is that correct?
We currently are working under a confidentiality agreement with them, so yes, they are considered our partner currently.
But I don't know how to get around this confidentiality answer, but we don't have a partner that has signed on. It's been since 2015, and we don't have a signed agreement for someone to partner yet. Is that true?
Correct, but we are working with them to respond to the solicitation, and they will be partnered with us to respond to that solicitation for the procurement.
But there's no obligation for them to partner.
We will be working with them on establishing an agreement with them to respond to the procurement.
Okay, you're working with them to establish an agreement, but you have no agreement yet.
Currently, we do not have an agreement, but we are meeting with them at the end of this year or in the next couple months to establish that agreement. We were close.
So sorry it took so long. I just wanted to be clear on that. If we don't find a partner, do we just simply have to write off these costs that we've incurred?
Yes, if this project does not get selected, correct.
Okay. So I'm a fan of energy storage. I really am. The question is whether it works for us. I have a couple of questions. Slide 24, if we can go to that. What is the Water Authority's projected total cost from fiscal year 26 to fiscal year 30 to do all these things?
It's about $4 million.
About $4 million to do all of this through 2030?
Correct.
Okay. So we we have a little over 5.9 million, so you don't expect to be coming back to the board and asking for any more CIP money or any more funding. All of it is covered already.
No, so, sorry, misspoke a little bit when you said Water Authority costs. So we have our state budget allocation.
Right.
That's $4 million that we're going to spend over these years to get to that point. But then the Water Authority, we have our costs that cover our staff time and some of our fees. And so that's about $4 million. So it's about $8 million total.
Okay, got it. All right, so actually we're talking about needing about $8 million total from 26 to 30 to fund this.
Correct.
Okay, got it. And so where would that other $4 million come from? Would it come from our budget?
So we have 4 from the state, we have 2 in our budget, so we're short 2.
So just to clarify that if you look at the timeline, the DWR procurement, we should have an idea if this project is selected by the end of FY27 ahead of the next 2-year budget cycle. At that point in time, if this project is selected, there would be no additional budget requests for this project because the cost would be covered by the developer.
If we get an agreement with the developer. Okay. I don't know why that's so hard, but anyway. I noted that in July, there was a letter sent by a number of legislators asking for $5 million appropriation from the Proposition 4 funding. Was that sent? I don't know who worked on that. I'm assuming the Water Authority assisted in that.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Right. There was a letter dated July 30th, 2025, sent by a number of our legislatures.
Yes, we did help coordinate that with Senator Padilla and Assemblymember Ward.
So we asked, in that letter, our delegation asked for a $5 million appropriation to help cover the funding. Did we get any of that?
We did not.
All right. And what was the $5 million to be allocated for?
That was anticipated to cover our water authority labor as well as any other additional technical studies that may be asked through the licensing process.
Okay. And there was also a request to clarify the trailer bill language. Did that happen? Yeah, the letter asked for the $5 million appropriation and also asked for a clarification for trailer bill language. Did that clarification go through?
So essentially what we were asking for, because the Prop 4 bill includes money for pump storage, for storage, but not pump storage. So we need clarification language in order to get that if there was going to be an allocation. Because there wasn't an allocation, that language also wasn't included. So yeah, no.
Okay, all right, thanks. Let me see if I have anything else.
What if aliens?
No, I don't think we have any aliens on this project. One last question. Just in the last week or so, with the last group of legislation that went through, I noticed that there was I think it's going to be signed by the governor, or was, that to connect our grid to regionally and to kind of, is that going to have any potential positive or negative impact to this project?
So that's one of the measures I talked about for mitigating the excess renewable, is connecting us regionally. So that would actually be a positive thing, because it allows, whether it's excess solar from Arizona or excess solar from California, it will be able to flow back and forth.
Okay. Thank you very much. Appreciate the opportunity to ask questions.
Thank you. Director Hilliker, you're up, and Director Miller, you're on deck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I, too, am not on the committee. So this is all grant money, right?
No,
right? No?
No.
The $4 million is not grant money.
1 second.
The amount of the board action today is being funded with grant funds, I think is the question.
That is correct.
Oh, the 300,000. Okay, sorry about that. Hey, it's been a long time. Well, all I can say is that if I were on this committee, most likely I would vote for this just for the same reasons that Gary Arant had said. We're going to need to get this energy. I just keep thinking to 2035 when our illustrious governor says that we may no longer have new gas-powered cars and everything's on the grid. So then what are we going to do? We're going to have to decide whether we want to charge our cars or run our air conditioning when it's in the middle of August.
I have one point to make, just in terms of, the commercialization aspect of it and DWR's procurement rules that are coming out. The state just did send us a signal of their support for the agreement when they changed the rules for the water quality certification fees 2 weeks ago. So, that move by that board and the support that was voiced by the entire State Water Resource Control Board, I think, we can read between the lines that they, at least at this point in time, are supportive. And so that gives us some degree of optimism that DWR is going to come through with a procurement rule that would make this project commercially viable for developers. At that point, to your point, Director Myers, we would expect to sign something with BHE in order to submit collectively. And those are the conversations that have been happening informally.
Okay, thank you. Director Miller.
Like Director Arant, I was on the ad hoc committee that started this at the very beginning. And rather than talking about all the issues we've talked about, one issue that I will talk about is when we saw all the preliminary numbers coming through from the consultants as we went through the process, and granted, we can argue about preliminary numbers till the cows come in. But the preliminary numbers actually showed that if we actually owned and operated it, it would be quite lucrative in income to the water authority and to the city. But in our deliberations, we did exactly what Dana's saying. We said, we're really not a power company. We're a water purveyor. So how would we do this project, lower our risk, and stand back and make some money on the project, kind of like being a landlord? So what we decided was is we'd seek a developer, a partner, to do all the construction and operation, and we would take a step back and basically be a landlord, where we weren't involved in day-to-day operations, we weren't financing the project. If the project didn't make the required profits, it wouldn't affect our bottom line, and we'd have no so-called construction money involved. We made that decision to limit the risk to the Water Authority. And while we did limited the risk, we realized we still wanted to make a return. And the return at that time was estimated somewhere around $10 million a year to the Water Authority and to the city. So it would be profitable with us having to do very little other than provide the location and the water. We did that primarily because we wanted to limit the risk to the Water Authority. So we did consider all that. And the other issues too is I would ask the question of Brent, how many football fields of batteries would it take to replace this pump storage?
If I remember right, it's about 300.
So all these football fields full of batteries that expire in 8 to 12 years, maybe the technology will come out and they'll last 20 years. All those football fields full of batteries in 20 years got to go someplace. And then they got to be replaced by another 300 football fields full of batteries. So this one, psychologically and politically, is a great project for us to be involved with politically because we're doing a good deed for the power grid and for the people of California as well as San Diego. And we've limited our risk to where we're not financially tied to the project. The developer is waiting for us to get our license because you can't do one without the other. And once we have viability for the project with the state and with the licensing, you have a project. Then you can sign agreements and move forward. We sought this developer out over a long process. There's not a lot of developers out there that build hydro pump storage. And so it's not like we've got 40 people at the door. So it was a lot of effort on Nina's part and the staff's part to get these developers on board. This project would generate enough income to save a 1 or 2% rate increase for our ratepayers. And as I said, it limits our risk as much as you can possibly limit the risk. I was actually in favor of having ownership in it because it actually was more profitable, but we didn't want the risk. So I support this project. I have since the beginning, and I was one of the skeptics in the first part, and I was really worried about us being profitable and not getting ourselves into a boondoggle. And I don't know how we could have done it any better than what the staff has done and put together. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Miller. Director Kirschbaum.
Okay, I think I'm the last one, right? So I'll make this quick. Thanks for the opportunity to speak. I'm not on this committee. I just had, my question is concerning the ESP. So this is an energy storage project in the form of water storage. So all of that water that we're storing for energy now is not for emergency use for our customers in the event of a catastrophe. So how did the committee and the board justify kind of taking away that volume from the ESP for this project?
So this project would recognize that water comes first, energy second. So if we're able to move forward, we'd make sure that our agreements have that laid out with the developer, that if we get into the ESP, we still have access to our ESP water and energy production would stop. If that makes sense.
And that point has been reiterated very clearly to the developer over the course of time.
Okay. Director Arant would like to speak again, and then Director
I'm sorry,
McDaffer.
I apologize. I lied.
Okay.
This project does not consume water. It moves water up a hill and then lets it flow back down. From the get-go, the structure of this was that the primary purpose of San Vicente Reservoir is water supply. So anybody who buys into this project will understand that in certain circumstances, it will not be available for operation. And in fact, there were a lot of money spent on limnology studies, and I didn't even know what that was before we did this, to see if the operation of this pump storage project would have a deleterious impact on water quality in San Vicente. Conclusion was no, it will have no negative impact on water quality. Thanks. That's it. I'm done.
Okay, we have Director Flessy, who would like to speak again, and then Director Medaffer. Yes, we do. Okay. All right, saving the best for last, Director Medaffer.
About that, but first I just want to say we are going to miss Director Arant and all his historical perspective. And it's funny, Gary, every time you're saying, I write down and then you're saying it. So you and I are spot on. Director Miller, your comments are spot on. Excellent presentation. I would like, Mr. General Manager, that this board get more frequent updates on this. The very questions of the volumetric issues of water don't exist. I mean, if we had a graphic that shows San Vicente and you have the forebay up here, we're just moving water up when the solar is cheap, and you drop it down when the sun's gone down and before the sun comes up. It's called the duck curve. And I don't know if we've explained that or shared that lately with this board. We have a lot of new board members. Probably not be a bad idea to get that. You know, I have followed this project one way or another. Gary knows this. Since 2012, when we first visited the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission in Washington, D.C., and got them to support the project. They weren't used to it. They're used to pump storage projects on rivers. This is a closed-loop system, much different, much more easy to get approved, and they were very supportive of it. You know, it's got strong support from energy professionals all over the country, very strong educational institutional support, such as at UCSD. Dr. What's his name, Victor? Is he still involved with the project?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, have him come speak sometime to this board on what this project's all about. I think everybody would get a sense that, you know, the issues that this project can address face all the member agencies. I think Director Leahy was spot on. This project can alleviate the need to reduce power in the region because it's being produced locally. You know, climate change, supply-demand imbalance, reliance on intermittent renewables, power outages, those are the things that this regional product addresses. And I think it is in the best interest of our ratepayers. You know, this project could end up saving ratepayer funds. It could end up making money for the authority and, frankly, the city, which is why the two partnered on it back in the day. Saving money and saving ratepayer money is a core mission of this board and something that we shouldn't lose sight of. Our risk on this is almost negligible. I mean, you know, this is very important for our congressional delegation. How often does Congressman Scott Peters bring it up? You know, we hear it all the time. You know, obviously, President Pro Tem Tony Atkins got us the $18 million. That was a big boon, especially with competition from other similar projects around the state. There were other projects that were competing, and we won. We got it here. The duck curve, that should be explained to this board and how that really affects us all the time. And the fact is, Gary said, you know, solar, you can't even get Arizona to buy our solar energy. Yeah, you got to pay them for it. And there's no place to put it. And so we have to pay people to take it. That's a fact. So the fact that you can pump that water up into the forebay, let it sit there, and as soon as the sun goes down and there's a need, you drop it. This is way better than lithium batteries because, you know, you hear all the people complaining about lithium batteries, but this is what, 300 to 500 megawatts of energy. And what's our regional demand right now? 4,000 to 5,000 megawatts? So, I mean,
at the peak, it's like 4 to 5 gigawatts.
Yeah, gigawatts, I mean. So, I mean, this is almost 10% or over 10% of our regional energy demand. That's huge. So anyhow, I just want to say thank you to the staff. I think the board has asked some excellent questions, and a lot of it is just because it's new to a lot of board members, and I totally respect the questions that were asked. I just think that we should do a better job keeping this board informed more on some of the history of where we let up. But there isn't one question today that's been asked that wasn't appropriate. It's just that this is a very big priority for our region, and the Water Authority's risk on this is nil. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Medaffer. Okay, thank you for all of the great comments and for staff's responses and all your hard work on this. We have a motion by Director Arant and a second by Director Heidemann. All in favor? Aye. Aye. All opposed?
No.
Any abstentions? All right. I believe the motion passes correct? Okay. Okay. Unfortunately, Brent, you're not off the hook. You're going to give us an update on the energy program.
All right, thank you. The energy program update presentation, we're going to review the Water Authority's energy management policy and then highlight the results of a recent energy cost reduction strategy that we implemented at the Carlsbad desalination plant this year. This item can be found on page 14 of your board packet. The Water Authority first adopted an energy management policy in 2013. The first policy had a broad focus, but helped really transform our daily work activities to focus on energy consumption and energy costs. The current policy was adopted by the board in 2023. It has 4 focus areas, including reducing energy costs and generating revenue to put downward pressure on water rates. It also includes improving our water system energy resilience to maintain reliability during energy supply disruptions. These objectives are achieved through collaborative relationships with other agencies and private organizations and with support from our government relations team, as you just saw with San Vicente. The policy includes a focus area on energy resilience because, as you can imagine, energy is critical to treating and conveying water to our member agencies. During times of public safety power shutoffs and grid outages, the Water Authority system requires manual operation, and sometimes we have to do that in the risk of active wildfire areas. To mitigate these problems, the Water Authority contracted with the National Renewable Energy Lab to evaluate our facilities for hazards, risks, and vulnerabilities. The results of that evaluation recommended backup power solutions ranging from solar battery combos at some of our smaller facilities to diesel generators at our larger facilities that can't be powered by renewables. Design for these solutions at some of our highest energy risk facilities is scheduled over the next 2 years. 2 invaluable policy focus areas are developing collaborative relationships with strategic partners and supporting the Water Authority's energy legislative policy guidelines, including reducing costs and improving reliability. We regularly work with multiple state, federal, and local agencies and private partners to advance energy initiatives and support local and regional goals. For generating revenue, the Water Authority has multiple hydroelectric resources in various stages of development and operation to support this initiative. The Rancho Penasquitos hydroelectric facility is currently being upgraded to operate more throughout the year and increase revenue. The picture on the left there is the new turbine installed in the facility that's scheduled to be brought online next year and is expected to generate $3 million over the first 5 years of operation. This power, once operational, the power produced will be credited towards the consumption at the Carlsbad desalination plant through a power purchase agreement with Clean Energy Alliance. The Water Authority also has an allocation of Hoover Dam or WAPA power that provides revenue throughout the year. This power is also credited towards the consumption at the Carlsbad desalination plant, and so far this year has saved us $73,000. In addition to hydroelectric resources, the Water Authority also has 3 solar generation assets. We have a combined 1.8 megawatt of solar installed at the Escondido office, the Twin Oaks Valley Water Treatment Plant, as well as the office here in San Diego where we are today. These systems were installed through a 20-year power purchase agreement that ends in 2030. So we've begun analyzing options for what we can do with the infrastructure at the term of that agreement. So look for updates on that in the future. So getting to the Carlsbad desal plant, you may recall that last year we enrolled the desal plant with Clean Energy Alliance, one of our region's 2 community choice aggregators, to provide energy generation service. So we're still receiving transmission and distribution from San Diego Gas and Electric. Through a custom electric rate, we gain access to lower cost wholesale energy and our own generation resources like the Rancho Hydro and our Hoover Dam power that I just described. Over the last year in 2024, Clean Energy Alliance executed multiple power procurements in order to begin ready for service on January 1st of this year. With this partnership, last year I reported we were estimated to save between $5 and $7 million on our desal energy costs, which is about 10 to 13% of our historical energy costs at the plant. And this savings is compared to what SDG&E rates were last year. Before we dive into the details, this graph represents our actual savings in orange. Our forecasted savings is in blue. We have the months of the year for 2025 along the horizontal axis and then savings along there on the left. So as a result of CEA's power procurements and actual SDG&E rate adjustments, we realized nearly double the savings originally anticipated. We're on track to save over $12 million this year compared to our original estimate of $7 million, again compared to SDG&E rates. We expect similar savings in years to come, depending on future power procurements as well as SDG&E rate adjustments.
In addition to joining Clean Energy Alliance, over the past few years, we've studied multiple ways to reduce energy costs at the desal plant. One opportunity we've been studying is to build a direct connection to the transmission grid to obtain wholesale power. Over the past few years, we've completed the engineering analysis, regulatory, and feasibility and economics of this option. However, due to our partnership with Clean Energy Alliance, we've been able to realize those savings without actually building any new infrastructure. So as a result, we're shifting our focus to analyze opportunities that realize additional savings on distribution costs without having to build any capital improvements. Whether at our own facilities or through collaborative relationships with strategic partners, the Water Authority's energy program supports our mission of delivering safe and reliable water by generating revenue, reducing energy costs, and maintaining an energy resilient water system. This concludes my presentation.
All right, thank you. I do not see any speakers on the queue, so we'll move on to item 4, which is the construction contract with Brightview Landscape Development for the San Luis Rey Wetland Habitat Restoration Project. And Jason Gornall is going to give us a presentation.
Thank you, and good morning again. I'm here today to recommend award of a construction contract for the San Luis Rey Wetland Habitat Restoration Project. This item can be found on page 15 of your board packet. The project is located in northern San Diego County near the intersection of Interstate 15 and State Route 76, as shown on the figure on the left. The parcel where the project takes place, shown on the right, was acquired by the Water Authority in 2005 with the intention of utilizing it for habitat restoration. The project will restore and establish approximately 42 acres of wetland and upland habitat to be used as compensatory mitigation for future CIP projects, as well as ongoing operations and maintenance activities. The Water Authority's Natural Community Conservation Plan and Habitat Conservation Plan, along with federal and state regulations, require mitigation for impacts to wetland and upland habitats. These plans also streamline the permitting process for the Water Authority, both for CIP and operation and maintenance activities. The project work is divided into 3 phases based on the type and duration of work. Phase 1 includes grading and contouring of the existing site. Due to environmental restrictions, clearing of the site is required to be completed by January 15th. Following Phase 1, Phase 2 includes the construction of a temporary irrigation system, as well as the installation of specific plant species. After planting, Phase 3 is comprised of a 5-year maintenance and monitoring period to ensure habitat establishment. All phases of the work are required to fulfill the project requirements and obtain mitigation credits. The work is packaged together for cost efficiencies and to maintain one responsible party throughout the development of the habitat. These mitigation credits take years to establish. Without them, future CIP projects and maintenance work may be impacted. Staff advertised a notice inviting bids on July 29th and conducted a pre-bid meeting and site visit on August 5th. The Water Authority received 3 bids, as shown on the screen. You may have noticed the engineer's estimate changed between the 2 advertisements. I wanted to take a minute to review some of the key drivers behind this update. First, general inflation. Construction costs have risen 4 to 8% approximately, contributing to approximately $600,000 of the increase. Secondly, the project's core components, so focusing more in on grading, irrigation systems, and specifically labor, saw significant increases in the 10 to 20% range, adding approximately $1.3 million to the estimate. And lastly, the 2 estimates were prepared by different consulting firms, which introduced variability, differences in scope, interpretation, contingency rates, and market data sources likely account for another $2 million of the variance. Moving forward, in an effort to improve estimate consistency, our standard practice will be to have our cost estimating consultants perform these cost estimates, not the design consultant, as was in this case. Pursuant to the contract documents, staff conducted an evaluation of the bids, assessing compliance with requirements for licensing, bonding, qualifications, and references. Based on this review, Brightview Landscape Development is the lowest responsive and responsible bidder. As part of the fiscal years 26-27 CIP budgeting process, a construction budget of approximately $7.2 million and an appropriation of approximately $6.3 million was requested and approved by the board. To award this contract and fund associated project costs, an increase to the project's budget of approximately $5.9 million is necessary. However, an increase to the FY 26 and 27 appropriation is not required at this time due to schedule shifts and value engineering opportunities found on multiple CIP projects, resulting in reduced expenditure forecasts. Therefore, it's staff's recommendation to award a construction contract to Brightview Landscape Development in the amount of approximately $12.6 million for the San Luis Rey Wetland Habitat Restoration Project and increase the project's budget in the amount of approximately $5.9 million. Following approval, construction is expected to begin next month and be completed in spring of 2027. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you for the presentation, Jason. I appreciate it. Director Leahy.
Thank you. On the slide showing the bids, the other two bidders were non-responsive. What were they non-responsive for? What did they?
Qualifications didn't meet our specification.
Okay. So just for the board, I would still consider this, we got one bid. The other two bidders were non-responsive, i.e. they did not meet any of the qualifications for this project. So just something to be aware of, that we still technically only got one bid. And then did we do anything different to get more bidders to participate even if they were non-responsive, this effort?
I'm aware of numerous outreach efforts, both through the labor unions as well as through our normal outlets here at the Water Authority.
And is that something that we're planning on continuing for future bids, or was this just like a one-time effort for this one?
We've been discussing additional ways to perform outreach with the contracting community, yes.
And then do we know, or are we tracking the additional effort to staff in order to do that so that we can get more bids? Meaning there's an additional cost and time that you guys are having to take in order to drum up more interest in our projects, right? So is that something that we're tracking? And if not, I think it's important to track that as part of the PLA effort. If we're having to do this specifically to get interest on these projects that we wouldn't necessarily have done historically or in the future should there not have been the PLA, I think that's something that we should be aware of. Again, very data-driven person. I think having the data to see if this is truly an effective and beneficial program, then we can all make educated decisions.
Yeah, at this time, there's a lot of options on the table in terms of how we outreach. Once a plan has been developed, the associated staffing could be determined.
All right, I'd ask our general manager if we can track that effort and just see what the costs associated with that are as part of just monitoring the program. I know we're evaluating it in the coming years. I think that's good information for the board to have to make an educated decision. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Director Flessy.
Thank you. I just want to add on to Director Leahy's questions. Thank you for the presentation. I believe you mentioned that August 5th you guys had a pre-construction meeting, a mandatory pre-construction meeting, and about how many folks showed up to that mandatory pre-construction meeting?
11 firms showed up.
11 firms?
11 people showed up, sorry.
So this was in addition to the original one, the original pre-con meeting where 20 firms showed up, and we really only received one bid. So now with all your additional efforts that you put forward, we had 11 additional firms, or were they the same firms? Do we know if they're duplicates?
Some were duplicates, yes.
Okay, so, and then we still got one responsive bidder with all your efforts. So I think that's actually really important with the data to go along with the information we're going to be gathering. All this is really great information to really see where PLAs work and where, and right sizing of things. So thank you.
Thank you. Director Freehoff.
Great, thank you. Well, first of all, I'm going to move staff recommendation on this contract. But I would request from staff, I know we have a workshop coming up October, I believe. And so as Director Leahy has mentioned and Dr. Flessy, I think I got it right. I would like to learn more about I think, it doesn't have to be a long presentation, but a short presentation on our bid process and also on the cost estimating. I know, Director Myers, you've talked about your concerns regarding the cost estimating. And so if staff could cover those items at the workshop, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Freehoff. Director Arant. Thank you. Director Lyons.
There we go. Yeah, now I'll remind everyone I'm not a member of this committee again, but if I were on this committee, I would be supportive of the motion. My only take on this is more of a general concern about what we see appears to be significant increases in the costs of these projects and the cost of construction, and whether or not our CIP is, and the numbers that we're relying upon for, how much we're going to be asking for in future bonding and so forth, is consistent with what our real expenses are going to be on CIP. To the extent that we certainly never want to overestimate our demand, we don't want to underestimate either the cost of the CIP, because both will have significant impacts on our long-term budget and rates. So, and I have talked to Nina and others about this, and I know that at this workshop we are going to talk about that some in terms of what the impacts are on bidding and kind of what's happening with our construction costs and what our comfort level is with where we are on our big CIP projects that are coming that we've impacted into it. So I'm looking forward to that and that discussion at the workshop. Thank you.
Director Lyons.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not a member of this committee either, but thanks for the opportunity to speak. I'd just like to point out two things. One, I'm hearing that we're using this as an opportunity for lessons learned, and I think that's a good thing. This is not a typical contract for us. So sometimes it's hard to do things that are a little bit outside of your wheelhouse. And the fact that this is two contracts, the first one is a construction contract, and the second one is a 5-year maintenance and management of habitat contract, does throw this into something that's typically outside of what we deal with in our CIP. So I just want to point that out, that we do need to, when we put these projects out to bid, treat them uniquely based on what their attributes are. There may be some other lessons learned, and I hope our staff will look into that for these somewhat unusual contracts and how we can get better bids or get more bids in the future. The other thing is, I'm going to ask this question, and I'm not sure who to ask it of, but what was significant to me is that we went from the design estimate to a specialized cost estimating firm. When we went to the specialized cost estimating firm, we actually got a more realistic number. Do we need that in our CIP meeting in order to make that change in how we do this? Or can we just decide that that's how we need to do our engineer's estimate in the future? Is that a decision that we're looking at, and where are we in the process of evaluating? Seems like it helped us immensely once we did that on this contract.
Absolutely, Secretary Lyons. Thank you for your comments. Staff has evaluated our process and taken this opportunity for lessons learned, just as you pointed out. And one of the changes that we're going to make moving forward is making sure that those who do cost estimating, and that's their main purpose, and we have a couple firms on as needed for that, they're the ones that are going to be providing us the cost estimates in the future, so that similar to how you saw this one become more accurate when we use their services, we will be using their services from the get-go. So thank you.
Thank you.
Director Leahy.
Thank you. I just wanted to add on to Director Meyer's comments about the upcoming workshop. I think it would be helpful to include just a general description of the cost estimating classes based on, you know, the amount of knowledge we know of a project. So there's going to be a wide range of the project cost if it's just a concept versus when it's at final design, and how staff budgets that and incorporates that into the budget. I know in this case there's a range there, so do we budget at the top of the estimate or in the middle, and just educating the board on how that fits into our financial plan I think would be helpful, so that we're all just kind of aware of how that's operating. Thanks.
Thank you. Director Miller?
Thank you, Chair. I'm not on the committee for the first time in my career, so I have a little PTSD here. I have to talk about engineering. What I want to bring to the forefront, I want to talk about what has happened with this bid. One question, Jason. Last time we had to bid, Palm Engineering was the sole bidder. Were they deemed non-responsive then?
No, they submitted different projects on this go-around.
Okay. So what happens when you get one bid, this is a classic example of one bid. $5 million we saved by not accepting the one bid. And we have to be aware that when you get one bid, you're in danger of overpaying for your projects. It's really important that we get multiple bids. And so I'm not going to hash out the PLA again, but we cannot put roadblocks in the way of getting competitive bids. So we need to relook at things like the PLA in the future. The danger behind these one-bid contracts is really severe. So the unions last time promised us more bidders, and what we got was, as Director Leahy said, one responsive bid. So where are all these bidders that want to do our work? So I just want to make sure we all understand that these one-bid contracts are really a danger to our pocketbooks. And so I encourage our staff to do as much as you can to get us more bids so that we get qualified people and qualified numbers. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Macedo.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm not a member of this committee. My first question was the same question about Palm Engineering. Trying to understand why they were responsive last time but not this time. So thank you for that response. My next question is, you had 11 contractors that attended the meeting. Is that correct?
I believe so, yes.
And does that include in subcontractors, or is
Yes.
that just, yeah?
It's both prime and subs.
And for each of these bids, about how many contractors are on these bids? Because if each bid has about 3 contractors, that's 9 contractors out of the 11. That means majority of the people that attended the meeting are on the bid. Is that accurate?
I'd have to get back to you with the list of the subconsultants for each bid, but I can certainly do that.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Many of the subcontractors were on multiple bid responses.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Norman.
Thank you. I'm not on the committee, but I have a question. If I'm recalling correctly, wasn't this a project that had some grant money associated with it, but only if we completed it within a certain amount of time, and then we had to work around because of the winter months and the nesting of the birds and all this? Was this the project?
Yes, your memory is excellent.
Oh, thank you.
Chair Serrano.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I joined Director Myers in the caucus of I'm not a member of this committee, but I appreciate the opportunity to speak. Most importantly, I want to first thank staff for their good and responsive work on this project. I know it's an important one for this agency. As many of you all recall, I recall the spirited conversation that this project brought forward a few months ago, but I'm grateful to see it back before us today in a position where we can move forward. A couple of things that I would just uplift. As you know, the item today includes an updated estimate, which comes in at between 10 to 13 million. And the action in front of us is to award to the lowest response bidder at $12 million, well within the updated estimate. I won't go into the number of bidders because I'm not sure I totally understand the logic around that, but I will acknowledge that the needed increase to the project budget, which has been shared, is necessary. And as staff has shared, that is due to macroeconomic conditions, inflation, and the increased construction costs that we are all seeing. It is certainly true that my home agency, the City of San Diego, is seeing this, and I think undoubtedly yours too. I am grateful for Director Myers raising the conversation about taking a look at our holistic look at our CIP, acknowledging the environment that we're in. I do think that that is necessary to make sure that we can be realistic with our CIP and the projects that we intend to deliver, and that we have the resources available to do that. But despite that, because of the good work of our staff and reduced expenditure forecasts to date within our CIP, I do think it's important to note that with this action, it does not require an increase to the FY26-27 CIP appropriation. But most of all to me, I'm very proud of the fact that this project will go to support the working people and working families in our community who will deliver this project. So, colleagues, I believe that this is a win-win all around. Again, I want to express my thanks and appreciation to staff and my colleagues, and I respectfully request your yes vote on this item.
Thank you, Chair. So, with no other speakers in the queue, I'm going to go ahead. We have a motion by Director Freehoff and a second by Director Arant. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? No? I'm sorry, did you catch who said nay? Okay, thank you. All right, seems like the motion passes. And the last item on the agenda is just an informational item on the Twin Oaks Valley Water Treatment Plant. And there's no presentation. Unless anyone has any questions on that, we're going to go ahead and, because we don't have a closed session, we'll adjourn the meeting. And Water Planning Environmental Committee in 5 minutes.
Yes. Good morning and welcome to the Water Planning Environmental Committee for the date today of September 25th. Suzanne, will you please call the roll?
Chair Miller.
Here.
Vice Chair Freehoff.
Present.
Vice Chair Vespi. Supervisor Aguirre. Directors Castaneda.
Here.
Coates Hedberg. Lines.
Here.
Macedo.
Here.
Myers.
Here.
Molina. Paul.
Yes, present.
Roback. Scalzitti.
Here.
Wall. Chair Miller, you have a quorum of the committee.
Thank you, Suzanne. Are there any additions to the agenda? I don't see any additions. Are there any public comments?
Calling on public comment for matters on the water planning and environmental agenda or within the jurisdiction of the committee. If there are public speakers online, please raise your hand through the Zoom app or press star 9 if listening by phone. We have none.
I guess we're not that popular. I think that this committee will be a little shorter than the last one. I don't have anything of tremendous excitement to debate on. So, as for my chair's report, the Water Authority administers the region's Proposition 84 grant funding through the Integrated Regional Water Management Program. I am pleased to announce that all $13 million in funding from Round 4 has been distributed to 13 projects across the region. An additional local funding match of $87 million was provided for the projects by the implementing entities. Local projects includes Padre Dam's East County Advanced Purification Project and Sweetwater's Wetlands Habitat Recovery Project. The remainder of the programs were implemented by nonprofit organizations, tribal governments, and other local public entities. Do I have any director's comments? Director Freehoff, do you have anything?
No comments, thank you.
Okay, I don't see Director Vespi, Vice Chair. Anybody else? Okay, we'll move along. We have one consent calendar item. It is a professional services contract with Weber's Water Conservation for implementation of the direct install program. Do I have a motion to approve? Or any?
So moved.
I have a motion by Director Arant.
Second.
No, that was Castaneda for the
Castaneda
motion.
for the first.
Oh, Castaneda, I'm sorry.
I can only do one, so.
Calzetti for the second.
Take your pick.
I'll second the motion.
Okay.
I'll second the motion.
Motion by Director Castaneda, seconded by Director Scalzetti. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Thank you very much. We have one one discussion and presentation item. Jeremy Crutchfield, our Water Services Manager, will begin the long-range demand forecast overview and project update. Jeremy, take it away.
Thank you, Chair Miller. Good, not afternoon yet, but good morning, members of the committee and board. This presentation is a precursor for the November meeting when we'll be providing this committee an update on the 2025 Urban Water Management Plan and the results of the long-range demand forecast. So not to disappoint anybody, but we're not talking numbers today. Today is all about process. This item can be found on page 32 of your board packet, and I'll be co-presenting with Savani Bista on this. She is a principal water resource specialist here at the Water Authority. So to begin, I want to talk about the different types and provide some background on the different types of forecasts we use here at the Water Authority to support our financial, facility, and supply planning efforts. We'll begin with the financial forecast, and in this one there are two different types. A short-term forecast that we use to support our annual rate setting and two-year budget build process. A few years ago, as you all recall, we transitioned away from forecasting that within the Water Authority and leveraging our member agencies to provide forecasts, which we aggregate up to support those near-term rate efforts. That forecast does leverage the current hydrologic conditions, so it does provide a more accurate near-term forecast to support the development of rates and budgets. The second in the financial category is the long-term forecast supporting the development of our long-range financing plan. Pierce and his team will be presenting about this in the next committee following this. And his team has developed a separate model to support this effort. And the purpose for doing that is to develop a high and low forecast that can look at multiple scenarios and support the development of the high-low rate projections and strategies as part of that planning document. I do want to assure the board that this forecast and this in-house model that is developed by finance aligns with our other forecasting and modeling efforts here at the Water Authority. The Monte Carlo model here starts with a starting point using the member agency's calendar year 2026 projections that they provided to the Water Authority, and then also uses inputs and assumptions from our long-range development plan out of our urban water management plan to look at local supplies, conservation savings, all of this to ensure that there's alignment between our forecast strategies. There's just different objectives with each supply and each forecast, so that's why we have separate models. Moving to our facilities planning, again here, similar to the long-range financing plan, we use a long-term forecast to advise on our facilities and infrastructure planning. Back in 2013, for the Water Facilities Master Plan that was developed at that time, there was a model developed to look at and develop what-if scenarios that, again, gave a range of potential outlooks for demands that we could then base and strategize on for making sure that the recommendations in our urban water management or in our facilities master plans were agile and able to adapt to different changing conditions and unknowns into the future. Again, this is a long-term horizon of 25 years, and we update those every 10 years. With the 2024 Facilities Master Plan just being completed, as you may recall, there's really a shift in what we're looking at and what we're trying to achieve in that process. A shift away from new facilities and new pipelines to more looking at system optimization and efficiencies that we can bring into our existing aqueduct system. And so staff is going to be reconsidering the type of forecast and modeling that we need to use for those documents in the future. Again, we have 10 years until the next one's forecasted to start, so we have some time to think of the best strategy on how to forecast our demands for that effort. The last one is our supply forecast, and this is related to our long-range demand forecast supporting our urban water management planning efforts. This is a state requirement and needs to be updated every 5 years. It has specific requirements in terms of normal single dry year, multi-dry year designations and analysis. And it also has a 25-year planning horizon, as I mentioned, is updated every 5 years. The rest of this presentation is going to be focused on that in the long-range demand forecast, so we'll get into that now. Historically, the Water Authority has utilized a consultant to develop the long-range demand forecast supporting these urban water management plans. And similar to that, in January of 2024, this board approved a contract, a professional services contract with Hazen and Sawyer to develop the long-range demand forecast for the 2025 plan. The board did so with a twist, and that was that they directed staff moving forward, we would not utilize the efforts of a consultant to develop a regional long-range demand forecast, but instead aggregate up the member agency efforts and their long-range demand forecast to get an aggregate for the region. And so with that vision in 5 years and that opportunity, we saw a need to develop a parallel process this time to kind of prepare for what it's going to look like in 2030. So on the Water Authority side, we still have our consultant. We'll still be generating our model and our long-range demand forecasts. And in parallel, the member agencies will also develop theirs. But there's two twists there. One, it'll be on an expedited schedule because the Water Authority will need those demands in 2030 at an earlier time frame so we can develop our plan. So that was one change. And the other is if the Water Authority doesn't have its model and its consultant on board, the member agencies may need to do things a little differently on their end to develop their forecast. Several member agencies do depend on the Water Authority for their forecast or elements that go into the development of their forecast. So that parallel process is taking place, and then again, all of this is trying to learn and be prepared for when the Water Authority no longer has a consultant on its developing its forecast in 2030. So that being said, while the member agencies are developing an independent forecast, there is a lot of coordination still with the member agencies. So I certainly want to thank all of your staff for their support and communication and coordination with us on this effort. It started back in 2024 when we asked for information and data coming in from the member agencies. We received preliminary forecast in all sector levels in June of 2025. So from there, we transitioned into one-on-one meetings with those member agencies, with each member agency, to talk about and compare our forecast to theirs, look at their assumptions and methodologies, just having that dialogue and seeing if there are any refinements or changes or updates that we needed to make to our preliminary forecast. So we are currently in that process. And as I mentioned before, in November, we will be providing the results of our regional forecast for the Urban Water Management Plan to this board for discussion. So with that, I do want to hand it off to Savani Bista. She is going to provide more details on our development process for the long-range demand forecast.
Thank you, Jeremy. Good morning. Turning now to the baseline forecast development process, which is divided into 4 main components. So we start out with an extensive data collection effort, and that ultimately results in the creation of a time series model database. Next, a demand forecast model is developed, and that's with historic data analysis, essentially to estimate relationships between different variables that influence water demand. Then the model is tested and calibrated to define the forecast starting point. Finally, the result is a set of unique set of water rate use, and that is multiplied by growth projections to produce the last component, which is baseline forecast for each member agency. Everything that I talked about in my previous slide, that is to build the bubble on the left. The forecast modeling process is just to produce the baseline demand forecast. And just to remind that baseline demand represents the total demand for the entire region. And that's for the 25-year planning horizon. And I will walk through how we get to what the result in the demand on the water authority is. A separate modeling process is conducted to estimate future conservation savings. That's subtracted from the baseline demand forecast to derive net regional demand, which is the middle bubble on the slide. Then local supply projections that is collected from member agencies are deducted from net regional demand, and that's to produce the demand on the water authority, the bubble on the far right. Next, I'm going to talk about where we are in the 2025 demand forecast project and also provide some information we have at this moment. In line with the baseline forecast process that I mentioned earlier, we have collected customer-level water billing data through 2023, and the data has been analyzed, and you can see the result on this graph. Focusing on the single-family water reuse, the green line on the top, the downward demand trend is consistent with the notion that outdoor water use reductions have greatly influenced the overall demand drop in the region. This has led us to consider a base period for our forecast update, which is really focusing on the short-term historic demand. As you can see, it's really flattening in the recent years. So that is also consistent with most member agencies' forecast assumptions, which was shared during the parallel process that Jeremy mentioned. This slide is in response to Director Croucher, his comment during the April budget meeting regarding the Water Authority's 1992 the agreement, memorandum of agreement with SANDAG. Yes, we do have a memorandum of agreement or MOA with SANDAG, and we use their projections for our forecast. And that is to provide a relationship or a nexus between local jurisdictions, land use plan-based developments, and our water demands. So next, I'll focus on recent demographic data that we received from SANDAG. Every 5 years, SANDAG updates its growth projections, and that's for the respective series. As you can see on this slide, different color represents different series or the updates. Series 15 at the bottom, that's the projection they generated for this forecast. And as you can see on this population growth graph, there has been a large downward adjustment in projections compared to the previous efforts. This is just to give a glimpse of demographic inputs in our forecast model. For sure, that will result in a downward shift in demand forecasts compared to the 2020 efforts. Once we finalize the draft demand forecast, we'll be back here in November to talk more about it. So the previous slide that I talked about was for population growth, and this is for the residential household projections for single-family and multifamily. Just to remind, housing unit is our main driver for the demand forecast, so anything here directly impacts our forecast. Again, here we are comparing the bottom line, Series 15, with the top line, the blue line, which was produced for the last update. And as you can see, there's a drastic decline in projections, and that will directly impact our demand forecast. Looking ahead, we'll be back to this committee later in November and present the draft demand forecast. And that will be incorporated into the 2025 Urban Water Management Plan. This will be followed by distribution of the draft plan for member agencies review in mid-December. A public hearing is scheduled for March next year, and we will be here again for Urban Water Management Plan board adoption in May, and that is in order to meet the state's submission deadline of July 1st, 2026. And that concludes our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. We have some people online with some questions. First up is Director Lines.
Thank you, Chair. I just have 2 questions. When you come back and provide us with some more details, will you be showing us how you use the SANDAG projections and the Forecast 15 in our planning? Because I'm really curious, especially now since the Forecast 15 does show a difference from what we expected even 5 years ago. I really would like to see how that is brought into the data that you're presenting.
Will do.
Will do. Great. And I have a question about slide 60. This is probably easily answered, but here we're showing agriculture, multifamily, single family, and non-residential, which all have irrigation. So how is irrigation a totally separate category? What does irrigation mean on this chart?
So irrigation is added to each of those categories. It's by customer class. So if you're talking about the multifamily, then that includes the irrigation as well. But this does not include the recycled water. Recycled water is a separate item that we do not model. It's outside the model, but we forecast it for all agencies as well.
So the irrigation then could be occurring on public lands, or could you say where are you capturing geographically? Where is that irrigation that is part of that number?
So when we collect the information from member agencies, they are providing the customer level water billing data. That's where we get the information from. So when we are saying multifamily or non-residential, the assumption is that that's already incorporated in there. And if it's a recycled water, that's information we get from the member agencies as well, and that's a separate, assuming that most of the recycled water goes to the public, area or, golf course and things like that. So we'll have that information as well, and everything either goes to the model or it's forecasted outside that.
A little more information on that in the future, unless you have somewhere to add today. Yeah.
No, I think just to add, there are dedicated irrigation meters. So that's what that captures in that line.
I got it.
So residential, some have irrigation mixed use meters, and some are just dedicated irrigation.
I just, I'm in the industry, so I know there aren't a lot of dedicated irrigation meters unless it's a park or something that's more specific like that. But I know we're going in the direction of having more of them. All right. Thank you.
Okay, next on the list is Director Myers.
Thank you. Let's go to, if we can go to slide 62. I just think that's a remarkable slide and something for us all to remember. It looks very much like the slides that we've seen on the demand projections for water over time, where we've got all these lines way up here and the actual water use way down here. So for those who, and they're legitimate questions, but for those who question why the Water Authority invested a lot in infrastructure and all of that over the years, this is what SANDAG was telling us was going to be population demands during that time. And I just think that it's something that folks need to be reminded of who have questions about those infrastructure costs, that this is not just the Water Authority, but this is what our region was anticipating was going to be happening in the future. So I just think this is a really interesting slide and really helpful. I do have a question on, I guess the term that I've heard used before is rebound, in terms of demand and so forth. We're on a downward slide, especially during drought. The numbers went way down. We've had a couple of years of a little bit more water around, although that's ending quickly. I noticed that there was a comment in the report that talked about an early takeaway from the one-on-one meetings with member agencies, that they're using recent lower demand trends to establish a starting point for their base period demands. And you sort of pointed that out, I think, very specifically in your memo, I think to try to make a point. So my question is that a criticism or something that, I don't know if criticism's the right word, but what's the purpose of that comment, and are you going somewhere differently with that or have a different point of view about that? Because I'd be really interested in what your view is as to rebound. Do you really think that that shouldn't be the starting point? And so I'd like to hear your comments on that.
No, great observation and comment, Director Myers. And I think we'll get into this a little more in November, too, when we have the final numbers and kind of show that trend that we've seen. And I think the short answer is it's a recognition of a new normal, a new behavior, like a behavioral shift. And in the past, we saw these what we call distractors or impacts to demands, and we thought there would be a rebound, and we would see it, and then it would disappear. And so I think what we've done intentionally this year is exactly what it says in the memo, where instead of looking at a broad historical set of data and trying to figure out the baseline, that picking average years to represent where we think we are today, we've really narrowed that down to things after 2015. So we're looking at years that are, after this downward shift that we've seen, the lower demands and sales that we've seen. We're really focusing on those years as a quote unquote new normal and behavioral shift within San Diego County. So that's really what our shift has been in the comment that we made in our memo, is we're intentionally doing that to recognize what we're seeing.
Okay, thank you, and I do look forward to the actual report with the numbers, and I would be interested in seeing comment there about rebound and what your projections are about whether how you see things staying the same, increasing, or what I would think dropping based upon the new standards that are kicking in for indoor and outdoor, and where that all fits in. Thank you.
Thanks, Neil. Up next, we have Director Freehoff.
Great, thank you. And thank you to the staff. Thank you, Savani. I think the staff is doing an excellent job on this forecast this time around, working with the member agencies. This forecast, I think, is going to be one of our more important forecasts because, again, as we look to the sale, or excuse me, not the sale, but the transfer exchange of our supplies, we're really going to need to have a good handle on what our demands are going to look like out in the future to make sure that we will continue, again, still providing a reliable water supply along with exchanging and transferring those supplies. I was also pleased to hear that you are going to model a wet year. I know that's something we haven't done in the past. Is that correct?
We had done in the past, but this time around, we are including it for 2 planning year. Before it was just for 2045. Last update, we're doing for 2045 and 2050.
Okay, great. I appreciate that because I think that's really important, that we need to be prepared for that and that scenario planning that Jeremy's talked about. So I appreciate that. I do have a more technical question in regards to the Water Authority's modeling and price elasticity. If that figure has changed, because the rates are now sometimes double digits. So I wonder if that is a variable now that's being looked at, and what.
Yes.
Tell me something about that. Yeah, thank you.
Yes, so that's definitely a main driver, a main variable in our equation, econometric equation right now. So what we're doing is we're taking the latest rate ramp from our last update, and we are incorporating that in our forecast. So right now, we're looking at different scenarios. When will the implementation start? If the rate starts from next year, will the impact will be the following year? So we have different scenarios laid out, and we're working on that, just focusing on price. So definitely, yes.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, I just want to jump in and add some of my perspective to all this. To the question about rebounds, I don't think we're going to rebound. I mean, quite frankly, and I think that that's shared across the industry, and certainly from the experiences, real-time data, real-time water usage in the metropolitan service area as well. They're not seeing a rebound either. Notwithstanding some growth, I think that you're going to see in the Inland Empire and in the Eastern Municipal Water District that there's a lot of area to expand there. Met's numbers are trending very similar to where we are at today in terms of flattening out, and I think that some of the graphics showed that. Director Freehoff, to your point about what you're modeling, we are going to do that. We're also going to take the opportunity, although not required as part of the Urban Water Management Plan, to do a number of other different sensitivities. So some of those sensitivities would include the desal plant at less than full production. It would talk about what the impacts would be of potentially moving some water within the Met family or across state lines, if you will, and even what does the future look like for the IID water transfer. That transfer, we have the ability to renew it in 2045. Maybe there's a one-off there that we can model, and all of that will be in sort of an envelope-type analysis going forward. So thank you.
Excellent, thank you.
So along with what Director Myers stated, as an anecdote, Metropolitan in the first 10 years of this century was moving over 2 million acre-feet of water. Their normal allocation on the Delta was around 800 to 900,000 acre-feet, and they were taking 1 million acre-feet through their agreements on the Colorado River. So they had 100,000 plus hole that they were looking at in their future numbers. So they went out and created the LRP programs, and we started doing projects that created very expensive water because that hole needed to be fixed. Today they're moving 1.2 million acre water, and they've got water running out of their ears. And so now it's really easy to go back and say, boy, you guys were really stupid. You shouldn't have built all these projects. But the fact is, you do the best you can with the information you have at the time. And when you project that you're going to have this huge hole in your water supply, you're going to make decisions to fill that hole. And we're no different. We made decisions back in 2011 and 2012 based upon numbers and the best information at the time that we were going to have a large hole in our water supply. And the lay of the land has changed. And I'll remind everybody in here that in 2022, Metropolitan was going to allocate water, meaning they were going to tell you what you could have. And the rains of that winter came along and negated all that. In 2022, they were writing articles about how smart San Diego Water Authority was and how their plans and what they had done was the avant-garde of the world of water, and everybody should be following their example. And today we sit here lamenting the cost of desal and expensive water. So now we're the GOAT. We were a hero just 3 years ago. But we also need to remind ourselves that you do the best you can with the information you have at the time. And forecasting is not a science, it's an art form. And we only hope that Jeff and Jeremy and the staff can come up with a program that is realistic and that we can make a wise decision on. Director Robach, you're next.
Well, Marty, I feel like responding to what you just said, but I won't go there because that wasn't what I was planning on talking about. I do agree on the slide 62 how pronouncedly different that is. Sandag has notoriously in the past been inaccurate. I had a lot of faith in what they had to say for a very long time. But that being said, I mean, this probably is realistic. And by the way, I'm not sure if I heard this or not. Is this largely a function of just the cost of living in San Diego? Is that why we're flattening out so much?
I might not have the answer, but based on what Sandag provided to us, the information and their assumptions, so they are considering the nature change, birth versus death difference, and also in migration and out migration. That's the main variable to come up with, what the change in the variable or the demographic variables say.
Right, okay. And then on slide 60, where you're showing the different classes of water, you had mentioned, of course, we're talking about acre feet in this graph, and the retail agencies, we're looking at GPCD, gallons per capita. So there's, clearly the gallons per capita is heading down as well. What is if you know off the top of your head, what is the countywide average in gallons per capita right now?
It's 115, right? Around 115.
Okay, yeah, and obviously a lot
gallons
of,
per.
like the city of San Diego, I think it's probably 80 something, like, right? And I know Otay is that, Sweetwater are different ones, so a lot of variability. Obviously, Santa Fe is much higher. And you had also mentioned about the outdoor use going down. So how are you measuring are you just getting the feedback from the respective agencies on that? Or we know that there is a trend in that because, people are, in some respects, changing out, thirsty landscaping. But how are you measuring that?
So for this particular, for long-range demand forecast, so we collected the monthly data from all member agencies, and we're doing the maximum and minimum, which means which month has the maximum demands and which has the lowest demand. So during summer, the decline is more than during winter. So the assumption is if during summer we are, seeing the decline, that would be because people are irrigating more. So that's the ratio that we compare to see. Irrigating less, sorry.
Right.
So that's the comparison to say, is outdoor water one of the driver for the demand decrease?
So what has been the decrease roughly in outdoor water use over the last year to 5 years? Being that you are tracking it.
So for outdoor use?
Outdoor.
I don't know. Do you guys have?
Is it more precipitous than indoor? I'm assuming so.
Yeah.
Because you have to have so much water always you're using indoor.
Yeah, I think if you look at the old demand curves, like Savani was mentioning, you look January through December, you'd see that peak in the summer months for use, and that peak is flattened out as we go in more recent years. So all the irrigation efficiencies, the landscape changeouts, all those things are what's driving the outdoor irrigation down. Indoor irrigation, or indoor water use is down a little bit, but all the plumbing code changes are in place now, so you're not really seeing savings opportunities indoors. All the savings is happening outdoors.
All right. Thank you.
Director Leahy.
Thank you. I just wanted to at least start by thanking staff and our general manager for the change in perspective that has occurred over the last few years. I know I've been one that's been harping on this since I joined the board 3 years ago, and I just wanted to at least say I appreciate that we're taking a different approach and modernizing how we do things and how we're conducting business. And I did the silent jazz snaps for saying and acknowledging that, you don't see us rebounding. So I think thank you for saying that on the mic. With that, I was wondering, have we considered updating that MOU with Sandag since it was executed in 1992? And, maybe things have changed and maybe we want to take a different approach?
Yeah, great question. Thank you, Director Leahy. We are considering a lot of different things right now. In our one-on-one meetings with member agencies, there were some challenges that were raised with the notion of the Water Authority not having and providing some of the information and services that we provide through our consultant and our MOA with Sandag. So I think there's still some conversations to be had at the member agency staff level. We're taking good notes and having great conversations. We plan on summarizing that and presenting it to the member agency managers at some point, so we can make sure that we're looking at what is the best and most efficient way to move forward for both the member agencies and the Water Authority when we get to 2030. So more to come on that.
Great, thank you. Yeah, because I mean, this did make sense at the time. Sandag was anticipating that we were going to have this rapid growth, and they wanted to ensure that we, as the Water Authority, had the water to supply and to meet that rapid growth demand. But obviously, that's not meeting our projections. So I appreciate that effort, and thank you for the acknowledgement that we are likely not going to rebound to 500 and 700,000 acre feet.
And Director Leahy, what I'd add to Jeremy's response is, yes, we are going to be looking into that. What's interesting is that regardless of how we use the Sandag data, Metropolitan uses Sandag data as well as SCAG data. So we're going to have to make sure industry-wide that we're all speaking off of the same sheet here. And that question was actually asked of Met staff just this past week. And their response is yes, we're still planning on using it, but even they took a departure in years past from really relying on those population increases.
Director Myers, you're up.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I had just one question that I forgot to ask, and this relates to Sandag. We're now using what they call their Series 15. That's their latest. And when was that issued? About?
We got the information in August last year.
So that would be their projection as of August last year?
Correct, but just to keep in mind that they started their work sometime early 2024, and the general plan that went into their production was collected a few months before. So there's some time lag.
In that ballpark?
Correct, yes.
Right. Okay. And then and how often do they reissue a new series? Was it 5 years or 10 years?
Every 5 years.
5 years. Do they issue interim adjustments during that time at all? I mean, things I think have changed probably maybe significantly just since last year in terms of population projections in this region. Maybe, I don't know. But do we just sort of stay static and just for the next 5 years no matter what? Or do we potentially have the ability to make adjustments if it appears that there's been a material change in, for example, populations?
So that kind of gets to what I talked about in the beginning of the presentation and the different types of forecasts we have. So the Sandag and the Urban Water Management Plan, the long-range demand forecast, that's an every 5 years thing. But in the between years, we are able to make adjustments in the different models and systems and forecasting that we do for other efforts, and we do take those considerations.
And just adding, we ask for population estimates from all our member agencies every year.
Thank you. Last on the list is Director Medaffer.
Thank you. I just hope, Chair Miller, that at some point that speech you made about the resiliency we enjoy today, maybe you could go down to the San Diego City Council on Tuesday and remind them of that, since they're having a hard time figuring out their water rates. Thank you. It's a history they don't know.
I don't know how to respond to that.
Take it for what it's worth.
Yes, sir, I will attend.
I think Dan's on the hook for that one. Okay, I don't see any more people on the speakers list. Thank you, Jeff, Jeremy, and Savani, for your excellent report as usual, and we'll look forward to another report next month. All right. With that, we have no more presentations. There's no informational items. We don't have any closed session. And with that, we went longer than I thought we were. General Manager?
Yeah, A&F in 5.
We're adjourned.
Okay, let's get rolling here on A&F. Good morning. Welcome to the September 25th, 2025 meeting of the A&F Committee. I am Vice Chair Arant. I am not Director Abdul. Yeah, I'm not. And so, I can't even say it. So I'll be serving today in her stead. So, Nicole, please call roll, please.
Chair Abdullahi. Vice Chair Arant.
Here.
Vice Chair Yamani.
Here.
Directors Acosta.
Here.
Croucher. Hilliker. Kirschbaum.
Present.
Leahy.
Here.
Norman,
Present.
Quaylen,
Here.
Serrano,
Here.
Vespy, Whitburn,
Here.
Williams.
Here.
Vice Chair Arant, you have a quorum of the committee.
Thank you very much. As we discuss the items on the agenda today, I'll be calling on directors who push their speaker button. Please limit your comments to matters not already addressed and state all of your points when you have a chance to speak so that we can move through the agenda. Are there any additions to the agenda?
There are none.
I'm going to take my authority here as vice chair and chair of this committee. I'm going to move item, one of the action items from item 2-2 up to head of the current presentation on the long-range financial plan. So we have some people in the audience who have been waiting a long time, so we'll move that up, and they're certainly welcome to stay after the PSAR presentation, but they're free to go. So, public comment. We have some speakers.
Calling on public comment for matters on the administrative and finance agenda or within the jurisdiction of the committee. You have 3 minutes to make your comments. First speaker, Mr. Farrow. You may begin now.
Thank you. Good morning. Good morning, Board Chair Serrano and fellow board members. My name is Enrico Farrow, and I'm a past president of the San Diego County Farm Bureau, current president of Valley Center Municipal Water District and the San Diego Region Irrigated Lands Group. I grow avocados and work as a pest control advisor for other citrus and avocado growers in the county. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today about the PSAR program. This program has made it possible for small farms like mine to continue operate despite all of the challenges that growers face on a regular basis. We greatly appreciate the value of the program and the contribution it makes to the sustainability of farming in San Diego County. I also want to thank the members of your staff, Mike Lee, Pierce Rossum, Lisa Marie Harris, and Jeff Stevenson for meeting with our water committee over the last several months to collaborate on a viable way to keep the program going for the benefit of agriculture in San Diego County. They have provided us with 3 options to sustain the program with many appealing components. I think many farms would cease to operate under design option 1. The cost increases over a short period of time would just be too great for many operations to absorb. While design option 3 is the most appealing, we realize it is not the most reasonable. Option 2 seems to provide a more reliable and reasonable increase in rates for the ag community. Within that option, I'm in support of the Farm Bureau's proposed sub-options A and B. So, thank you so much for your time and consideration today.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, Ms. Stelly.
Thank you. My name is Alicia Staley, and I'm a 4th-generation Southern California farmer from Valley Center. My family has farmed citrus and avocados for over 100 years. Today, my dad farms citrus and avocados very differently than his father and grandfather, while I farm wine grapes. We both farm with technology in our pockets, monitoring various aspects of our crops to make the best use of every input, to maximize yield and quality. It's the only way we survive. I have spent my entire life watching my dad adopt new technologies to use water as efficiently as possible. As for many of us San Diego farmers, that's our largest annual expense. I have done everything I can to learn more about the whys, from tagging along as a kid on a Farm Bureau tour to the construction site to the bottom of what is now Diamond Valley, tours of the Delta, the smelt screens, and took California water law in college for fun. While I understand how costly it is to get water here in San Diego County, I know the priceless value agriculture is to our region. This is what I teach new farmers at one of our local community colleges where I have taught for 16 years. Efficiency is key, water is life, and the keystone of the puzzle is being economically sustainable. We grow trees and vines with productive lives of over 30 years. So what's next? A sustainable food system is looked at as a 3-legged stool: community, environment, and economy. A soapbox any past student will tell you that I will die upon is economic sustainability. We have so many pressures upon us as farmers, but if we are not economically sustainable, it all falls apart. The stool falls over. I thank you for your past support of ag and the time and effort as you continue to work on the ag water rate. Farm Bureau has presented you with a few options, and while option 2 isn't the most likely, the easiest to approve, it still doesn't give us the economic sustainability we need. With a fixed discount, the value of the discount goes down over time as the M&I rate goes up. How do I make a decision to replant and make a commitment to plant something with 30 years of productivity, knowing that my water rates will continue to skyrocket while our ag rates loses its value? I urge you to look at option 2, sub-option A that Farm Bureau presented with a fixed percentage discount off the M&I rate. Give us the ability to have some way to plan longer, to project, to make a decision to stay in agriculture. Ag is a key part of our local economy, landscape, and our water usage helps keep this system flowing and the M&I rate lower. Without an economically sustainable options, farms will shut down, generations of farming will be lost, and water sales will decline, impacting everyone's rates. I hope I can finish out my career in ag. For my sons, I encourage them to be engineers.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, Mr. Groot.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Dana Groot, and I'm past president of San Diego County Farm Bureau. It's nice to see you all again this morning. I'd like to thank you once again, the CWA and the board, for its long support of the ag discount rate. For many years, the PSAR discount rate has been a critical part in sustaining the economic viability of the county's permanent agriculture, particularly the citrus and avocado groves. The ag discount rate has delivered benefits for County Water Authority and the region. Beyond the $1.7 billion direct economic activity agriculture produces in the county and the fresh fruits and vegetables produced and consumed locally, County Water Authority sells 12 to 13,000 acre-feet of water under the PSAR program. In addition to the revenue these PSAR sales produce that help to pay the fixed overhead, there are additional operational benefits to County Water Authority for system maintenance, repairs, or other options for service interruptibility. Like agricultural commodities all over the country, our county growers have endured a dynamic economic environment during and since the COVID era. Like other businesses, food production does not occur in an economic or an environmental vacuum. Input costs for agriculture have soared, sometimes at 2 to 3 times the rate of inflation. More recently, high interest rates have often exceeded an unpredictable return on a risky investment in a living inventory. This, with the added risks associated with a crop subject to commodity pricing, can easily lead to the years when the market price is well below the cost of production. Looking to the future, the biggest dilemma farmers in the county face in general is uncertainty in their business planning and investment projections. San Diego County Farm Bureau considers the PSAR option 2, as outlined in our August 18th letter, the optimal future solution for farmers in the region.
Your time is up. Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
That concludes, I'm sorry, we have one more public speaker. First name is Jimmy. I'm sorry, I'm not sure how to pronounce the last name.
It's all right, I'm used to it. I can pronounce this one, Yukagawa. Thank you.
Thank you. Esteemed Water Authority Chairman and Directors, my name is Jimmy Yukagawa. I've been growing strawberries in Carlsbad since 1984. I'm also the current president of the San Diego County Farm Bureau. On behalf of our members, I'd like to express our gratitude for the support Water Authority has provided to farmers in this county. and for this agency's continued efforts to sustain the PSAR program. After careful review of the PSAR design options, our organization feels that option 3 would be most desirable. However, if option 3 is untenable, the next best is design option 2, sub-option A, PSAR rate as a fixed percentage of the full Water Authority rate. Within my lifetime, I've seen strawberry production in San Diego County drop from thousands of acres to less than 100 because of the high cost of production and cheap imports. Please don't let this happen to our avocado and citrus industry. Design option 2, sub-option A would help keep agriculture sustainable in this county. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for your comments. That concludes our in-person speakers. If there are public speakers online, please raise your hand through the Zoom app or press star 9 if listening by phone. I see none.
Oh, okay, thank you. Chair's report, couple quick items. Our adopted budget for fiscal years 26 and 27 has been posted on the Water Authority website, and evidently we will have printed copies available next month if you would like a hard copy. So I guess to let staff know, whether or not you'd like a hard copy. Also, I want to congratulate our purchasing department for receiving the Achievement in Excellence in Procurement Award from the National Procurement Institute for the 12th year in a row. So that's quite an accomplishment, and thank you very much for your hard work. Are there any other directors' comments from Vice Chair or other directors at this time? Okay. We have 2 items on the consent calendar. One is the staff recommendation to note and file the monthly treasurer's report. And then number 2 is an ordinance making several amendments to chapters 2.05, 4.04, and 4.08 of the Administrative Code. Are there any questions or comments? And I'll entertain a motion for approval.
Move to approve, Mr. Chair.
I have a motion by Chair Serrano. And who's the second by?
I'll second, Mr.
Yeah, second
Chair.
by Director Yedis. Okay. All in favor? Mr. Director Paul.
Thank you. I'm not a member of this committee, so I appreciate the opportunity to speak. The second item, I'm not in support of the second item that removes the annual review of the membership payments. That moves it to a buy-in every 2-year review just at budget, and I don't think that's sufficient. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Okay. I have no other speakers, so we'll go ahead and vote. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Okay. Abstentions? Okay. As I said earlier, we're going to change the order of the presentations under action, discussion, and presentation. We're going to go to the presentation by Lisa Marie Harris on the multi-year permanent special ag water rate funding program. So go ahead, Lisa Marie.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Rand and Board of Directors. I'm Lisa Marie Harrison, the Director of Finance, and I'm going to tag team with Pierce Russum to give you an overview on where we are with the PSAR program to date. Next slide. So as a reminder, the PSAR program was created to support the ag economy. This board has fully recognized that this program helps the region by boosting the water sales. And the overall economy or the industry of ag is over $1.7 billion. So it's a critical industry to this region. It provides customers a lower water rate in exchange for a lower level of service. And that's been the general nexus with MWD's purchases to create basically interruptible supplies, and updates made were required for 2026. Next slide. So the PSAR benefits, as you can all see, all members of the Water Authority benefit from the ag program. There's been definitely discussion about if the ag were to go away, M&I costs would go up, and so that does impact the overall water rate. But the benefits also include that it does defray costs to the ag community, as was spoken in the public comment period. It does also help meet our take-or-pay contracts, which is critical. And it also sustains the rural economy and the quality of life. The key policy question that's really before you in the next month is how does the Water Authority maintain the PSAR program and its benefits in a legal and equitable way? Next slide. And the question comes about because currently we're not purchasing the MWD water as we once were, and so we can't find the nexus in cost of service to continue the program at the level of benefit that the ag farmers would like. And so we've been working at a staff level with the Farm Bureau, the key stakeholders, especially the ag member agencies, to really develop options that are viable and sustainable for the ag community. And we really support the options that we were developed, and I heard today that the ag community is in support of those options. Next slide. And so just to provide a brief summary, and Pierce is going to dive deeper into these three options, but basically there's three options. The first option is current status quo, where the farmers will get a subsidy, but they won't get the same level of subsidy, largely because of the MWD component goes away. So then the staff developed two other options, one being the cost-based service from number one, but then that amount that went away from the MWD purchases would be supplemented with using non-rate revenue to get them basically back to where it was. And then we were more aggressive with alternative three, where it doesn't have any interruptible service component to it. It would just be funded by the non-rate revenue, so there's no cost of service requirement. So those are the three options, and I'm very happy that we were able to work on a collaborative basis with the key stakeholders to present options for the board to consider. Next slide. So this slide just really summarizes the work that we've done to date. As stated, we've met with the Farm Bureau several times, and we're happy to continue to work with the Farm Bureau and other key stakeholders as we engage the board with this activity. We also received a letter from the Farm Bureau. Our Chair Nick Serrano, also replied to that letter, and it was submitted in your board packet for your review. And so we're going to continue to have these conversations until we can reach a general consensus. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Pierce, and he's going to run through the details of each option.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa Marie. And what we're looking to do here is just today is an informational item. We're just presenting the options and how they were derived. Next month, we hope to come back and have this board adopt that framework. That framework will not define specific rates, will not define specific dollar amounts. That will come back to the board during the annual rate setting process as we do that. So look for kind of specific numbers later or early next spring, not necessarily today or next month. So when we're talking about these alternatives and these developments, what we're looking at is kind of generally what are we looking at. And the first, as Lisa Marie mentioned, is kind of the status quo. As you may recall, last year we had the idea that times have changed, demands have changed, use of the system have changed, that ag customers, PSAR participants are benefiting from storage. They're benefiting from the fact that we are no longer buying metropolitan water, so they are receiving QSA supplies. We do have some metropolitan water in San Vicente in storage, and so we were able to kind of maintain that $800 discount or so for calendar 26. However, we did kind of say, as a preview to potentially what would come around in 2027, is we run out of Met water, and all that is left over is that $500 remaining of that discount that's based on cost of service. It's based on the lower level of service, and that incremental supply cost differential that used to be derived from Metropolitan, since we're not buying Metropolitan water, that goes away, thinking that we can't provide the Met rate when we're not buying Met water. So this was alternative one. It requires no supplemental funding. It's 100% based on cost of service and maintains that lower level of reliability. However, as you heard, you do see kind of that all-in rate that goes from about $1,900 or $2,000 an acre foot. It jumps quite remarkably in 2027. Again, because that is purely based on cost of service and the fact that there's no metropolitan water being forecasted to purchase. There would not be subsequent jumps in 28 and 29. Those would just reflect kind of the progression of inflation and the costs of our supplies. Alternative 2 was the strategy of how can we maybe keep the program under the existing cost benefit that the PSAR participants are used to. So what this would do is this would maintain the lower level of service, so it's still interruptible. There's still the kind of the eligibility requirements. We would have about $500 of that cost of service discount, that same as alternative 1, but we would look to supplement with non-rate revenue. So our property tax dollars would be directly allocated to support a PSAR supplement. Depending on what that demand looks like from PSAR, if it's 12,000 acre feet at a $400 an acre foot discount, that's $4.8 million. So that number is going to move a little bit as we get updated demand forecasts, updated assumptions from the retail customers or member agencies on what PSAR is going to look like. But right around a $5 million or so discount or property tax pull would be required. All else equal, if no demand shifts around, this would have a $17 an acre foot or just under 1% rate impact to the M&I customers. That $5 million is getting directly allocated to PSAR customers and is no longer being spread amongst all M&I and PSAR sales. As you see in the graph on the right, there is an increase in calendar 27, but it's not to the same degree because you are offsetting that, you're supplementing with property tax dollars. Now, after having conversations with the Farm Bureau, they looked at alternative 2, and as you've heard in the public comments, there was appreciation for that. But in terms of a framework, there was some additional details left to be desired. Alternative 2, alternative 1 here. So this would be what was described by the prior speakers as design option 2, sub-option 1. This is essentially pegging it to or indexing it to the M&I rate. And so if the M&I rate is, if you want to say it's always 80% of the M&I rate, then that's going to be the rate that it's indexed off of. It's not just a $400 discount that stays flat in perpetuity. It's based on that price differential between M&I. There are some things that we would look to address on this in terms of what happens if we have third-party water sales and those types of things that impact only the M&I rate. Should that benefit the PSAR rate as well? So those would be conversations or things that we would want to look at. But this is certainly something for consideration in terms of understanding that as time goes on, this is a multi-year plan, that there is some sort of growth in that supplemental discount. The second sub-option would essentially pull out some of the fixed rates and make it so similar to our metropolitan settlement that M&I can kind of do what it needs to do and stay with the cost of water, but you would pull out the cost related to PSAR and index it to a general inflation rate. And so this would provide more streamlined, less volatility that you may see on the other, just on M&I alone. Alternative 3 was to kind of think outside the box and say, would we get more PSAR participation? Would removing the lower level of service be a boon to the farm industry, to those crops? And so what this option does is it would say, look, provide them M&I water, call it M&I water, treat everyone equally, but then just provide a straight discount, not based on cost of service at all, but straight from the property tax. We have roughly $20 million a year in property tax revenue, so you could allocate, this board could allocate up to $20 million of property tax money to that program. And again, depending on how much participation you have from the ag community, that is kind of a sliding scale. The more dollars we allocate it and the less demand, the higher that discount. Less funds, more demand, the smaller the discount. And you can kind of see that on the right-hand side. Again, the M&I impact, all else equal, and that's a big if, is, grows at kind of that 5 million equals 0.7% of rate impact. So the full $20 million allocation, directly allocating that to the PSAR program, would be at most a 2.8% rate impact. But it does provide greater assurances, perhaps, that that demand stays with the water authority and does not go away. We also looked at some other options in terms of could we provide not necessarily a full ag program, but maybe a tailored approach. And so there was thoughts or considerations of specific crops or tree crop only discounts. And we're happy to entertain those ideas. When we talk about the financial impacts, there are a lot of considerations and sensitivities to assume. As I said, when we're talking about these rate impacts, a lot of it assumes that the M&I demand or the ag demand is maintained. Will the farmers, will PSAR at a $400 or $500 cost of service only discount maintain that 12,000 acre feet of demand, or will it drop to 6,000 acre feet? That's a question we've asked, and if anyone has the answer to that with some certainty, please let us know. So there's that consideration, and so there's always going to be this give and take. A lot of other factors come into play in terms of ag demand, weather being a primary one. When there's less rain and hot weather, our ag demand does spike. And so trying to figure out a perfect break even is going to be kind of a point in time, our best guess at that time of cost of service. In terms of other considerations, there are some offsetting benefits here that are strictly applicable to the water authority and not necessarily to the retail agencies. One is that the water authority, in terms of potential loss of revenue, we are shielded somewhat because we have these fixed charges that are based on 7-year rolling averages. So even though the member agency will immediately feel that impact on your own revenue collection, the water authority wouldn't see that immediately. And then also we have heard lots of conversations about the ability to market our additional water supplies. And so, yes, if demand does fall off, those demands perhaps could be added to that ability to market that additional water supply. So there's a lot of different considerations going in here. As I mentioned earlier, what we're looking to do is come back to the board after this discussion next month for a recommendation on that framework, not specifically the discount needs to be $400 and right, we're not looking for that specific thing, but just saying, yes, we like the idea, we support the idea of option 2 that provides some supplemental funding. And if you do want to provide a range, these options have a lot of range in them. You know, these are kind of just bookends, if you will, of the rate design, so we can continue to develop and talk about that as a framework next month. And then when we get to specific cost of service, when we enter that in the spring of 2026. With that, that concludes the presentation, and we're happy to answer any questions.
Pierce, thank you. I have Director Leahy in the queue.
Thank you, and thank you for that presentation. And you mentioned a lot of things that I was going to say, but I probably will repeat them in a different way to my colleagues here. So just so everyone knows, and I've repeated this before, so I'm going to say it again, this impacts everyone, whether you have agriculture or not in your service area. So I hope that we're all part of this together. As was mentioned in the staff report, 11 of the 22, so 50% of our agencies are participating in this program. And agricultural use in our community is so important that I even found this. Google is our friend. The city of San Diego has an incentive program to keep vacant properties, and incentivize those property owners to develop agriculture in their urban communities, and they offer a tax incentive for that. So that is how important this is, that we continue to maintain agriculture locally. And I will even quote that in their resolution. It's to provide education about production of fresh food, improving the public health, increasing access to fruits, vegetables, and other produce in areas that currently lack fresh foods. And I can't think of a better way to improve access to fresh foods than keeping agriculture in our community. I wanted to discuss, and I'd ask for staff in future items when this comes back. There was information that was provided in the May supplemental materials with the financials. If we can include that for future items for the board to see the financials that this program has provided the Water Authority, I think it's very important. So, as mentioned in past items, we are currently budgeting to sell 320,000 acre-feet of water this year, which is our take or pay. If we sell less water, we are paying for water that we're not using. Last year, the PSAR program, and this is not including Fallbrook or Rainbow, so it's our current member agencies, used just under 14,000 acre-feet of water. That program brought in $20 million of revenue into into the Water Authority. And that constitutes, if that demand goes away, that's going to be a 4% rate increase to all of our customers, right? The whole 5% or $5 million is 1%. That is a 4% rate increase to all of our customers to be able to just meet our take or pay. So it impacts everyone if this revenue goes away. Additionally, in that financial report, it shows that $4.4 million was a net revenue to our fixed rate. So that's net of the program that offset the Water Authority's fixed rates. So that is a huge bonus. Again, almost 1% of our rate impact is actually being offset by the program and historical financial contributions from the PSAR program. The city of Oceanside, those that may not know, has about 3,500 acres of agricultural land in the hills in South Morro Hills. It's a beautiful area, and the city has been really striving, and the community is striving to keep that land and to keep the farmers from wanting to do something else with it and sell it and develop it. And they have been looking at every possible way to encourage people to continue to farm. And those farmers, as we've heard from our speakers, are using technology to become more efficient, to keep their costs low. And in addition to, in Oceanside specifically, we're looking at ways that we can do alternative revenue sources, so agritourism and creating wedding venues and other things and events and features in the community that will allow that space to be maintained as agriculture, but offsetting some of the operational costs that come with it, knowing that those continue to increase. So our farming community continues to do what they can on their end, and I think that we need to continue to do what we can on our end. As we've heard with the PLA conversations, we want to keep our money local. We want to continue to support our local families and our communities, and this is just another program that the Water Authority continues or can continue to support those families and communities. And I'm going to crib off of Chair Serrano's statements earlier to support our hardworking members of our community. And this is something that will continue to allow us to do that. So I would support and ask for my colleagues' support on option 2. I like option 2 or 3, but option 2 and the additional requests from the farming communities of alternatives 1 or 2 is also supported. With that, I would ask that when we come back with an alternative for a framework, that when we're looking at water sales and third-party transfers, both in the metropolitan family but also externally, that a portion of that revenue that comes in directly benefits the PSAR program so that there's a direct connection. The reason this program's going away is because we're not selling that water. So if we're selling that water and transferring it, I think there should be a direct nexus to the PSAR program to continue to fund and support it. And I think that would also offset some of the concerns about the subsidizing of the program. So thank you.
Yeah, Director Leahy, I'll just jump in on the point you made about the water transfers. I think that that's something that we will be looking at, and especially in the broader scheme of things, not just the ag rate, but the supply reliability charge, a number of other things that would be impacted as a result of third-party water transfers. We would look to do that probably first with the group of GMs, and then bring that to the board with some recommendations.
Director Paul.
Thank you very much. So, Pierce, I just wanted you to know that I'm supportive of option 3 as my first choice, and then option 2.1, I do want any benefit to be indexed, or I don't want it to deteriorate. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, your point, Pierce, about you're not trying to predict what the demand would do over time, even with the rate. I mean, it's hard to do, but have we looked at our whole PSAR program? Because I know that when we transitioned from the temporary to the permanent, we added additional requirements, and I'm just going to channel, our former colleague, Tom Kennedy, when he said that we lost a bunch of customers. So if we're going to do it, let's do it right and make sure that we are going to attract the folks that we may be lost, because I do agree with this premise that we lose that demand, it does impact M&I. So let's try to do it right and look at everything. So that's my comment. By the way, I'd be supportive of alternative 2.
Director Hilliker. Excuse me, Vice Chair Hilliker.
Thank you, Chair. I would be, just so you know, going forward, I'm in support of option number 3. As a farmer, I can tell you how important that water is. While I'm not in the PSAR program because I can't afford to be on the whole non-reliable side of things, it will really help our San Diego farmers.
Thank you, Frank. Director Freehoff.
Great, thank you. And I want to, I'm not a member of the committee, so thank you, Chair, for letting me speak. I appreciate staff's effort on this to be innovative and creative and working with our stakeholders at the Farm Bureau on this. I also support looking at the framework for option 2. I think, one of the things I've always been supportive of the PSAR program, even when it was a temporary program. But one of the things we always looked at, though, as part of this program is making sure there was a benefit to the municipal and industrial customers also, that isn't just a clear subsidy. And I think what you've developed here works. We have the first component that has that lower level of service. Basically, they're not taking advantage of desalinated water. The second component, using non-rate revenue, I think that's important. And I think, I think our M&I customers would be willing to, to pay a little extra, knowing just to keep the ag demand here. I think that's the benefit. So I do see that policy nexus with what you've developed. So I appreciate that. The one thing I would request you consider when you come back is looking at perhaps, because there's so many moving pieces to this in regards to what General Manager Denham mentioned, that we come back maybe in 3 years, 5 years, I don't know, some time frame, and direct staff to do that, to come back and see where we are in regards to the transfers, exchanges, and ag demands and all that. So thank you.
Director Acosta.
Yes, thank you. I'm so grateful to my colleagues for the good conversation and to staff for their hard work, and especially for doing the outreach to the stakeholders who are going to be most affected by this. So I'm so glad that the San Diego County Farm Bureau is here and has been participating in the process, because their livelihoods will be affected by this. And I'm especially grateful for Director Leahy's comments about the loss of customers, loss of users, and the overall impact and increase in rates if we don't subsidize, if we don't help in some way. So I am very supportive. I especially like design option 2A, but I am open-minded and appreciate the hard work, especially working with the Farm Bureau. Thanks.
Director Ray. Excuse me, Director Norman. I'm sorry.
Mine is more of a philosophical point I'd like to make. I love that Lindsay talked about how important ag is to the overall region. Just like I think plants of any kind, even at the Water Conservation Garden, is important.
Oh, slick. Oh, that was slick.
But in any case, I think that this whole concept is a very important one for us to pay attention to. I like number 3, and I could be wrong from the science point of view, but I think there's so much climate whiplash going on that it's going to be hard for us to even to assess when some wet water times or dry times are. So, who knows? But I would like more consistency for planning because plants take time to mature and be productive.
Thank you. I appreciate the conversation. There was a comment that M&I customers might be willing to pay a little extra to support this program. A lot of M&I customers would struggle to do so. A lot of M&I customers are struggling today, and I hear about that a lot. But I feel like what I heard from Director Leahy, and I want to ask staff to elaborate on this, is that M&I customers would not get a discount by not supporting this program. Is that an accurate reflection of the facts?
So the way we're looking at it is, as we model it, there would be that impact. But in actuality, if demand does fall off, there is a strong negative impact that would be recovered or that would burden the M&I customers. So there is a certain risk that's associated with you provide this, discount to them, shifting property tax dollars away from them. If that does, in fact, protect that demand, that has a significant benefit to the overall financial picture. So, it's one of these, if you spend $5 million to save 10, and that might be a more likely outcome than losing $5 million.
So if you don't subsidize the program, at the end of the day, it results in a rate increase. It's going to cause your rates to go up anyway, is basically what you're saying.
Correct.
I was struck by the gentleman from Carlsbad, director of the Farm Bureau, who pointed out that the number of acres farmed for strawberries has declined so dramatically, and I think that is goes to Director Leahy's point about the value of having locally grown produce. So this has been informative. I appreciate the discussion. Thank you.
Okay, let's see. Who's Director Medaffer?
Thank you very much. And I, too, appreciate Director Leahy's comments. Regarding the importance of the PSAR program, to hear her talk about a 4% rate increase without this program is very real to all our member agencies. And I think she made those comments very eloquently. In fact, it reminds me of the 4% hit we all took when Fallbrook and Rainbow left. I wish they hadn't left because that was a big impact as well. Many of you know one of my businesses is an agritourism farm up in Julian, and we're also members of the Farm Bureau, although we're not connected to the Water Authority. We're 100% groundwater dependent in Julian. But I am a very strong supporter of Alternative 3. As somebody who's lived in San Diego my entire life, I remember the droves of avocados that once covered the hillsides and those are gone now. But the Farm Bureau has been very responsive in terms of creating very drought-tolerant watering practices, frankly, that rival what we see in the Imperial Valley. I've been to Jimmy's farm at the Carlsbad Strawberry Fields, and the irrigation that's used there is very cognizant and very respectful of the price they have to pay for water. And I think you're seeing that. I think it was at a Farm Bureau dinner a couple years ago where one of the Farmers of the Year grows more succulents than anybody else in the United States. That's at practically every Home Depot or Lowe's, as I recall. Am I saying that right, Dana? Am I remembering that right? So it's very impressive how farmers in San Diego County have not only been able to stay in business despite the higher rates, but they've adapted by really some amazing conservation efforts. Having this PSAR program in place in Alternative 3, in my opinion, will do a great job to keep jobs in place and to protect all of our ratepayers from further increases. So I support that, and I hope when it comes back, Mr. Chair, that would be the recommendation of staff. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Hilliker, or Vice Chair Hilliker.
Thank you. I just want to remind everyone that, if down the road, if and when ag goes away, especially up in the North County, and it's people that are a part of this program now, and maybe we don't have it, you're not going to be able to put houses where they're growing these trees to, mitigate that water. I mean, once it goes away, it's gone. And so back to Lindsay's comment, $20 million. So just remember that. There's not going to be anything that's going to be able to replace it.
And Director Ray.
Thank you. I'm not a member of this committee, so I appreciate the opportunity to speak. So I'd want to appreciate Director Leahy and Acosta about their comments, especially in regards to the loss of sales. So I believe Director Leahy said last year the Water Authority sold 14,000 acre-feet of ag water, PSAR water. 30% of that was to my district alone. So the realistic, the likelihood that we could quickly have a negative impact is significant because one member agency is 30% of PSAR sales. And the thing that Director Norman mentioned about climate change, and I don't really like to get into this, but when all those trees go away, what happens to the carbon footprint that the other people in this region, cause? Those trees, in my district alone, it's 13,000 acres of whether it's citrus, avocado, persimmons, 13,000 acres of trees could be gone. And Director Hilliker, Vice Chair Hilliker, said about not being able to be replaced with ag. It's not only not being able to replace ag with homes, it's not only because of the topography of where these trees exist. In my district, it's an agricultural conservation easement, so you literally cannot put homes there. They cannot be replaced because they're in conservation easements. 8,000 acres of my district is an agricultural conservation easement, so you can't replace that with homes. So those are all considerations that, are part of the different variables that go into why PSAR is such an important part of this region and supporting the people of this region and of our community as a whole.
Thank you. Chair Serrano.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And first off, I want to thank the representatives from the Farm Bureau who took the time to be here today to provide their comments to us. This is, I think, an incredibly important conversation for the Water Authority to have for all of the reasons that have been expressed by my colleagues here today. As a representative of the city of San Diego, I, again, see this as an important conversation because I think one of the beautiful things about San Diego County is the fact that we have this type of diversity in our geography, right? How we have big cities, but then also, you can go just a couple miles down a freeway and be in a community that really relies on a program like this and a lifestyle that supports the rest of the region and beyond. And so while I'm always going to be concerned about, potential rate impacts across the region, not only to the representatives of my city, I appreciated the comments from Director Leahy and her support of workers and working families, because I think that's all very real in terms of this conversation and what we're talking about. And so I appreciated the response from staff to Director Whitburn's question, because I think the city of San Diego is going to have that natural concern about potential rates. And so I hope that when this comes back, we will have that clarity about what this means or not in terms of rate impacts. But I think collectively we can recognize that this is an important opportunity for all of us to really support the agricultural community that sustains life, not only here in the region, but beyond that. And so I appreciate all of your thoughtful conversation and the opportunity to make those comments, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Unfortunately, I have no more speakers on this issue. I just a couple comments, and I really don't just need to say much because Director Leahy covered it very well, and then the supportive comments of all the people in the room. It's been very positive and rewarding. Thank you very much. The one issue that Pierce raised was, well, we're not sure what will happen. I'm not sure what will happen either. I just know this, that when I started to work in Valley Center in 1989, we had just delivered 54,000 acre feet of water, 50 of which was to agriculture. Ag demand in that year was about 135,000 acre feet in 1 year. Today, you've heard what it is. It's 12 or 13,000 acre feet. So do I have an algorithm that proves that if this goes away, so does ag? No, but I'm pretty sure that there would be a significant impact on ag demand, especially when you think about if the ag price differential is diminished or goes away at the same time rates are increasing, then you have a double whammy for the growers. And I would anticipate that we'll see another decline in ag demand. So anyway, again, I want to thank the work done by our staff on this issue. It's been outstanding, and I look forward to continuing the conversation. So I hear the rumbling and grumbling of the stomachs out there, so we're going to break now. We're going to take a half an hour for lunch, so we're going to come back here at 1:05. And so happy lunch. Thank you. Okay, I want to reconvene the meeting. We should probably confirm quorum.
Vice Chair Arant.
Here.
Vice Chair Yamani. Here. Directors Acosta. Here. Croucher. Hilliker. Here. Kirschbaum. Here. Leahy. Here. Norman.
Here.
Quaylen. Serrano. Vespi. Whitburn.
Here.
Williams.
Here.
Vice Chair Arant, we have a quorum of the committee.
Thank you very much. So we're back on to under action, discussion, and presentation, back up to item number 1, and when Pierce is ready to roll. Go ahead.
Well, thank you. And I just have a light conversation here, light item after that supposedly a very light lunch you just had. Pierce Rossum, Financial Planning Manager. So today we're going to continue the conversation on the 2026 Long Range Financing Plan. This is a long presentation, but the first 7 slides are really what I'm going to cover. The back half of the slides that are in your packet, you've all seen before. So if we need to make reference to why certain decisions are made or certain metrics, we're happy to go into that later deck. But we're going to try to stay here high level. We look to come back to the board next month with a draft document and then look to get a final document in front of the board for approval in November. So backing up, what is the purpose of the long-range financing plan? Really, it's to communicate to the rating agencies what our funding forecast is over the next 10 years. And when we talk about a 10-year financial forecast, we're talking fiscal 2026 through fiscal 2035. And as part of that forecast, it is aligning with the key funding policies and targets that this board sets. So from the board's perspective, it's what are those key policies? Are they still foundational? Are they still in the structure that this organization wants? A lot of them are industry standards. Many of them have been developed and reinforced over the last several decades, but this is an opportunity for the board to reassess those items. The credit agencies, as we look to issue a 2026 debt later next year, they will use that for a full credit review. That is their opportunity to say not only how to grade the $285 million that we look to issue, but what is the grade on the outstanding $2 billion of debt that we have, and what is our ability to pay that over time. Member agencies will use this document, and the ratepayers will use this document to get an understanding of how you plan for your financial forecasts, how you incorporate this into your rate forecasts. Many of you do longer-term 5-year rate settings. This will give you an opportunity in terms of a high-low in which to kind of plan against and how that fits into decisions that your agencies need to make. And finally, from our position as staff, these are the bedrock foundations, policies that we base our annual rate setting, our biennial budget process on. So these are the kind of the goalposts, if you will, that we look to play the game within. While we kicked this process off officially in July with an overview of the long-range plan, we have to go back to January of this year where we had a really good and robust conversation on all of the financial policies, the metrics, and potential options, potential changes to those. Some of those options would have been implemented or could have been implemented for the calendar 26 rate setting process, but also the board understood that we were going to do immediately after the rate setting process, we were going to jump into this more longer term holistic approach. Not only have we been communicating with the board, but we've been working with member agencies. We've had kind of an open invitation to the member agency finance officers, the agency managers, all that are interested to participate in workshops. We've had 2 workshops with them, so roughly 90 people on a Teams call that lasts about 3 hours, so thrilling stuff. We have another workshop scheduled for next week to kind of recap what this board provides in inputs and then make sure we have everything we need to prepare that draft document. Again, next month, we look to bring that draft document based on this input from the board. We have a draft policy that we will be building around, so please provide your input on that as you can. We look for that November adoption, and finance never rests. So as soon as we're done with the long-range financing plan, then we're going to be pulling all the debt documents, all the information we need to get that potential issuance ready to go. And we want to be able to have all the groundwork done so we can time the market the best we can. We don't want to be in a position where we're waiting to the last minute, we can't adjust, we can't be flexible based on market conditions and pull it back or move it forward as we want. The market is volatile, as I'm sure everyone has seen in terms of mortgage rates and Fed rates and all of the rest. There's a lot of volatility, a lot of movement on the actual numbers that impact the cost of debt. So we would love to be able to have that flexibility, looking right now for a May through July issuance window. The long-range plan is a holistic approach, so there's a lot of input, a lot of considerations that go into this. But that should be viewed from a holistic or a high-level standpoint. Again, this is a document that the rating agencies are using, and it's really a rating agencies document. There are lots of conversations and policies and affordability metrics and those types of things that can be added to this, but from the purpose of the document, it's really for that those rating agencies, and just to make sure we understand what we are planning for. It doesn't mean that this board is committed to that. It's just a plan at this point in time. And those budget documents, those rate setting processes, those are the things that determine what you spend, when you spend it, and what the rates ultimately are. When we look at from a financial posture of the Water Authority, there have been questions through the rate setting processes over the years. Do the current policies put pressure on rates and charges? To a certain degree, yes. Of course, you're always going to have some pressure because, you know, we can't give away water for free. We need to have some sort of pressure, but we're not putting undue pressure on rates. We are looking to have stable financial resilience of this organization, and ultimately what we're concerned about is as we continue to implement our debt program, as we implement kind of an R&R motion of capital, that we have the lowest cost of capital, meaning the lowest rates possible to the ratepayers over time. We have about $2 billion of debt outstanding. That's about 17% of the annual budget is debt. The better we can manage that debt, the better plan we have for dealing with that debt, the better rating we have. It is a very big tool for rate mitigation as we look into the future. It is important to understand that despite kind of our financials as you see them today, we have a negative outlook from one of the rating agencies. There is a lot of pressure, and the industry as a whole is seeing a lot of pressure. Many of our agencies, some of the agencies in this room have been downgraded recently to reflect kind of that nature of economic uncertainty, higher costs, affordability. And so really understanding that we want a strong roadmap, something that is not a plan to fail, is something that we are interested in this document. So the final slide here, before I open it up to conversation, is the proposal for the draft 2026 long-range financing plan. Big picture, I think our financial policies are in a really good spot. So if you think of this as a house, we've got really good bones. We don't need a tear down, in my opinion. We have some items that we've heard based on board input and stakeholder input that we may need a facelift here and there, and we're happy to do that. The first piece here is the capital funding mix. We've heard a lot of conversations from this board that we need to focus on generational equity, affordability, deleveraging. There's a lot of kind of conflicting currents there. But what we're proposing this year is to have a capital funding mix where we have debt between 40% of our capital plan and 60% of our capital plan. Not a single point as we've done in years past, but a range to say, look, we don't know what the future holds, but we know we're not going to be 0% debt. We know we're not going to be 100% debt. It's probably going to ebb and flow in this range depending on water sales, giving the Water Authority finance staff and this board flexibility on how we tackle those challenges to mitigate rates and keep them as normal as possible. The second piece is the coverage ratio of maintaining 1.5 coverage. As you'll see in the document when we receive it next month, that is consistent with industry standards. Many of your own agencies have that target, if not higher. And right now, the rates are not being pressured by maintaining a 1.5 coverage. There are agencies in this room that have a 10x coverage. That doesn't mean that rates can be reduced. It just means that your debt is going down or you have a small amount of debt. So as we look to deleverage, we will naturally see our coverage ratio start to increase. That's not a sign that we are over collecting. It just means that those funds are being allocated to other things. notably pay-as-you-go capital. We want to maintain our 150 days of cash minimum target. So this is something where when we take a look over time, we want to have 150 days on average, kind of minimum in the forecast. And a lot of that of maintaining that 150 days, not falling below it, coincides with having a pay-as-you-go approach where we want to generate more cash. Pay-as-you-go is part of that 150 days calculation. So as we start to build up the days of, as we start to build up our pay-go fund to be able to fund a $90 million CIP program, we clearly need to have that amount of money above and beyond the 150 days. So we do see a minimum of 150 days targeted for purposes of this financial plan. The first real change here in terms of this policy is going to be the Rate Stabilization Fund. We are maintaining the Rate Stabilization Fund, but there's been conversations as we've really drawn down that fund from $158 million to 70 and change, that why can't we go lower? There's 60 some odd, $70 million in the Rate Stabilization Fund. Why can't we use that to mitigate rates? And as we've presented before, the Rate Stabilization Fund has a dual role, dual mandate, if you will. One, it needs to be there for coverage protection. So what happens if water sales go down? What happens if costs go up? That's there reactively to respond to negative coverage pressures. So we want to have a reactive fund. So a debt service coverage fund that is a component of that Rate Stabilization Fund. And that would be based, rather than on wet years as it is today, it would be based on our 3-year annual senior lien coverage. So as we start to deleverage, then that amount of money set aside for coverage protection will go down. Then there's also the proactive. There's the, we want to mitigate rates. We don't like a double-digit increase. What money do we have set aside to mitigate that? So that would be a proactive portion of the fund. And right now we're identifying roughly $50 million would be allocated to this. We want to put some ceiling on that because at a certain point, why are you holding on to that much money to mitigate rates if you're not going to use it? So this would be between 0 and 50 million as directed by the board to mitigate rates as you see fit. The next piece of this is the creation of an excess revenue or a one-time revenue procedure policy. What happens if, and we heard a little bit about this on the prior conversation, what happens if we have third-party water sales? What happens if we plan for 300,000 acre-feet of sales and we sell 330,000 acre-feet? Right now, there would be a strong revenue increase to that because you're buying that water anyway. So your costs are roughly staying the same, but your revenue will increase. We will have a policy in place that defines what excess means, what one-time revenues are, and at the end of the fiscal year, once we can tabulate what funds are available, we would come to the board and say, hey, we've got this in accordance with the excess reserve policy or revenue policy. We've got $10 million that we didn't plan for. What does this board want to do? And we'll have options, kind of a menu, if you will, of do we pay off CalPERS? Do we refund it back to the member agencies? Do we stick it into the Rate Stabilization Fund? That will be the board's prerogative in terms of, hey, this is above and beyond what we budgeted for, above and beyond what we've identified for PAYGO. What does the board choose to do with this at that point in time? And then kind of just a recap, if I haven't really mentioned it, then we're going to maintain that existing policy. We do have a note there and says, including the adoption of the previously provided short-term debt policy. So this was something that was brought earlier in the year where we have an extensive long-term debt policy and procedures. The short-term debt was more limited, so we've added that, and so that would be brought to the board for formal adoption. But that's also included in the maintain all other policies. So with that, I'm opening up the floor for discussion, and we're happy to address any questions.
Okay, thank you, Director Paul.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. So I just wanted to speak to the first item, the capital funding mix. And I don't know whether a range of 40 to 60% is a good range. My gut feeling is it's not, but that should be based on the lifespan of what we're spending the money on. Mm-hmm. Okay, so we're spending capital money, but on short-term things, so we shouldn't be incurring debt for that. Okay, so I don't know how to answer that, and I don't think it's fair to phrase the question that way. Thank you.
Pierce, do you have a response?
Yeah, and just to kind of add, so all of the capital that we're talking about, a majority of the capital improvement plan that's been identified is for pipelines. And so that pipeline generally is going to have a useful life of 50 to 100 years. So these are projects that generally make sense to debt fund because the term of payment more closely aligns with the use of the asset.
And if I can add, when we go to market and we do decide how to fund these projects, we do have to work with tax counsel. So the bond counsel also agrees and evaluates the useful life to the terms of the bonds. We're actually legally bound to ensure that the bonds match the useful life.
Okay. Any other questions? Oh, Director Leahy.
Thank you. With the item 6, the adoption of that short-term debt policy, I know when we saw it last time, I felt like there were some things that were left out. I'd hope that when that comes back, it includes some of the comments that we've discussed, including the useful life of the asset that it's paying for. I know we didn't show it on the slides today, but it was in the packet about the debt service, the long-term debt service table. I just would want to make sure that when the board's looking at the long-term financing plan, that we're anticipating that short-term debt payoff, because I believe that's within about 10 years, and that's about $250 million to be paid off within that 10 years. So if we're not anticipating that, we could be missing the mark with the plan.
If I could just clarify, we are researching the projects associated within that commercial paper, and it as far as exceeds 10 years. So we will make sure it does match the useful life, but I wouldn't get caught up on that 10-year number.
Someone else say something? Oh, okay. Oh, thanks, Siri. Thank you for that. I have I'd like to go back and I can pull up those documents, but I think that it was originally issued in 2006.
Correct, but the assets could be up to 50 years or more. So we got to make sure that the asset does match it, not necessarily the time frame for when the bonds were issued.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any other speakers on this item? Okay, Pierce, thank you very much. We are going to defer the next item. That would be the report, the annual update on the OPEB and pension program. We'll defer that till October. Information in your package is a report on the GM's awarded purchase orders for goods and services above $10,000, the controller's report for monthly financial activity, and the board calendar. There are no closed session items, and there being no further business, we are adjourned. Thank you very much. Imported water in 5 minutes.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the Imported Water Committee for September 25th, 2025. Can we have the roll call, please?
Chair Myers.
Present.
Vice Chair Medaffer.
Here.
Directors Ayala. Here. Castañeda. Here. Croucher. Flessy. Here. Fong Sakai.
Present.
Heidemann.
Here.
Katz.
Here.
Kirschbaum. Present. Miller.
Here.
Paul.
Yes, President.
Scalzetti. And Chair Serrano. Absent. Chair, you have a quorum of the committee.
All right, thank you. As we discuss the items on the agenda, I'll be calling on directors who push their speaker button. Please limit your comments to matters not already addressed and state all your points when you have a chance to speak so we can move quickly through this agenda. Are there any additions to the agenda?
No additions to the agenda.
Thank you. At this time, I'd like to ask if there are any public speakers.
Calling on public comment for matters on the Imported Water Committee agenda or within the jurisdiction of the committee. If there are any public speakers in the Zoom waiting room, please raise your hand through the Zoom app or press *9 if you are listening by phone. Chair, I see no speakers.
Okay, thank you. Do have some items to comment on in the chair's report. Last Thursday and Friday, a group of us, including Directors Katz, Acosta, Flessy, Molinas, Galzetti, Norman, Assistant General Manager Bradford, and Sophia Almeida of our team, of the water team, went on the Colorado Aqueduct Tour. Special thanks to Director Katz for sponsoring it and having much time on the bus. We co-sponsored it, or it was co-sponsored with MWD Director Jay Lewitt of the Las Virgenes Water District, which was really great to give us good perspective of the issues and challenges that other water districts have within the Met agency group. There's just no substitute for experiencing and being out there yourselves. So these tours are at least, twice or 3 times a year, sponsored by the MWD. I'd really encourage all of you, when you hear that there's an opportunity to sign up for either the Colorado River Tour or the tour up north, it's just really invaluable. So that's on the Hoover Dam Tour. Then coming up is the Imperial Valley Tour, and it's just a reminder that that's going to be held November 13th, so be sure to check your calendars and try to have that day available. You must reserve a spot by October 23rd, so make sure you get that date on your calendar too as your deadline to reserve the spot. It will be a long day, but it's going to be great. It's going to be a one-day tour, focus on steps the Imperial Irrigation District and the Valley Farmers have taken both under the QSA and more recent agreements with reclamation to conserve water. It will include a stop at the State Species Conservation Habitat Project, its largest restoration project at the Salton Sea to date, and it's a great opportunity to learn about how our investments in conservation are being utilized and to strengthen relationships with our Imperial Valley partners. I think is the most important part, to maintain a good communication and relationship with them at the director level, I think is great and really important. So try to make it if you can. Looking at our imported water resources, starting with the Colorado River system, last week Reclamation released a updated monthly projections on the Colorado system. They're going to release 7.48 million acre feet from Lake Powell to Lake Mead, which is about the same number as they released last year. However, they have noted that they now project by late summer 2026, Lake Powell might drop to a critical elevation. And at that point, there may be some hard decisions they have to make about releases of water from Powell, which of course end up in Lake Mead, which is going to have an impact potentially on our allocations. Also, finally, relating to the Colorado River, the basin state negotiations, I guess I should say, sort of continue. And there was a development where the White House is pulling back its nomination of Ted Cook, the former general manager of the Central Arizona Project, to serve as a reclamation commissioner. And the reclamation commissioner is an important, very important position in terms of working with the basin states and trying to kind of be the intermediary in working through this. So there's no information at this time on other candidates, but this is not helpful to the basin state negotiation process, which already is struggling. Moving to the north on the State Water Project, most of you probably heard about it, but most significantly, the Delta Conveyance Project trailer bill proposed by DCP advocates, including Governor Newsom, failed last week. It didn't even make it to a vote, which I know disappointed many, many people who worked very hard in trying to get that trailer bill, which would have streamlined the review process through. That means the project will continue to advance through the regular and slower permitting process, which is going to make it more difficult for it to get to a point, certainly during the Newsom administration. But even though they don't have the approvals, the advocates vow to bring the bill back and try again in the next session. So we'll see how that goes. For those who attended the Council for Water Utilities lunch last week, Jennifer Pieri, who's the general manager of the state water contractor, spoke, and it was very informative. Many of us were there in attendance, so that was great to see, a great turnout from Water Authority directors and member agencies. I'd say she lamented, she was still smarting, it had only been a few days, she was still smarting from the failure of the DCP trailer bill not getting through. But I thought what was more as interesting was her discussion of the Department of Water Resources' recent warning that subsidence caused by agricultural overdrafting is creating dips in the state water project aqueducts, which could reduce state water project deliveries by 87% in 2043. So basically, water is going to stop traveling down those aqueducts if we don't get those dips fixed, which is estimated at a cost of $2 billion to $4 billion to repair. So there we go. There's another thing we can just kind of put on our list of things to spend money on. But I think that's going to bubble up to the surface pretty quickly. So that's my general report about our imported water, and we'll now move to director's comments. Do we have any? Seeing none, there are no items on the consent calendar. We have 2 discussion presentation items for today. We'll first start with the MWD delegates report. I know they just came back from a couple of long days up there, and first up is Director Katz.
Great, thank you so much. First, I wanted to update you on the selection of the general manager and that process. So the Met Board has selected a candidate for general manager to replace Devin Upatahi, who is retiring at the end of the year. Devin has been the general manager first as interim and then serving this whole year as the actual general manager, has been doing a great job. And the board, acting as the search committee, all 38 members, did select a new person to replace him. The candidate has entered contract negotiations, and the chair Ortega, hopes to announce the appointment at our October 14th meeting, and that's at the full board meeting. So contract negotiations are going on, and hopefully everything will be done by October 14th, and it will be announced and then voted on by the board, the contract in open session. I've been selected to be the chair of a special ad hoc committee on management transition, and it's a 9-person committee who were involved with the contract negotiations, and now going forward will be involved with what should the transition plan be. When does the new person come on? How long do they overlap with Devin? And then when do they actually take over as a full general manager? I'm also happy to report that our general manager, Dan Denham, was sworn in as our 4th Met delegate on September 19th, which was this past Monday. And he participated in committee meetings on Tuesday, and he'll be formally introduced to the board at the board meeting on October 14th. So we'll see him on the train. No, he's above that. He's driving his big truck.
You do have to wake up at 4 a.m., though, to drive up there, so there are trade-offs.
Who do you talk to at 4 in the morning?
Marty Miller.
On many of the Met items this month, you're going to hear from Marty and from Lois a theme from them about financial items at Met. The board is going to be dealing with a series of potential high-cost items that will be drivers of Met's next biennial budget. And Director Miller is the chair of the Finance Committee, so you know the purse strings are going to be tight. On the revenue side, Met has the ability to collect property taxes, which is called an ad valorem property tax. The actual rate of the property tax rate is set, and the Met board is typically, and it's typically done as part of the budget process on a 2-year basis. Currently, that rate is 0.007% of a property's assessed value. But that is going to be a discussion on whether or not that rate should go up. And if that rate goes up, it basically changes everyone in who has property in the Met area, including people in San Diego. And that's my report.
Thank you, Chair Emeritus Katz. Next, we have Director Fong Sakai.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before I get started, I would like to recognize this very special guest in our boardroom. Board Delegate Emeritus Gail Goldberg, and also our past Metropolitan Board Vice Chair. I have learned a lot from you, and I'm really, really happy to see you here. I love Dan Denham, but I'm sorry, Dan, you're no Gail Goldberg. So I look forward to us paying tribute to her during the full board meeting. Welcome back in here. So earlier this week, we received an updated cost estimate for Pure Water Southern California. Costs have increased significantly. A year and a half ago, it was estimated to cost $6.4 billion. This week, they told us the costs are now expected to be $10.6 billion, and that's for Metropolitan's portion of the full program, which would be for a fully staged program of 150 million gallons a day. LA County Sanitation District's costs would be an additional $1.7 billion. For a full project of 150 million gallons a day, the point-in-time unit costs are estimated to be $5,200 per acre foot, and life cycle costs are estimated at $2,900 per acre foot. So much of this cost increase is for conveyance. At this time, Met plans to build about 40 miles of a 7-foot to possibly 9-foot pipeline to take water from the treatment plant to groundwater spreading grounds. Staff has said that they would recommend staging the project to allow for more flexibility and adaptation. However, several board members have expressed interest in treated water augmentation, or what we call flange to flange, as a way to potentially save conveyance costs, and staff said that they were still studying that approach. Met's currently proposing to sell the water at its melded rate and pay for some member agency service connections and lateral pipes. The board will start evaluating Pure Water Southern California through the Camp for Water process at the end of this year. Our delegation and other board members continue to urge Met to look at the underlying need for the project, reducing costs, staging this project, and other efficiencies. I'm going to pass it on to Director Miller.
Thanks, Director Fonseca. Adding on to what she just said, $5,200 an acre foot is the new price of recycled water plants. You know, San Diego's building one now. That project started at least 10 years ago and is coming into culmination and will be in the $3,000 price range, I'm told. But the new number is $5,000 an acre foot. So when we talk about new water and new water plants, keep that number in your head, that the new price for recycled water plants on this is a 45,000 acre foot a year plant, is $5,000 an acre foot. And the melded cost, the cost that's going to be added to the price of Met water is figured at $230 a foot, would be added to the $900 a foot for this 45 million gallon plant. However, that number is misleading, because it's based upon 100,000 acre foot more in sales. More water sales, less melded costs, less water sales, more melded costs. And when you take 150,000 acre feet and don't buy the cheap water and replace it with the expensive water, your 1.1 million acre foot of sales drops to 950,000 acre feet of sales of cheap water. So the melded cost is really more than $230 an acre foot. And what she alluded to on 150 MGD, it's upwards of $800 a foot added to the cost, which almost doubles the cost. Now that's in today's dollars, which will just magnify over the next 10 years as the plants get built. But I just wanted you to understand that the new cost for recycled water is $5,000 an acre foot. So I've been saying 4, it's now 5. And that's for going forward. That's not the city's price, because they're already almost to the altar. So along the lines of that conversation in finance, we talked about future employees. The Met has proposed increasing their CIP expenditures from $325 million a year to $490 million a year. Along with that comes a request for new employees. They asked for new employees in the next budget cycle is to add 400 employees. That's the ask. The GM and the HR manager have reduced that to 290 employees. And it's primarily goes into operations. There's quite a bit of, everybody's got a couple that they want in their department, and there's a number of departments. I've got a whole list of them here, right down to HR and DEI ads and stuff. A lot of that's been cut out, but more than half of it's going to be in operations, and it's going into operations for the increased CIP budget, which is going to only go up over the next 10 years. They increased to $490 a year, which is just under $1 billion, is projected in the next biennium to go up to $1.5 billion. And of course, when you have that kind of CIP expenditure, you need manpower. So they need more engineers and what have you. So that's going to be a real budget stressor. So we just got that information given to us, and it's going to put a lot of pressure on the budget. Even if we manage to cut it in half, it's still a lot of pressure. They cut it down to where they think it's going to be an add of a 1% rate increase just to cover the new staff. And of course, those rate increases don't stop. They go on every year. There was quite a bit of support for adding the entire 400 employees, not from our delegation, but from some people. And there were other people who were against even anything close to the 300 ads. We're supportive, our delegation is supportive of adding some staff because we can see the need for it, but we're not really supportive of adding the staff that they're requesting. So this is going to be fleshed out over the next month or two on how we're going to go down that. Normally, they've been adding about 20 positions a year, so this is quite an increase. And we have been tamping that down rather forcefully to keep that increase down. But over time, you have to eventually face the dilemma that you don't have enough staff in the desert. And from LA to the desert, the operations people are being overworked a lot. There's a lot of work in the desert, and it's really severe weather. And so they're really stressed out. And so there is a need for some employees, but it is going to put a stress on the budget. And the budget's going to be forthcoming over the next 4 or 5 months. We're going to start seeing more and more of what they want. Right now, it's a 23% increase over the next 2-year biennium. To relay that, that's almost $250 an acre foot, after we had a 17% the last biennium. So those are all good things to look forward to, is more price increases. And that's without pure water, DCP, subsidence, Sites Reservoir, east-west conveyance. So anyhow, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody, and thank you to the Met delegates who are doing a great job. Really appreciate it. We have one question from, two questions. First from Director Roback.
So I wanted to speak to what Lois and Marty were talking about regarding the direct potable reuse. The LA projects are just massive. The cost is just incredible. Just earlier this week, they had the California Water Reuse Conference here in San Diego, and a lot of the actual numbers came out in terms of what the acre-foot costs are, at least what they're saying they are. So San Diego's is about $3,500, which I think is what you were alluding to, Marty. Padre Dam, I don't see the Padre Dam representative here right now. We're saying there's going to be about $2,400 an acre-foot, which sounds low for the amount of production they're getting. And then what you were alluding to regarding the $5,000 number, the other active reservoir augmentation project in Southern California right now is Las Virgenes up in northern LA County, and they're projecting the number of $6,000 an acre foot. So that's that really high number you're talking about. So but getting back to the direct potable reuse comments that were made at the Met meeting, I don't believe we should be supporting anything now moving forward that's not direct potable reuse. You know, so taking water, perfectly purified water, injecting it into the ground or augmenting a raw water reservoir does not make any financial sense. So we're talking about, you know, reining in costs, and so we got to be doing things, especially on big projects, that rein in costs. So that's my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Freehoff.
Great, thank you. Thank you to the delegates for their report. I do have a question, you know, when you bring about this $5,200 acre-foot water, you know, my perspective is, as in Southern California, we really need to look at our water supply situation from a holistic perspective. And, you know, we have desal water down here, so, you know, that is basically cheaper at this point. So is there any discussions at Met about, again, looking at the supplies they already have available in Southern California?
The answer is yes.
Yeah, I can jump in, or Marty, go for it. I have some other comments as well.
So yes, we're looking at, Dan has been effective in opening up the Met market to 50,000 acre foot of water that we could sell into that market. I have asked in committee for an assessment of the LRP projects, the local resource projects that Met has helped fund, to find out how effective they've been and how they're operating. Last March, we got a report that said about 40% of the LRP projects, I think there's somewhere around 65 or 70 of them, are underperforming. That doesn't mean they failed. It means they're being underutilized because of the expense, and they're being cut back because they can, which we can't on our desal take-or-pay contract. But they can, and then they buy cheaper water to keep their rates down, which is totally understandable. However, why would we embark on a $10 billion pure water plant when we've got 25 or 30 plants running at 50% efficiency that were built on old dollars? Much like the city of San Diego's pure water, I consider that old dollars, because they're going to come in the $3,500 range because they started 10, 12, 15 years ago. So why wouldn't we maximize our existing programs that we funded and make sure they're running at efficiency, at maximum efficiency, before we embark on a super expensive another recycling plant that we may regret and not need? So that is a battle in the boardroom.
So Director Freehoff, what I wanted to say was I was very appreciative of Met staff looking into phasing the project. It's something that they've heard from the member agency GMs for some time. I think that a number of the board members feel the same for many of the reasons that Marty just said. So, you know, for the first time last week, we saw what that phasing would look like, starting at 45 MGD and eventually getting up to the full production of 150 MGD. I think that's something that, you know, whether you can put that on the shelf or not, it sort of remains to be seen. But it does open up the opportunity for this water that the Water Authority has with a structure through the exchange agreement or the settlement agreement to fill that gap temporarily. I think, Director Robeck, your point about flange to flange or direct potable reuse, I think that this idea of phasing now opens the door to have a more thoughtful conversation on that going forward.
Thank you. Director Fong Sakai, you're in queue.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With water sales down at Metropolitan as well as other agencies, I have asked for an assessment and an accounting as to what our actual needs are within the metropolitan service area. How much water do we have? What is planning to come on board? And is there an actual gap? And that question has not been answered yet. And I think that's a very important piece as we move forward to decide whether this project or any other projects should move forward. I'm not convinced yet as to whether there's a need for any of the big projects that are being proposed. So stay posted. I'm looking forward to getting the information as much as the rest of you are.
Great, thank you. We have Director Scalzetti.
Yeah, I just wanted to see maybe if you could bring to light where in the waiting phase of this pure water, maybe they buy our desal water, just why they build it and see how they react to that.
Thank you. We have Director Katz.
Yeah, just to add on to what Lois just talked about as far as the demand, it will be very interesting to see what happens with the Colorado negotiations and how much is going to be cut from the allotment that we get in Southern California from the Colorado. So that is happening, negotiations, and it has to be decided by the end of 2026. Do we come in with some type of negotiated settlement, or does the federal government give us a mandate of what we're going to have to do? So we really don't know yet what kind of water we're going to have and what we're going to be playing with as far as water.
Thank you. Vice Chair Madaffer.
First of all, I agree. It was refreshing to see MWD finally discuss the phasing of their pure water Southern California. Other priorities would be, and for those that are on the Met board, they get this, Las Virgenes, for example, and other areas that are not connected to the Colorado River system, they're subject to the Delta, and when that goes dry, there's no way to get them water, which is why they were declaring health and safety emergencies. That, to me, is a higher priority when it comes to spending money at MWD, is to make that connection. Also, speaking of phasing of the pure water for Met, I really think the city of San Diego should consider the potential of phasing phase 2 of pure water. It may not be necessary. Right now there's a lot of litigation in the media as to what's costing more, the city or the water authority, and it doesn't make any sense. Staff there is desperate to deflect a 63% rate increase. Irrespective of the water authority's rates, the city of San Diego has some desperate infrastructure needs and expenses, both on the sewer and on the potable water side, that need to be addressed. So it doesn't do any good to, this blame game that's going on. It's very frustrating to see it. As far as what Director Katz was just talking about, should the issue at the Colorado River fall apart, which I suspect it will, between the upper basin and the lower basin, we're going to find ourselves with the 07 guidelines probably evaporating, and we're going to go back to 1970. Those are some interesting guidelines, and I think at some point, Mr. General Manager, it probably would be a good idea for you to bring a presentation to this board as to what that means to us. I believe you were sharing the other day that for every 100,000 acre feet that IID is cut, I believe we lose about 6,500 acre feet. Is that correct? So even if even if IID got cut by 1 million acre feet, which I don't think IID is going to get cut 1 million acre feet, the biggest impact to us is, 65,000 acre feet, which we can handle. And that gets back to the whole issue that I remind this board all the time, the resiliency that we've paid for. If the Colorado River goes as bad as people are saying it's going to go, and there's a white paper that's out that just came out the other day, KPBS is going to have a story on it any day now. It's dire, but I think everybody should know, because of the QSA, because of the canal lining, because of our higher rates, our region is insulated, and we should celebrate that, the resiliency we've built. So if the Delta goes dry and the Colorado River goes drier, we're pretty safe here in this region, and that's something that we should be very grateful for.
Thank you. Director Vespi.
Thank you, Chair. Just wanted to remind the board that the city's project is a wastewater project first, with a benefit to the water system for the city of San Diego, and that the per acre foot water cost for the city is $2,100 per acre foot. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll just add that at the tour, we were talking to the Las Virgenes folks. The Pure Water project they have that's intended to go online in 2030, when they approved it several years ago, the estimate was $150 million. It's now up to $500 million. And so they're going to be paying a lot for their decision to have a Pure Water project. It's just kind of maybe circles back to the conversation we had this morning about really starting to pay attention to the CIP costs and these enormous cost increases we're seeing in the construction area, and why that's happening, and what we can do to try to mitigate that, or look for other ways. As Director Miller said, if we've got projects that are only working at half their load, then we need to start looking at those projects and figure out where we can leverage the projects that are already built or out there, which is something I think people aren't doing. People tend to be siloed, say, we just want to build our own, instead of looking around and saying, why aren't you, producing much, or what can we do to help you produce more for your existing infrastructure? With that said, we now move on to a presentation that we on the Metropolitan. Director Miller.
Yeah, I just wanted to respond to Matt. I trust what Matt's saying. I read on the Voice of San Diego this morning where it says now Pure Water fully built out would cost $3,527 an acre foot. That's where I got my number, but I trust you.
And that's accurate, Marty. That's the water and wastewater, the all-in cost.
I just want to say that's where I got it.
Yeah, no, and that's accurate, the way you said it. I just wanted to further clarify the water side of the cost. Thank you.
All right. Next, we'll have a presentation on the Metropolitan Water District's Local Supply Exchange Framework Update. I'm going to turn this over to Imported Water Director Westford to introduce the item, and the new staff member who will present on the topic.
Thank you, Chair Myers. This was a great conversation for us to chew on and think about, and I think it's timely that we're going to be talking about MET's Local Supply Exchange program today. It is with great pleasure that I get to introduce you our newest team member, Alex Heide. Alex recently joined the Water Authority, maybe like 3 weeks ago, bringing strong experience in policy analysis and steep knowledge about Metropolitan and Metropolitan's policies and programs. And he's already diving into some of the most important regional initiatives that is happening up at Metropolitan. So he will be leading our Metropolitan team, Emily and Sophia, and he's going to help us support our delegates at Metropolitan. Today, Alex is going to be giving a presentation on the Metropolitan's Local Supply Resources Exchange Program, the framework that they developed, something that we considered, and also, as we look at moving water, Director Freehoff talked about taking a look at this particular framework that exists now at Metropolitan, as well as our exchange settlement agreement. So with that, I will let Alex walk us through how the program's designed, what considerations we'll need to evaluate as we determine whether or not it can benefit San Diego's water future. So please help me welcome Alex Heide.
Thanks, Mina. I really appreciate the introduction, and I'm happy to join the Water Authority all of 3 weeks in and give you my first presentation. So, cut me a little slack. Yeah, as Mina mentioned, this is a really exciting opportunity that Metropolitan has stood up a local supply framework for the exchange between Metropolitan member agencies. In addition to the framework in terms of it actually being able to exchange supplies between member agencies, this really signals a shift in kind of Metropolitan's perspective in their business model. And so this is something that both the MET program has been working on and the delegates, and it's exciting to see this come to fruition. So with that, we'll provide an update as to this program. A little bit of background. What really precipitated the program at Metropolitan started with their Camp for Water process. Camp for Water was started back in 2023. And as the member agencies and the board was working through developing Camp for Water, it became clear that Metropolitan needed to look at certain elements of its business model for potential refinements. They stood up a group to look at those refinements and what they could possibly do in terms of changing Metropolitan's historic business model. The group that was looking at the specific refinements was guided by Metropolitan's 26 member agency general managers. General Manager Denham was one of those who helped guide some of the changes to the business model that we saw Metropolitan adopt. The board did provide guidance to them on looking at 5 specific areas. One of those areas that was of specific interest was how Metropolitan could help facilitate local supply development, and that's where this program started to really come to fruition. The general managers proposed a series of business model refinements in April of this year, and that worked through the board process, which was ultimately the local supply exchange framework was adopted by the Metropolitan Board in August of this year. So in order to kind of walk through how the program works, I thought it would be helpful to kind of go through a very basic status quo so that you could see the difference between how Metropolitan deliveries work today versus how they could work under a local supply exchange framework. So it's super simple. There's 2 member agencies. You have a member agency A and a member agency B. They're both member agencies to Metropolitan. No surprise. They both take water, and in return, they pay Metropolitan for that water supply. Under this scenario, when Metropolitan has an allocation, both member agencies get cut back on their water that they receive from Metropolitan. So very, very simple how the system currently works. Under the local supply exchange framework, again, you have 2 member agencies, both part of Metropolitan, but you have a member agency that develops local supply. And so this agency, Agency A, develops the local supply. And let's say they have a little bit of extra capacity that they say, hey, we could really maximize our local supplies. Is anyone else interested? Agency B decides to invest in this local supplies. And in turn, Agency A pays Metropolitan for the exchange. Metropolitan then delivers that water to Agency B. Functionally, what is happening here is Agency A is producing and consuming that local supply in their service area. The water never enters Metropolitan system. They pay for the delivery to Agency B from Metropolitan, and what they're exchanging is really that benefit, the local supply benefit under Metropolitan's water supply allocation plan. So they're getting that next increment of reliability as if they had developed that local supplies themselves. That's kind of the core essence of the program. You can see kind of summarized here, the selling agency needs to produce and consume the local supply in their service area. Metropolitan, they pay for the water to be delivered to the buyer, and they receive separate from outside of kind of this process, they have made an agreement with the buying agency in terms of price and term of the actual water supply. On the buying agency side, they receive the delivery of supplies from Metropolitan, and they receive the benefits of the local supply investment under the allocation plan. And again, they're responsible for making the payment to the selling agency. In terms of some of the finer details of how the program actually works, when you look at some of the things that do and don't qualify under the local supply exchange program, the buyer and the seller, two willing parties, really form an agreement outside of any involvement from Metropolitan. They can come to an agreement on price and terms, and as long as it meets the conditions of the program, Metropolitan doesn't necessarily get involved in any of the specificities in terms of how much the water costs or anything like that. The supplies that qualify underneath the framework are those that are within the metropolitan service area, which is an important note, and recycled water, groundwater, and pretty much desal specific to this agency. And importantly, this is a really important element of the program. When the general manager set up the local supply exchange framework, there was the principle developed that Metropolitan should be made fiscally whole. And in order to make Metropolitan fiscally whole, one of the agencies needs to pay for the exchange. That exchange is the full service water rate to Metropolitan, which is currently $984 an acre foot. That water rate changes on a biannual basis based off the board's adoption of their rates and charges, and that can change year to year. So that's an important element of this. One of the agencies does need to make that payment. When you look specifically at the Water Authority, we have two options that we can do in terms of local supply exchanges. We have the option under the framework which I just described, and then you have an option that is underneath the settlement agreement. They're similar in some ways, but different in others. The table off to the right-hand side describes a little bit of those differences. Under the settlement agreement, we have to offer the water to Metropolitan's member agencies first. That water that gets offered to them, and think of this in terms of transportation, is pegged at a rate of $671. So when you look at comparing moving water either under the settlement agreement or under the local supply exchange framework, you see a net benefit, essentially an avoided cost, under the settlement agreement of $313 an acre feet. So it's more beneficial for the Water Authority to look at an exchange under the settlement agreement than it is, say, participating under the Metropolitan Local Supply Exchange Framework. And I think it's really important to highlight here that rate is set by the agreement and is a lot more stable and predictable than those future rates through Metropolitan's full service. So that's something to consider. When you look at the total transaction cost that might be charged to an agency that would want to purchase water from, say, the Water Authority, you'd have to add both the exchange price and any negotiated supply price to get the total cost per acre foot. And again, Met doesn't get involved in that negotiated supply price. Just to summarize kind of the key elements again here, Metropolitan's local supply exchange framework does signify a significant shift in their business model and is something that can really help maximize local supplies for a lot of Metropolitan member agencies. But when you look at some of the specific conditions for the Water Authority, especially under the settlement agreement, that's probably going to be the method that staff looks at moving water under in the future, just from that avoided cost perspective of the $313 savings. You do, when you're talking about exchanges under really anything involving Met, you're not putting the water into Metropolitan's system. You're really exchanging that local supply benefit under their allocation plan. And just lastly, agencies negotiate all those terms outside of any sort of involvement from Metropolitan, which allows you to kind of set that price, term, and any other conditions you might want to include under there. And with that, that concludes my presentation on the local supply exchange program, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Great. Thank you very much for the presentation. We have Director Madaffer.
So I guess the question I have is, you said, maybe it was this couple slides back. Go, not that one, the one before this. So 984. So they have to have water to sell? Why would anybody, if Met has water to sell, and we got to pay them 984, so they're going to pay us a premium on top of the 984?
It depends on how you run the water through the program. If you look at running it through Met's program, one of the two agencies does need to pay the 984. And that's essentially to make Metropolitan whole under the transaction, because you're exchanging your local supply over to another agency, so therefore you are more reliant on Metropolitan. Therefore, as the selling agency, you make the payment. I think it's important to note, though, that when you actually functionally look at how you set price and term with the buying agency, you would include that price in the total exchange price that you.
Okay, but why would an agency want to buy water from San Diego if Met has it available?
Yeah, no, that's a really good question. It's because you have the benefit of local supplies that can't necessarily get cut back under an allocation. So even though that agency is taking Metropolitan water, you're exchanging your local supply benefit over to them. So you're really getting the benefit of that dry year reliability.
Are they then able to store the water they buy?
It depends on how they want to use it. They could, yeah, definitely.
And I would just add to what Alex said. This also, some of the agencies that have talked to us, could offset an opportunity for them to not have to develop their own pure water programs. So as they're looking at their own books and saying, would we rather buy water from San Diego or invest in $5,200, $3,500 an acre foot? It's pretty expensive water.
Well, that makes sense. So Met's made whole, and then they would pay a premium to us. So that would be our profit, if you will. Okay. Thank you.
Of course.
We have Director Heidemann.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. That was actually my question, was there restrictions on how the water could be used, but you could put it in storage, and it's really dependent on what the member agency intends to do with it, correct?
Yeah, you're exactly right. They can do anything with it as if it was their own local supply.
Okay. I just wanted to also welcome Alex to the team. He's a former Poway guy, and I want to congratulate Mina because he is a rock star. He was going to do very well for us. So congratulations.
Director Paul.
Thank you. I just had one question. I don't remember this. The advantage we have, the 671 through the settlement agreement, how long do we have a financial advantage? How long will that settlement agreement give us the financial advantage?
Well, so we have fixed prices on the transportation for 10 years. After that, it will go on to an inflation index. So that's the transportation side of things. The 671 is the melded cost of the canal lining water, plus the transfer water, plus I'll just call it legacy costs associated with us implementing the QSA. It's in many ways a risk premium that's added on to the cost. That rate will get recalculated every year based on the cost of the transfer water going up based on an index. And that number will change, but it's all set into an agreement for the duration of the agreement, which is through 2047.
And last queue is Director Leahy.
Thank you. If they wanted to take it easy on you, they would have turned my mic off. No, I just have probably a simple question. Are there any other member agencies of Met who have indicated that they have an excess of supply to also share, or is the Water Authority the only one that we're aware of at this point?
In terms of metropolitan member agencies, the Water Authority is one of a few that have indicated. There are other agencies that do supply projects or exchanges, separate out of this program. I can think of one, Irvine Ranch out of Orange County, that does similar style projects. But in terms of sheer quantity that we could be looking at exchanging, I think the Water Authority is in a fairly unique position. And I think highlighting a little bit of the previous conversation, it's an opportunity to share in some resilience across the Met member agency family.
Great, thank you, and welcome.
Yeah, I just wanted, Director Leahy, Alex's recollection is what mine was with Irvine Ranch. But what we're going to be doing here next week or the week after very soon is sending an open letter to all Met member agencies, notifying them of the situation that we have with the exchange agreement and the ability to move Met water. We have some deadlines that we are coming up against in November, and then that triggers a series of events in the latter part of the year and into the spring, where we're gonna see where the rubber hits the road with some of this stuff. Mina and I have had a number of conversations with Met member agencies and Met themselves who are interested in some of this water, both for the local water supply development aspect of it that this program is intended to do with a Met allocation, but also on the Colorado River with what will be a difficult situation for Met as a junior priority water user.
Thank you. Chair Serrano.
Thank you. Much similarly to the general manager's comments, I actually just wanted to uplift how, I guess, heartened I am by this conversation and the previous conversation. We have been having conversations about our ability to move water to be able to sell excess water for some time. Everybody knows that was why, in my opinion, the settlement agreement with Metropolitan was imperative for us to be able to do that. And the fact that we now have not one but two opportunities to be able to do this, and within the Met service area specifically, but then even beyond that, I just hope the folks listening at home recognize the fact that this is us making progress, us making good on the promises that we have told our member agencies, that the excess water that we have, while there is a benefit to having it and the benefit to the investments that we made decades ago, we now have the opportunity for this to benefit the residents in our communities. And so that's really starting to come to pass with both of these opportunities here. I certainly want to give a hat tip to my colleague up at Met, Chair Don Ortega, who has really been receptive to this conversation and about choosing San Diego, looking to San Diego for opportunities to be able to offset the demands that they need up there in Metropolitan. And so I'm just heartened by the fact that this is actually coming to pass. And I would be remiss if I also didn't thank our general manager and the imported water team, who has been, certainly heard me talk about this ad nauseum at I don't even know how many events, my new notion of regionalism business and whatnot. But all of your hard work is really accrued to this point here. And so I really see tremendous opportunity going forward. And so I want to just thank you all for that work and look forward to more to come. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'll just share that really what we're doing is really quite groundbreaking. I don't know if we really can appreciate that, but creating a marketplace for water in our region, not just Southern California, but throughout the state and hopefully across states is really something new and special. And we're creating the framework for it. So it's something we should be very proud of and thank all the people who helped.
Listen, y'all, we got a lot to get through. All right. I'd like to call the September 25th, 2025 meeting of the San Diego County Water Authority Board of Directors to order at 2:36. We have no remote participation requests today from directors. Thank you all for being here. Therefore, all votes will be cast using the voting buttons at your seat. As we move through our agenda, I will be moderating request to speak. To request to speak, please press the speaker button at your seat. Vice Chair Hilliker, will you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll and announce whether a quorum is present?
Director Acosta.
Here.
Flessy.
Here.
Katz. Paul. Director Coates Hedberg is absent. Scalzetti.
Here.
Vice Chair Hilliker.
Here.
Director Yamani.
Here.
Director Leahy.
Here.
Myers.
Here.
Director Croucher is absent. Director Roback. Quaylen. Williams.
Here.
Heidemann.
Here.
Norman.
Here.
Wall.
Here.
Abdullahi is absent. Ayala.
Here.
Bakowitz is absent. Fong Sakai.
Present.
Macedo.
Present.
Madaffer.
Yes.
Molina.
Here.
Chair Serrano.
Here.
Director Vespi.
Here.
Whitburn.
Here.
Supervisor Aguirre is absent. Secretary Lyons.
Here.
Director Freehoff.
Present.
Castaneda.
Here.
Kirschbaum.
Here.
Arant. Miller. And Ray.
Here.
Thank you. You have a quorum of the board.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Do we have any proxies today?
We have 2 proxies today. Director Roback is the proxy for Director Croucher, and Director Scalzetti is the proxy for Director Coates Hedberg.
Duly noted. Item 4 is public comment. This is an opportunity for members of the public to address the board on items of interest within the subject matter of the board. Madam Clerk, do we have any members of the public wishing to speak?
For public comment under the jurisdiction of the board on today's agenda items, please do not repeat comments if already provided during committee. If there are public speakers in the Zoom waiting room, please raise your hand through the Zoom app or *9 by phone. I have 2 speakers. The first is Dave's iPhone. You have 3 minutes, and you may begin now.
Hey, thank you. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
My name is not Dave's iPhone. It is Dave Everett with the Western Electrical Contractors Association. And I've spoke to this board a couple times before in the past. I tried to warn this board when they first were considering this discriminatory and wasteful project labor agreement that it's going to result in less bids and it's going to result in higher prices. I tried to warn this board that all the minority participation goals and all the local hire goals would not be met and are just window dressing to give away public construction contracts to political donors. And a lot of effort is being made to hide the cost of this discriminatory and costly project labor agreement. The unions lied about getting more bidders. At the last meeting, they stood in front of this board and said, no, don't you guys worry that you only have one bidder. That, in the past you've had 25, 30 bids. Now you have one bid after this PLA, but don't worry, we're going to get you all these extra bids. Turns out they have not gotten you any extra bids. You're back here with one single bid again and a $6 million cost increase. And the idea that the engineer's estimate is the issue, and the idea that you're going to change the engineer's estimate to try to cover for the cost of this project labor agreement, it's shameful. It's really shameful. And as you'll find when you go to this supposed workshop where they explain the change in the way that they're calculating the engineer's estimate, you'll hear the same thing we heard earlier at the committee meeting when they were kind of running through the list of reasons why costs have increased. And one of the things that was just kind of breezed by really quickly was, labor costs have increased incredibly. What the staff will not quantify for you, unless you ask specifically, is how much of that labor cost is because of this project labor agreement. And you're going to find it's a huge, huge cost to it. And as you're looking at billions of dollars in projects getting handed you from Metropolitan, and as you're looking at having to add all these additional employees as well, you're going to go ahead and spend $6 million on one single project. The waste and the lack of regard for the taxpayers and the ratepayers is incredible. And so, not only is this going to cost $6 million more, but the reason it's going to cost $6 million more is because
You have
basically
30 seconds remaining.
Thank you so much. You're basically excluding 85% of the construction workforce. And if you had 8 McDonald's or 10 McDonald's in your city and you closed 8 of them, the price is going to go up for those last 2. It's basic economics. You can't change the engineer's estimate to make economics go away. You can't debate it away. You can't hope it away. The only thing you guys can do is let everybody bid on these projects and stop wasting taxpayer and ratepayer money and stop spending for your special interest friends. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, Eric Kristen. You have 3 minutes. You may begin now.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. My name is Eric Christen. I'm the Executive Director of the Coalition for Fair Employment in Construction. We were formed 27 years ago by union and non-union construction firms solely to oppose discriminatory and wasteful project labor agreements. It's another day, but it's the same old story here at the San Diego County Water Authority since this board so wisely chose to put a project labor agreement in place at the behest of big labor special interests who fund many of your campaigns. It's been an unmitigated disaster ever since. Last month, narrowly, and I appreciate the board members, some of whom changed their vote from supporting the original PLA to putting the San Luis Rey Wetland Habitat Project back out to bid without a project labor agreement. Unfortunately, the San Diego City of contingent had just enough votes to narrowly shoot down that amendment and put the project back out to bid with the PLA, offering no specifics other than union good, non-union bad. Now we get the result once again, one bidder, massively over budget. I don't know if you've read the staff report, 13% small business participation. And once again, as it is with every project, 0% minority and women-owned business participation. That's something that quote unquote progressives at least like to pretend is a rationale behind a project labor agreement. But of course, it's never met because the 85 to 90% of the local construction workforce, these are Bureau of Labor statistic numbers that happen to be union free, they comprise the vast majority of the women and minority business enterprises, which typically are not unionized. And there's a whole history as to why that is. But that's what you did when you put a PLA into place. You made it impossible for these local construction firms to bid this work. So they're not bidding it. So you're getting out of town workers coming in to fill jobs that local workers would be able to fill without a project labor agreement. And once again, we have a disastrous bid result coming back because a PLA is attached to it. So we will continue to highlight the failure of these project labor agreements. We appreciate the coming around of some board members who voted to bid this without a PLA last time and get to the point where we have a majority of this board doing the right thing and not doing the bidding of big labor special interests, but actually doing the bidding of all taxpayers and all workers when this project labor agreement expires, because it's not working out. It's not doing what it promised. And these people just lie to you. They lie to you and tell you they'll get you more bidders. They don't. They tell you it will result in more local workers getting the work. It doesn't.
You have 30 seconds remaining.
Because the reality is in America in 2025, 85 to 90% of the construction workforce wakes up on a daily basis and chooses to take their skill sets and work in a union-free environment. The Black Contractors Association of America, based in Sacramento, based in San Diego, their apprentices aren't allowed. The Western Electrical Contractor apprentices aren't allowed. The ABC, the AGC, their apprentices aren't allowed. So it's just openly discriminatory and it's costing you millions of dollars. So keep that in mind the next time a project goes out to bid with the PLA.
Thank you for your comments. I have no further requests, Chair Serrano.
I want to thank all the members of the public for their testimony here today. Item 5 is additions to the agenda. Madam Clerk, do we have any additions to today's agenda?
We have none.
Item 6 is the approval of the minutes. Before us today is the approval of the minutes from the formal Board of Directors meeting of August 28th, 2025. I'll entertain a motion.
I make a motion.
I have a motion from Director Molina. Second. I have a second from Director Wall. Madam Clerk, will you please open the vote?
Please vote now. Vote passes.
Thank you very much. Moving on to item 7, this is our presentations and public hearings. Item 7A is a presentation from our colleagues at SDG&E about something we do not talk often about in our boardroom, but has become a larger driver of emergency management and planning over the last 2 decades. And it's certainly top of mind after some of the devastation that we saw in Los Angeles earlier this year. I would like to welcome Mr. Brian D'Agostino, Vice President of Wildfire and Climate Science with SDG&E, who will present to us on wildfire mitigation measures today. I would just note that the Water Authority has enhanced collaboration with SDG&E over the past year and meet quarterly with stakeholders as part of their Wildfire Advisory Council, which is one of the reasons Brian is joining us today. After the 2007 fires, Brian was the first meteorologist hired by a utility in California, recognizing that climate change was happening quickly and fire preparedness was becoming more important than ever. SDG&E realized they needed 24/7 monitoring of weather patterns and a system to help protect the region from the increasing threat of fire. Brian is here to share with us the system he developed that informs SDG&E of when to enact public safety power shutoffs and give us a forecast of what is on the horizon in terms of drought and fire threat. Brian, I'd like to thank you for joining us, and I'll turn the floor over to you.
Thank you kindly. Good afternoon, directors. On behalf of our 4,500 employees and our leadership team at SDG&E, I do appreciate the opportunity to be here and the opportunity to continue to enhance our collaboration. It is tomorrow that will be the 55th anniversary of the Laguna Fire, the largest fire in California history. Started on Mount Laguna, moved along and south of the 8, all the way down into San Diego. And then we actually went, before moving on from that, there were power lines at the origin of the Laguna Fire 55 years ago. It was vandalism to the infrastructure that started that fire. 8 people lost their lives. It was then 33 years later, of course, the Cedar Fire, not related to the electric infrastructure. That was ignited by a lost hiker who wanted to be found. Santa Ana winds picked up on that. By the next morning, 15 people had lost their lives, and that took over as the largest fire in California history. And then just 4 years later, of course, the Witch Fire, one of 23 large fires burning across Southern California during that particular firestorm. San Diego, of course, being the epicenter of that firestorm. And again, the electric infrastructure was the start of 3 of those and became the never again moment for SDG&E. It's now been 17 years and 11 months. We have not had another large fire come from our infrastructure, and it has been a journey, one where I came in introducing science to that and science-based intel. Also a story of building a weather network, which I'll get into, hardening our infrastructure, really leaning onto innovation and technology. All of this became very apparent in how valuable it was in the 2017 and 2018 firestorms across California, where there was devastation up and down the state, but we did not see any power line fires in San Diego. And then over the last several years, we've been very focused on mitigating the impact of public safety power shutoff as we continue to see an increase in catastrophic wildfires, not only across California, but Hawaii, the Pacific Northwest, Colorado, Texas. We continue to have to enhance, evolve, and grow our program here in San Diego to continue to keep our region safe. And all of that program was stress tested back in January. There was a few factors that came together. One, in the 174 years they have been keeping rainfall records in San Diego, it was the driest start to the water year. We came into January having only received 0.13 of an inch of precipitation. That's even drier than Los Angeles, who had seen 0.14 going into that event. During the first wave of Santa Ana winds, we saw peak wind gusts here in San Diego between 70 and 85 miles per hour. During that event across our backcountry. We know what happened in Los Angeles during that first wave of the event. But again, it lasted the vast majority of the month, the most severe push being towards the end of the month, where the western slopes of Vulcan Mountain received winds over 100 miles an hour. As recorded on our network, there was not a single ignition from the electric system in San Diego in the month of January. That said, it did not come without major impacts on our community. We did implement public safety power shutoff, and the reality is that some of the hardest hit areas were the most vulnerable. The far southern and eastern parts of Mountain Empire, highly impacting school, highly impacting the tribal nations, and we continue to work closely and partner with the community on how we can continue to mitigate those big impacts. Our strong collaboration, we really focus on leveraging that, on how we can enhance our communication around public safety power shutoff, how we can work together to provide as much advance notice as we can so that we can work together to mitigate the impacts that this does have on our community, keeping that key mission of not having a catastrophic wildfire come from the electric infrastructure within our community. We did build the largest and most comprehensive weather network that exists anywhere in the world here in San Diego. We started this back in 2010, and we really focused on the high fire threat district. As we move in on San Diego County, you can see on the map there, the areas in red are backcountry. That is where we are in our high fire threat district. And that's where we have both the vegetation and the strong winds to create catastrophic wildfire growth. As we hone in on the community of Julian, you can start to see the overhead power lines that are those different circuits, and then the numbers that pop up there, those are where we actually have weather stations measuring current wind speeds, and this is how we monitor and implement public safety power shutoff as we start to see these strong winds develop across our region. Understanding the fire potential, especially this time of year, is critically important. So in addition to monitoring very closely weather conditions, we monitor the grass and whether there is a green component to the grass or whether it's all dried out. That's very important for fire growth and fire spotting as embers start landing out ahead. Dead fuel moisture, that is an important component, as well as the live fuels, how much moisture is in the living vegetation. SDG&E developed an algorithm that when all of those are conducive for fire growth, you get a high number. We turned that into something called the Fire Potential Index, where if you look at that graph, that shows us the fire potential index going back decades. And then the circles on the top of that show us when did we have large fires across the landscape, and we have been able to successfully backcast and predict every day that large fires are possible. This intel has become very important in our ability to operate the system safely and conservatively on those days when large fires are possible, and consider public safety power shutoff on those days where catastrophic wildfires are possible for our region. A mountaintop camera network, which started here in San Diego, started as the Alert SDG&E network through cooperation with UCSD and University of Nevada, Reno, then became the Alert California, then became Alert West, and now continues to expand across the nation. It has now all been fully embraced by fire agencies across the West, but then also AI has been added to all of this, which is continuously scanning our backcountry, looking for any type of ignitions, and those alerts are then distributed both to SDG&E and to first responders across the region if there's any indication of wildfire activity. The leading edge of the science right now is fire behavior modeling. This is where if a fire starts, where is it going to go? How fast is it going to get there? You see the green dots embedded within this map. That's where there are structures that could potentially be impacted. And having this information tells you where are the worst and highest impact fires that could potentially happen in our region. And that's how we prioritize investment across San Diego. Overall, this is a job that is never done. We are now 17 years into adapting to wildfire, but the problem is changing. The risk is getting more intense across the region. And as we continue to see events like we did in LA in January continues to tell us we cannot take a year without a fire for granted, and we need to continue to double down every single year. Just as we want to send our workforce home safely, every day we need to operate the electric system safely from wildfires every single day and not take a single day for granted. I did want to give a quick update on the water year so far. As we know, it was very dry. Last year was record-setting dry for many standards. And as we know, we actually went March 31st, 2024, all the way to February 13th of 2025 between seeing a quarter inch of rain at Lindbergh Field. So a pretty astounding dry spell. That has left us now at the point that we are about 50 to 60% of normal rainfall all across our region. Temperature-wise, we did have a cool ocean this year, and that cool ocean did keep us a degree or two below normal at the coast, but it was a little bit warmer than normal inland. All of that has transitioned into the development of severe to extreme drought, as many in this room I'm sure know quite well. You can see the current drought conditions in the map on the right, and the vast expanse of severe to extreme drought, not only across San Diego County, but across the desert Southwest and up into a lot of the basins around the Colorado as well. So we are looking at some very dry weather. Looking ahead, there is right now weak La Nina conditions that have developed across the Pacific. What that tends to mean for us is drier than normal. So the official forecasts from the NOAA's Climate Prediction Center are calling for below normal precipitation, not only through the fall, but through the winter. And that is really everywhere from the central west, south. The only spot that is expected to see above normal precipitation as we head into this winter is the Pacific Northwest and those regions. Lastly, I wanted to share the official fire season outlook from Predictive Services. These are the fire agencies. This is the official forecast from the fire agencies and their meteorology teams. You'll notice those graphs on the bottom left show the above normal fire potential in the mountains this month, taking over kind of all of our coastal areas in Southern California as we head October through December. The reason is because of that late onset of winter rainfall. The chance of it being as dry as last year, again, last year was a driest in 174 years. The chance of doing that twice in a row is extremely low, but odds are favoring to a very dry start to the year, which would lead to above normal fire potential. I will end it there, but again, appreciate the opportunity to be here today and welcome any questions.
Great. Thank you so much for the presentation. I'll turn it over to Director Myers.
Thank you. That's very impressive. Just curious, whenever there's a huge major fire event like happened up in LA earlier this year, I'm sure there's always something new you learn, something unexpected. Maybe not, considering how robust your system seems to be. But I'm curious what you may have learned from that and what news coming out of your lessons learned on those fires.
Yeah, so a couple things. One, in public safety power shut off, when you look at Southern California Edison, their distribution system was de-energized. There is now attention being put, as many of us have seen, to the transmission system and the larger power lines. Southern California Edison has publicly announced they are settling claims associated with the Eaton fire. So we are looking very closely and analyzing the cause of those fires, how they could potentially be linked back to the transmission system, and ensuring that we are studying every aspect of that here in San Diego, learning every lesson learned. The other one is the consequence modeling. As we know, you get into the community of Palisades and Altadena, and all of the consequence modeling tend to stop the fires as they approach the communities, but in both those cases, the fires did not stop. They ran right through the communities and burned the houses as though they were fuels. That starts changing a lot of the understanding of wildfire risk, so we've been updating our models to account for
that. Director Madaffer.
Thank you. And Brian, I just want to say what you and SDG&E have done has just been amazing. And really should be applauded for your wildfire resiliency efforts. You know, I was on the city council when the Cedar Fire broke out, and then, of course, the Witch Creek Fire, and I remember it all too well. And I've had property up in the Julian area for, almost 20 years. And, you've just done an amazing job protecting the community. You guys have, a lot of people don't know it, they've undergrounded a lot of utilities. We used to see the power get shut off for days at a time. They installed backup generators for people's homes to provide the power, so you wouldn't have the spoilage of the food and everything else that used to happen. They do a lot of clinics, and so it's just really, and it's the whole technology from the weather system. I mean, you just showed sprinkles of it, but I created a fire safe council up in Julian, and it's great to use that tool for modeling, especially as we get these frequent Santa Anas and the fire. You mentioned the drought. I'll close with that. And I think that's something that this board is very sensitive to, especially given the fact that the city of San Diego is wrestling with its own water rate problems and the fact that we have this built-in resiliency, just like you've built. And it doesn't sound very promising from what you're saying from the weather report. Do you want to comment any more on the drought issues? Because that's, right now everybody's saying, oh, you got so much water, what are you going to do with it? Just wait another year or two, and it sounds like that's where you're going with this.
Yeah, it's...
Yeah, we can get you to come to City Council on Tuesday, too.
Yeah, I would be... Yeah, would be happy to provide an update. There
you go, Venus. You got it.
Yeah, I mean, where we are with this, I mean, we always hope for that 1 or 2 atmospheric rivers because it just takes 1 or 2. But as we do know, under these weak La Nina conditions, the probability of that happening is lower than normal. So I think the only thing that we are planning on and we are preparing for, again, is drier than normal conditions. Of course, water availability, not our primary impact from that. It's, wildfire coming from our electric system, but that there is an increased probability of this persisting through the upcoming winter.
Again, thank you for your leadership and for everybody at SDG&E for what you've done.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you for that hot take, Mr. Medaffer. Director Flessy.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. This is really great. My question is more on slide number 9. And if we can go to slide 9, you have great data, and I love the fact that we look back and do lessons learned on items of fires. But do we ever do lessons learned on successes? There's a number of years there where we were in the very high fire range, but we didn't have a fire. And so are we ever doing lessons learned on what worked and what can continue to work as we move forward?
The short answer is we do look at what has worked well. And we have had near misses, of course, in all of these. And we learn very closely from the near misses as recently as January, right? As we're implementing public safety power shutoff and we look at, in some cases, maybe it took us a little longer to de-energize the system, and we felt like there was an unacceptable amount of risk that was put out into the community. Others could have been, we did not have a single utility ignition, so therefore CAL FIRE's resources were not stretched as thin as they would have been otherwise. So you go back to some of these days, and they had ignitions in Ramona, ignition in Valley Center, but they were able to catch it because we had minimized the number of ignitions on the landscape. Those are just a couple examples. But again, with conditional probabilities, it's really hard to prove the negative. The other one that we've looked at is even as recently as January, we de-energized the electric system. And then when we went back, we had 15 different areas in the backcountry of damage. Not to say that all 15 would have necessarily started a fire, but even one under those conditions of near hurricane force winds could have been the difference.
Director Aram.
He mentioned Valley Center. Valley Center probably has the most PSPS events in San Diego County. But going back into 2007, 2008, after the 2007 fire, SDG&E discovered that they were probably going to have to interrupt power. And I remember it was a Friday before a Labor Day weekend, I got word that power was going to be off for all weekend long in Valley Center. And I called BB&K and I said, that can't happen. And so that's where we met some of our officials from SDG&E. But since then, what I have to say, again, drawing on my experience from the Aqua Energy Committee, where a lot of work was done on studying what water agencies were doing to compensate for these potential problems. SDG&E is far and away the most advanced when it comes to being prepared for these emergencies, much greater than PG&E and probably a little bit better than SCE. So they've invested a lot of time and effort and money developing this, and so they should be complimented. So thank you.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Gary Aram, Valley Center.
Director Roback.
So, yeah, great presentation. We're all affected, especially where we live, and I live out in East County, and so we had a fire there not too long ago. It was called the Steel Fire, I think it was called, and
down south.
Pardon?
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, and we also our board, Otay Water District Board, had a tour of the Cal Fire Operations Center there in Rancho San Diego, where they use a lot of your data as well on their big screens in in that facility, which sounds like you're familiar with what I'm talking about. So one of the things, especially the more rural agencies, we're not completely rural, but some of our areas out in Humboldt and everything, high fire, risk areas, we have emergency backup generators or Ramona or wherever in the county, that it needs to do that. So the Water Authority, are those lines overhead? I mean, do we have buried, or those buried, or do we have backup generators? Because obviously we're moving, large volumes of water, and we can't have that down. So I don't know if that's a question for you and or staff.
Yeah, we have been collaborating. I don't know if you want to build on some of our collaboration.
Dr. Robeck, the collaboration thus far just been more on the lessons learned side of things. What can we do as a wholesaler, and then how that filters down to the retail level. We've also had some collaboration with the County of San Diego. But in terms of the overhead power lines, I think that was the crux of your question. I can't speak to that.
I'm just curious how vulnerable the wholesale, the system is to large fires. That was my question.
And are we talking about overhead power lines that we own and operate, or are we saying overhead power lines that are downstream of a meter that's operated by somebody else?
I'm just talking about in the context of the San Diego County Water Authority. How vulnerable are our pump stations to large fires, and are those backup generators? Are they buried? I mean, I have no idea.
Yeah, and we would have to circle back on the exact details. Our operational teams have gone as far as
I think
sharing.
someone's walking up to answer that behind you.
Director Robeck, so our key pump stations, we have about 7 pump stations. They have backup power. As you noticed in today's presentation, we did an assessment to see where else we will need backup power. So we have a project that we will be putting in about 20 solar backup power. That will tremendously help with our SCADA. Currently, we are fairly well positioned because our facilities, if we lose SCADA, we can't operate them in a manual mode. That does require us to send our operators, and sometimes those operators could have to go in a fire area, so we do want to avoid that. So we have that other project. But as a wholesale agency, as an agency that also, our system is very unique because we are what's called a falling grade system. So if we're operating in a normal condition, our water just falls by gravity from north to south. So that's a tremendous benefit to our system. But we do do a lot of collaboration with SDG&E. We do a lot of collaboration with the County of San Diego in emergency situations, as mentioned in E&O today. We also have the Wake Water Agency Emergency Collaborative, where we try to get all these entities together. So I think we're about as good as we can be.
Thank you. All right. Seeing no further speakers, Brian, I want to thank you again for taking the time and the presentation today. We definitely appreciate the partnership with SDG&E, and again, thank you for being here.
Appreciate it as well. Thank you.
Of course. All right. Item 7B is a MWD Delegate Service Appreciation for Gail Goldberg, who is here with us today, and I would like to invite her forward. So as this board knows, come on, the big water droplet. As this board knows, Ms. Goldberg served as one of our delegates to the Metropolitan Water District of Southern California, representing the County Water Authority since January of 2019. She brought to this role the same qualities that have defined her distinguished career in public service: a deep expertise, thoughtful and charismatic leadership, and a steady commitment to serving people. Many of us know Gail as what I would say is a nationally respected leader in both planning and land use, a former planning director for both the city of San Diego and the city of Los Angeles. And in both of these roles, she built a reputation of bringing people together for balancing growth with livability, and again, never losing sight of the communities that we serve. As one of our delegates to Metropolitan, Gail carried that same spirit. She represented San Diego County with integrity, always ensuring our region's voice was heard in the decisions that have shaped our water future. In a time of challenge and change, she was a steady hand, asking tough questions, advancing needed dialogue, building key relationships, and moving things forward for all of us. It's because of all of this that Gail was able to ascend into leadership at MWD, ending her time on the board as a vice chair. Her work and her contributions will continue to be felt in the work we do and in the stronger position and relationship San Diego County now holds because of her service at MWD. And so I'd like to begin by saying to Gail, on behalf of the members of this board, on behalf of the people of the city of San Diego, and on behalf of the people of San Diego County, thank you. Thank you for your leadership, your service, your wisdom, and your commitment to this region.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you all very, very much. This has been, for me, a surprising but wonderful 6 years. I appreciate so much the opportunity and the leadership that has supported me during this whole time. Dan and Nick have always been fabulous to me. I was very lucky to have the support of Chair Croucher, Chair Katz, and for those of you who may be looking for someone to blame, former Chair Medaffer, who started this whole thing with me. Thank you, Jim. I also want to take this opportunity to say it was a bit of a risk, I think, inviting me to do this, because while I knew people and maybe had a better understanding of politics, I was not a water person. And the fact that I was surrounded by fabulous fellow delegates who shared their knowledge, their expertise, and had enormous patience on the 3-hour ride to and from LA. I think it's probably why Mike Hogan is no longer on the board. He's resting up from those 3-hour rides. And Tim Smith and Jerry Buckowitz, who just kept me laughing when nothing else was working. But my fellow delegates today, I mean, Lois and Marty and Mel, are wonderful, and they spend an enormous amount of time and energy on this. I hope that you all believe that we have served your best interest to the extent that we could. I want to thank you all and to wish you all well. I will keep watching. I have this terrible thing. I still watch old city council meetings, and I usually do it with alcohol, but I also will be watching and cheering all of you on. Again, I wish you all well. Thank you so much. Thank you. That was so sweet.
We're not done. I just had to tell Gail we're not done because I got a list here. Director Miller.
Thank you, Chair Serrano. I got the pleasure of working with Gail for the last 4 years, and it's been a wonderful experience. Unless you've been at Met and saw how the Met works, you don't really realize the work that it takes to be a delegate, but Gail exceeded that. We owe a lot of our standing, of our, if you want to call it power or respectability, to all the work that Gail did behind the scenes, building friendships, building relationships, showing people up there that we weren't ogres. that we were real people and that we had real common interests. So the delegates, we have nice positions now. 10 years ago, that was like dropping a firefighter into the middle of a forest fire to go to the Met boardroom. It was really brutal. And in large part over the last 5 years with the settlement, with the change of people and the hard work that Gail put in behind the scenes, a lot of that has changed. It's a lot more amicable. And we have not necessarily partners, but we have partners in mind and direction that she created with all of her relationships that's carrying on today. And we have that stature, and we owe that behind the scenes credit to Gail. And so it's understated what she has done up there for us. And I really appreciated working with Gail. We're so far apart politically, we shouldn't even be in the same room. But we formed a bond that I would call her a sister.
Director Madaffer.
Well, it is bittersweet to see Gail leave, but, you know, she spent 6 years. Gail's energy exceeds people half her age. I don't think people realize this. It's amazing what she can do. She brought such leadership, and coming from San Diego and then more importantly from LA, it was the first time we ever tried to put a non-water authority board member on as one of our representatives. Only MODOC had done this before. And she did it so she could be in the room during certain closed session discussions where our board members couldn't. And it really worked good. And now Chair Serrano is grabbed the baton, and he's done something even more unique and put our own general manager in her place, which is amazing. And I know Dan already knows he has, I can't say big shoes to fill with Gail, but he knows the proverbial what I mean. But, you know, the fact that she was an officer at MWD, vice chair, the fact that Lois Fong Sakai is an officer and board secretary at Met, who would have thunk it from San Diego, the leadership that we have there. And that's really because of Gail and her leadership. And I'll leave you with one little thing. For those of you that like visiting Liberty Station, you know, when I first met Gail Goldberg, I don't even think you were planning director yet, or maybe, yeah. You know, when I was a staffer, a chief of staff back in the 90s in the city, Gail and then Mayor Maureen O'Connor had this idea, if you ever remember BRAC, the base realignment and closure process. Gail led the baton and led the charge in turning the Naval Training Center into what is Liberty Station today. That's the kind of person Gail is.
And everybody loved it at the time, right?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, no.
Crazy about it.
Director Fong Sakai.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Gail underestimates her understanding of water, but where she excels is her ability to understand people, her ability to understand relationships, and her ability to make things happen. She knows how to say the difficult things in a much more polite way than I ever could, and to get those difficult things done. As you can see, I have an enormous amount of respect for Ms. Gail Goldberg. As board vice chair, she had this incredible ability to move the needle, to get people to listen to us here at the San Diego County Water Authority, where not very long ago, people didn't want to be in the same room with us. I think it's because of her being part of our leadership team, as well as our past chairman, Mel Katz, Chair Serrano, Dan Denham, all of our leadership here, and Gail Goldberg, that we were able to make a deal with Metropolitan Water District to settle the litigation. Thank you, Gail, for your kindness, for your insight, for your friendship, and always taking care of us to making sure we did the right thing thoughtfully, and for being my mama bear.
And finally, Director Katz.
It has been so great to be on the board of Metropolitan with Gail. She's an amazing person. Before I got on that board, I kept hearing before I became chair and then before I got on that board, I kept hearing about what people thought of San Diego and the mistrust that they had for San Diego. And it was because of Gail and what she was able to accomplish, and Nick talked about it, building relationships, that when I got on that board, that wasn't the problem anymore. People respected us. They asked for our opinions on different things. They invited us out to dinners and drinks. And it was all because of the relationships that Gail built with the other 37 board members there. And when she went through her back surgeries recently, a meeting doesn't go by that at least 10 board members say, have you heard from Gail? What's happening with Gail? How is Gail? Gail is loved up in Metropolitan, and as you've already seen today, you're loved here and you've accomplished so much for us in San Diego on the Metropolitan team. We keep talking about settlement and how important settlement is with the fixed pricing for the next 10 years and all of the other things, our ability to be able to trade water now. That would not have happened if Gail hadn't built the relationships with the board members that it got voted on and only had one no vote. So Gail, thank you so much. And bottom line, we stay at the Omni Hotel, and if it wasn't for Gail, we wouldn't be on the VIP 19th floor. She threw around her weight, and because of that, we get free drinks. So, Gail, you really did accomplish something. We love you. Thank you so much.
One more time for Gail. All right. We have a couple more recognitions this afternoon. Item C is the presentation of Director Service Awards. This is an opportunity to recognize members of the board who have reached milestones in their time of service on this body. And today, I'm pleased to recognize 3 of our colleagues. So to those I'm recognizing, I have some things to say about you, and then I'll call you forward. Our first Director Service recognition is for Director Eric Heidemann, representing the city of Poway, who is being recognized for 5 years of service on the San Diego County Water Authority Board of Directors. Over the past several years, Director Heidemann has played a significant role on a number of committees, including as chair of Imported Water and Water Planning, and his current service as vice chair of the Engineering and Operations Committee. He's also lent his service to be an alternate on the Colorado River Board and chair of the ever-famous now de-annexation work group. But what stands out to me about Eric is not just the breadth of his service, but the thoughtful and respectful way I think all of us can acknowledge he approaches the work of this board. While you may not be on the same side of every issue with Eric, Director Heidemann is always cordial, collegial, professional, and wise in his perspective, a perspective and voice that I have always appreciated. He brings not only his expertise as a public works leader, but also his understanding of how our decisions impact communities on the ground. So Director Heidemann, thank you for your service to the Water Authority and congratulations. Please come on forward.
You did it, Eric.
All right. Our next service award is for our great colleague from the Uwima Municipal Water District, Director Amy Ray, who is also being recognized for 5 years of service on the San Diego County Water Authority Board of Directors. As you all know, Director Ray represents one of our smallest agencies on the board. but she has consistently demonstrated that the size of a district has no bearing on the strength of its leadership. Director Ray is thoughtful, deliberate, and I know for me, when she speaks, it carries weight. It's because of that I appointed her to chair the board's Engineering and Operations Committee, where she continues to guide us with clarity and purpose. Further, her service and leadership has extended beyond this board, obviously as the general manager of UIMA and an active leader in organizations ranging from Aqua to the California Rural Water Association. So to Director Ray, thank you for your service, your steady leadership, commitment to collaboration, and your dedication to advancing this mission of the Water Authority. I'd like to invite you forward. All right, and our final service award today goes to my fellow colleague representing the city of San Diego, Director Lois Fong Sakai, whom we are recognizing for 10 years of service on the San Diego County Water Authority Board of Directors. Since joining the Water Authority in 2015, Director Fong Sakai has brought her experience, professionalism, and dedication to this work. Her decades of experience in water planning and policy, paired with her deep knowledge of engineering and finance, have made her a tremendous voice at this table. Beyond her service here, Director Fong Sakai has made history. She is the first Asian American to serve as an officer of the Metropolitan Water District of Southern California's Board of Directors, now serving as board secretary. And let me be clear, that role demands extraordinary skill in parliamentary procedure, organization, a bit of nimblism and diligence, and Director Fong Sakai has done that with grace and strength, and in doing so, be a respected voice for the San Diego County Water Authority at MWD. But in addition, her record of service extends well beyond water. From her leadership in the Society of Women Engineers to her 25 years of volunteer service with Promises to Kids here in San Diego, to her engagement with organizations across the region that support our Asian and Pacific Islander communities, Director Fong Sakai truly embodies service and giving back in virtually every facet of her life. And so to express our gratitude for her service here, it is my honor to present this service award to Director Lois Fong Sakai. Please come on forward. I'm going to take a bit of a chair's privilege and go a bit off script. I think it was mentioned earlier, but I want to do it too. I'd like to extend my congratulations and thanks and appreciation to our colleague, Director Gary Arant, for his service here. As many folks, I think, know now, we have a member in the room who will be taking over at Valley Center, and so I want to congratulate Director Arant and thank him for his service. We'll properly recognize you at the right time, but I thought given the announcement, it was appropriate just to recognize you and extend our congratulations to Director Lindsay Leahy on her selection as the new GM of Valley Center.
I'm not dead yet.
But also, Director Leahy, I was in receipt of my usual subscription of the Valley Roadrunner. So if I can get your autograph after this meeting, I'd appreciate it. In case you can't see, it's her on the front page.
It's $36 for 2 years to mail to your home.
So
I know.
Anybody who has the idea of texting me saying she's much better looking than you, it's been done. Think of something better than that. Thanks.
Thank you both. Moving on to item 8 is the report by chair. So starting with item 8A is the chair's report. I'm pleased to share that our general manager, Dan Denham, has officially been sworn in as a member of the Metropolitan Water District's Board of Directors. As you all know, his experience and Colorado River expertise and perspective will be invaluable as MWD navigates critical decisions on water supply reliability, climate adaptation, and regional partnerships. Congratulations to Dan on this appointment. We look forward to the positive impact of your service there. Fun fact, he chose the smiling photo, not the blue steel photo, if you've seen his official portrait. Yeah. I'd also like to share that at the beginning of this month, I was joined by the General Manager and Director Fong Sakai to meet with some of our colleagues at MODOC in Orange County. This was an invitation that was extended to us to come and speak to their board in our continued efforts to advance regional partnerships across Southern California. Of course, in the context of everything that's been happening at Met, it was an interesting time to be up there and together, but I think what we, again, saw was an incredible opportunity for us to be able to work together to advance our shared goals with our colleagues in Orange County. And so we look forward to continuing to further that relationship as we move forward together. I would like to remind you all, too, that the board tour of the Imperial Valley is scheduled for November 13th. The tour will be an all-day event and will begin here at the Kearney Mesa headquarters at 6:30. Today is the deadline to RSVP, so if you would like to attend and have not RSVP'd yet, please see Clerk Kelly Walker following this meeting. And that will conclude my report. We will move to item 8B, which is the report of committee actions. Madam Clerk, will you please provide a report of the actions taken by committee today?
Thank you. Engineering and Operations awarded contracts to Structural Preservation Systems LLC in the amount of $5 million and In Situ Form Technologies LLC in the amount of $5 million to provide on-call carbon fiber reinforced polymer repair services for a period of 3 years with the option to extend up to 2 additional. They accepted the original contract and amendments 1 through 6 to the professional services contract with TWH Associates LLC for San Vicente Energy Storage Facility technical professional services for a period of 48 months in the amount of $200,000, increasing the contract amount to $341,300. They awarded a contract to Brightview Landscape Development, Inc. in the amount of $12,613,975 for the San Luis Rey Wetland Habitat Restoration Project and increased the project's lifetime budget. Water Planning and Environmental awarded a contract with Weber's Water Conservation, Inc. for a not-to-exceed amount of $470,000 with a termination date of December 31, 2026, with the option to extend the contract an additional 3 years. A&F noted and filed the monthly Treasurer's Report and adopted Ordinance 2025-04, making amendments to Chapter 2.05, 4.04, and 4.08 of the Administrative Code. Imported water had no reportable action, and that concludes my report.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. That will populate our consent calendar for items 9.1 through 9.6. I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
I have a motion from Director Katz, a second from Director Molina. Madam Clerk, sorry, I see a number of hands. Director Castaneda.
I just want to register a no on 9.2.
Thank you.
Duly noted. Director Paul.
Yes, I'd like to register no on 9.3 and 9.6.
Thank you. Noted.
Director Freehoff.
Yes, I'd like to register a no vote on 9.2.
Thank you. Director Scalzetti.
Can we pull 9.2, please, and vote on it separately?
What's 9.2? Okay. Sure, we can do that. So 9.2 has been pulled. Director Roback.
No on 9.2 and 9.3.
Okay, so we'll take your 9.3. We're going to vote separately on 9.2 because it's been pulled by Director Scalzetti. Okay, seeing nothing else. Madam Clerk, will you please open the roll for the balance of the consent calendar?
Thank you. Please cast your votes now for consent calendar items 9.1 and then 3 through 6. Scalzetti?
I need to vote no on 9.3, please.
Thank you. Consent calendar passes.
Thank you. We will now take up item 9.2.
And you may all cast your votes now on 9.2. Director Miller? Sorry, one moment. And the motion passes.
All right, thank you very much. Item 10 is our action discussion information items for which there are none. Moving on to item 11, which is our special reports, General Manager's report.
Nothing to report.
General Counsel.
Nothing to report, thanks.
Sandag report, Secretary Lyons.
The board met on September 12th, and most of the meeting was associated with closed session. And advisory committee board members are not allowed in closed session, so I don't have anything to report. Thank you.
Thank you. Sandag subcommittees, Borders Committee, Director Castaneda.
I'm going to put it in writing.
Perfect. Regional Planning, Director Yamani. Oh, I think she's providing it in writing as well. Is that right? Okay. Director Yamani provided it in writing. That's provided to you as well. AB 1230T compliance reports from any directors? Seeing none. All right. Then that will take us to item 12, which is our closed session items, for which there is one. Item 12A, which is the public employee performance evaluation for the General Counsel. General Counsel, will you please make the appropriate announcement and take us into closed session?
We are adjourning into closed session under that title. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The San Diego County Water Authority Board of Directors has emerged from closed session with nothing to report. Seeing no further business in front of this board, we are adjourned. Thank you.